Pakistan versus Australia.
It's the taken! Bowling to Smith, who lifts him up superbly.
Top edge down towards fine leg, and he takes it!
That is Test cricket at its finest.
For Henley, build with confidence. Henley.com.au. And Tyre Power. Store-wide super sale now on. Save on Kumo. Live from Karachi, Pakistan versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Good morning and welcome to the National Stadium in Karachi. This is SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes and Tyre Power on a hot morning in this thriving Pakistani metropolis. After the first test at Rawalpindi drifted towards a stale draw, the pressure is not only on both teams but the 22 yards in the middle as well. Everyone wants some drama this week. And on face value, that's what the visitors have anticipated on a surface they believe will spin and spin big. Enter Mitchell Swepson. After the longest apprenticeship in and out of test squads for 5 years, the Queensland leggy has finally been presented with his baggy green, cap number 464. And it feels so very right that in the wake of Shane Warne's passing, the selectors would turn to his deft craft for the first time in 13 years. At a place where the great man nearly bowled Australia to victory in 1994, one of the most dramatic finishes in test history. Nevertheless, no matter how you frame it up, it will be a stern test at this famous old ground. To put it in perspective, the hosts have played 43 times here and have only lost twice. And by contrast, in Australia's 8 visits to Karachi dating back to 1956, they've never got the job done. So all signs point to a fascinating clash, and the good news for Pat Cummins is that he's won the toss and, needless to say, had no hesitation in batting first. And with that news, as the players make their way to the field, I welcome former Australian batsman Simon Katich. And on the basis of what we're seeing in front of us, Kat, on a hot morning, that was the definition of a huge toss to win.
Good morning, Colo. Good morning to all our listeners. Look, there's no doubt that Pat Cummins was a very happy man when the coin came down a tail. I saw Mitchell Starc in the warm-ups almost do a victory lap. As soon as he got that news, he was happy. I think it gives Australia a good advantage if they can bat well in this first innings. When we go back to the last time a test was played here in 2021 against South Africa, the South Africans didn't make the most of it in their first innings. They got bowled out for 220. Pakistan then got 378, and as a result, end up going on to win the game by 7 wickets. So even though you win the toss, you've still got hard work to do. So it's a good advantage for Australia, but they've got to make the most of it now.
I mentioned that one huge structural shift, playing a leg spinner, the first debutant leg spinner since 2009 with Bryce McGain in South Africa. The cap presentation from Khawajas was epic. It went for about 7 minutes. The Queensland captain said everything he needed to, but what an opportunity, a leg spinner at Karachi where it's going to spin.
Yeah, it was a nice touch that his Queensland captain, Usman, presented his baggy green. Very, very special moment for the young man, Mitchell Swepson, who's 28 years of age. I mean, if you're looking at what's happened, I mean, Bryce McGain played in 2009 in Cape Town. Remember playing in that test. Steve Smith did debut in England at Lords against Pakistan in 2010, but he's obviously gone on to be obviously the best since Bradman, but we don't probably look at him as being the leg spinner as such. But a great moment for Mitchell Swepson. He's got a strong record for Queensland, having played 51 first-class games already with 154 wickets at 33.45. But what's interesting is, because he's been in these bubbles and in large squads in the last 18 months, he only played 3 first-class games this summer, so he actually didn't play a lot. And then in one of those games at the Gabba, where there was 38 wickets in 3 days, 35 fell to the seamers. He only bowled 2 overs.
Yes.
So, look, there's no doubt he'll do plenty of bowling in this test match, and it's a great opportunity for him.
And for Pakistan's part, they've made 2 changes. Hassan Ali and Fahim Ashraf, 2 men who had brilliant years in 2021, into the 11 for Naseem Shah and Iftikhar Ahmed, who wasn't much of an influence last week at Rawalpindi. It's Shaheen Shah Afridi with the ball in his hand. He'll be starting from our southern end, the pavilion end here at the National Stadium at Karachi. Usman Khawajas and David Warner are there in the middle. It'll be Warner taking the first ball. He averages 105 against Pakistan and made 68 last week in his 1 innings at Rawalpindi. Pakistan setting up with 3 slips in a gully, a short leg as well. The crowd already roaring for Shaheen. Umpire Raza just waiting to call them to attention. He's there in the middle with Alim Dar officiating in his 138th Test match. He's at our southern end to begin, just being held. There's something behind the sight screen. We haven't even had a ball yet, Simon.
There's always some sort of delay. I thought the umpires were very good in Rawalpindi the other week, but this test will be much more of a challenge because there's expectation to be much more spin and probably a little bit more pace and bounce in this track compared to Rawalpindi.
We're away in this second test match. Shaheen Afridi prepares to run away from us for Henley Holmes and Tyre Power SEN Test Cricket. Warner facing up. Shaheen bowls, left arm over and dug out of the block hole out towards gully. Good start, fast and straight.
Yes, the big Yorker there at 137.9 from Afridi. A little bit of shape. It is quite humid down there, so how much swing we'll see with this new ball will be the interesting part of this first half an hour of the day's play. It's a lot warmer than it was at Rawalpindi. The wicket's drier. There's some cracks already opened up.
Yeah, speaking of that wicket, Pat Cummins was actually quite complimentary about it at the toss. He liked what he saw. Maybe that's because he gets the bat first on it. Shaheen again, second ball of the test match, past the outside edge of Warner, shaping up to play. Not a lot of footwork to speak of, and through to the gloves of Rizwan. A nice bit of shape away.
Well, if we look back to that first test in Rawalpindi, this is what Shaheen Afridi does so well. He swings the ball away from the left-handers. And David Warner at the moment only faced the two balls. His feet aren't going. He gets caught on the crease, squares up, and just nibbles at it, but missed it by enough. It passes through to Rizwan.
Shaheen bowled well last week, 2 for 88 from 30 overs. He was shown a lot of respect by the Australians the whole way through their long first innings. He's to the crease here, left arm over, and Warner's able to leave well outside the off stump. Shaheen's also got a 5-wicket bag here against Sri Lanka in 2019. He took 5 for 77. Of course, the number 4 ranked bowler in the world, according to the ICC. Absolute superstar at age 21.
Oh, he is. There's no doubt that he's still got a long way to go, but from what we've seen, he's got the potential to be one of the greats for Pakistan, but also in world cricket. He's tall, he's good in terms of his athleticism. He swings the ball, and he's got a bit about him. He's got that presence, lets the batsman know he's in the contest.
Shaheen bowls here to David Warner. He gets bat on ball out towards cover, going back and riding the bounce. Yeah, coming back to the surface, it was interesting in the build-up 2 days ago. Steve Smith and David Warner made their mind up. They were digging up the practice wickets, and the good oil from the net whisperer, Bharat Sundaresan, who'll be with us on the broadcast, they think it's going to be like Pune in 2017.
Yeah, in terms of the stats from that last test match against South Africa, we just had a little package put together. The actual pace in this wicket compared to Rawalpindi ends up being probably about 10 k's quicker once it reaches the batsman, which is substantial in the fact that it just rushes the batsman.
Shaheen to Warner, bowls and defends. High off the splice, first runs. It spits out through backward point. Out towards the rope, won't quite make it, dragged in. Australia get a couple to start, none for 2. 1 ball to come in the first over of the test match, but again a bit of shape away from the left-hander.
And the other difference between this wicket and Rawalpindi is the spin. So by the end of that South African test match in 2021, there was 5 degrees of spin, which is substantial. And in that test match, the spinners took 17 wickets out of the, well, Pakistan were 3 down when they chased the runs down in the second innings. So
here with Noman Ali taking 5 for 35 on test debut, and of course a 6-wicket bag last week. Shaheen to finish the first over, and Warner defends out to cover. Australia none for 2 SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes delivering affordability, and Tyre Power 25% off Kumo tyres. Adam Collins and Simon Katich with you on the call. Now Usman Khawajas will get his first opportunity up against Hassan Ali, who took 41 wickets at 16 last year. Had that little adductor stride that kept him out of the first test match, which he picked up at the tail end of the Pakistan Super League. But had he been available last week at Rawalpindi, he absolutely would have played.
Oh, no doubt. His record for Pakistan is outstanding, and particularly with the reverse swinging ball. He's one of these guys that's quite skiddy, likes to bowl stump to stumps, and on these low bounce wickets, as soon as that ball starts tailing, particularly both ways, he gets the ability to actually swing it away from the right-hander as well, not just attack the stumps. He's an experienced campaigner, and I think these two that have come in, both Hassan Ali and Fahim Ashraf, they make this Pakistan team look very well balanced. They've got the 3 seamers now. They've still got the 2 spinners, but they've also got that batting depth. Fahim Ashraf He's quite handy with the bat at number 7, and Hassan Ali's quite handy at number 8 as well.
And he can catch too. He's in at second slip alongside Shafiq at first and Barbara Azam at third. In the gully is Fawad Alam. So 4 catching men for Hassan Ali. His first ball of the test match to Khawaja down the leg side, well down the leg side. Moving to his right is Rizwan.
The only thing I did think, though, I thought young Nazim Shah might have held his place. I understand why they brought these two back in, because they are more experienced. But I thought Nazim Shah was very good in Rawalpindi. And you could almost argue he was the pick of the quicks in that test match. Bowled an absolute beauty to get rid of Alex Carey from around the wicket. Just tailed a little bit away from him. And he's got good pace.
Hassan Ali from the northern end, running away from the old scoreboard and the 2 national flags. Bowls here to Khawaja, who's away with a lovely clip through mid-wicket, bisecting the 2 fielders on the onside. They'll get 2 and they'll be happy with that. Really well played by Khawaja off the front foot. Moves Australia along to none for 4. Both batsmen are 2.
Well, already it feels like this outfield's just a tad slower than Rawalpindi. Yes, it's bigger. We no doubt know the boundaries are a lot longer here at Karachi, but those first 2 scoring shots, one from Warner and now Khawaja, they looked like they were going to go away for 4, and then it almost like they pulled up with a handbrake.
So Hassan Ali, right arm over the wicket to Khawaja, who leaves alone. A wider delivery outside the off stump. We've got some fans in at that far end of the ground, the northern end, into the old concrete seats. Bit of a throwback when you do a lap here. The coloured seats are gorgeous. It reminds me of Waverley Park towards the end there, with each bay a different colour, and yes, the old-fashioned concrete slabs for seating on the northern end. Yeah. Beautiful old ground.
Yeah, it's a fantastic stadium, this. I love the feel of it when I walked in for the first time today. It reminds me a little bit of Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bangalore.
Yeah, likewise. Hassan to the crease again, and Khawaja leaves alone. That was a fraction fuller. But a nice bit of movement too. Moved late. That's what Hassan wants to do, bring Khawaja forward. Yeah, it does the sort of ramshackle way the different enclosures meet one another. It does feel like the Chinnaswamy. Also the barbed wire fence that prevents the fans getting from one part to the next.
And then even the wicket block itself, like when I looked at the wicket for the first time today, it reminded me a little bit of some of the test matches I played in Bangalore, where it's got that little bit of a dry creek bag look to it with the runner cracks.
Hassan Ali passes umpire Raza over the wicket to Khawaja, edged and falls short. Fahim Ashraf moved to his left, and it never looked like carrying, and that was a genuine edge.
Yeah, well, Khawaja didn't go hard at it, he just defended it, and as a result it died through to Fahim Ashraf. But Hassan Ali's just hit that good length, back of a length there. Khawaja just not a lot of footwork, gets squared up a little bit on the crease, and just enough angle across him to catch the outside edge. But it died and never looked like carrying to second slip. It looked like they've crept up a little bit now.
The Cordon have taken a big step forward. Hassan Ali to finish his first over to Khawaja again, this time leaving. That's better carry through to the gloves of Rizwan. So 2 overs gone. Australia have won the toss and batted first here at Karachi National Stadium. They're none for 4 with Warner 2, Khawaja 2. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. And for tyre power, 25% off Kumho tyres.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
Having out-of-balance tyres causes uneven tread wear and an uncomfortable ride. You'll also cop excess wear on your suspension and other parts of your vehicle. If you experience severe vibration while driving, especially highway speeds, get your tyres dynamically balanced at your local Tyre Power store straight away.
Get the power of expert advice. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power.
There's the power.
None for 4 after 2 overs. Shaheen Sharafrudi has those 3 slips in weight. Bowling here at David Warner, who's forward defending out to the onside, no run.
Yeah, Freddie here is just trying to work Warner over. Just push him back a little bit and then potentially push one up later in the over, get him driving. There's 3 slips in play. There's a little bit of shape away. Warner looks rock solid there on the back foot, just defending those back of a length deliveries.
So yes, at this ground, 43 test matches. Pakistan have won 23, lost only 2. The first of those coming in the dark here against England in late 2000. Shaheen bowls, and on the back foot, Warner pushes out towards mid-off. No concerns there, riding the bounce. And 18 draws along the way. Interestingly, bowling second isn't a bad thing here. The team that's batted first has won 7 times. The team that's fielded first has won 18. So not necessarily, strictly speaking, a bad thing for Pakistan based on history, but I suppose on what we're seeing in front of us, it was a bat first every day of the week.
Oh, you have to, particularly in this heat too, and particularly with such a quick turnaround between tests. That was a taxing first test, given the amount of time spent out in the field.
Shaheen is on the way, but Warner pulls out. There's something going on behind the side screen. There's no risk of it being us this week. We're a fraction higher up than we were at Rawalpindi, when we were always a chance of being told to stop moving by the batters. It never actually happened, remarkably. But
yeah, it was amazing. I mean, we're in such a good view here. We're perched up almost at the top of the stands, basically almost at the same level as the roof that goes around the ground, and it's almost right behind the bowler.
Yeah, we're sat right next to the TV cameras. Glorious place to be, outside at Karachi as well. Really interesting city. Shaheen Sharafredi to the crease, to Warner, who looks to click but can't beat Noman Ali at mid-on, so no single on offer. The highest score here was 765 for 6 declared in the most ridiculous test match in 2009, where Pakistan and Sri Lanka just battered and battered and battered for 5 days, and it was Pakistan making 765 after Sri Lanka made 600. So it won't be that, we can be fairly sure. The lowest total here was in 1956, when Australia were all out for 80. Fazil Mahmood taking 13 wickets for the match. Great man. Shaheen delivers here, and defending forward is Warner. Back to the bowler in his follow-through. No concerns there. So a ground with loads of history. They opened it in 1955, so the same year as the Olympic stand opened at the MCG. And it reminds me a bit of the old Olympic stand as well, with the seating bowl and all the rest. So, yeah, real privilege to be in this thriving city. So different to Islamabad, isn't it?
And 8 tests here for Australia.
Yep.
And never won one.
5 losses and 3 draws, including that extraordinary test match in 1994. Shaheen Afridi bowls, and Warner again defending to Noman Ali at mid-on. So 1994, where Pakistan won by 1 wicket, chasing 315 on the final day. Shane Warne, player of the match.
Yeah, and the great man nearly bowled Australia to victory. The last wicket, had Ian Healy gloved that ball cleanly, potentially was a stumping, and Shane Warne would have bowled Australia to victory.
He was man of the match anyway, but yes, how close that was. We saw a lot of the footage last week at Rawalpindi. They were replaying it over and over on the big scoreboard. We should be so lucky to have another thriller like this week here at Karachi. Leaving alone outside the off stump is Warner to complete the third over. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and tyre power. 25% off Kumo tyres. Australia remain none for 4.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
My friend's gone down to help out, and they've all been caught in this rip, and they've been out there for a while, and they jumped on either leg, and I started to sort of paddle lateral to the rip, because you never paddle against the rip. And then all of a sudden the chopper was flying over to the top. Okay, we don't need to get in, we just need to bide our time before the skidoos arrive.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
Hassan Ali towards us and towards Usman Khawaja, to the crease and bowls, and Khawaja defends. It's also the ground where Waqar Younis made his test debut. We'll have a chat to him later. In the same test where Sachin Tendulkar got his first opportunity in 1989. So looking forward to hearing from Waqar Younis throughout the test match about that.
Well, I mean, given those stats, this venue is to Pakistan what the Gabba was to Australia prior to India winning there. It was a fortress for Australia, and then India stormed it 2 years ago to win the series. So very much a tough place to win here, Karachi.
Yeah, that's a great comparison. You look through the year on year, teams have come close but rarely got it done. Hassan to Khawaja, that's well wide of the off stump. Wasted delivery, the left-hander shoulders arms.
Yeah, I just wonder whether Hassan Ali might look at coming around the wicket to Khawaja. He's just running the ball across him at the moment, and Khawaja's looking to be as disciplined as possible, letting balls go. I think he comes round the wicket, just opens up the ability to potentially run a ball back on the angle and get him playing at balls just outside that off stump compared to over the wicket.
Hassan Ali, northern end, bowls here, and Khawaja again is able to leave alone. He's wasting this new ball a little bit, Hassan Ali. So back into the team, no cricket between injury and test match. He needs to get it right here. It won't be long before it's spin from both ends.
Yeah, I think they'll give them a quick burst, these two. Maybe Ashraf. if they think, you know, there's a little bit there with that new ball, but at the moment, there's only really been a little bit of swing from Shaheen Afridi. Hassan Ali just looks like he's getting the ball to skid through. He's a lot shorter than Afridi, so different trajectory, different pace off the wicket.
Hassan Ali delivers here. Khawaja, that's better, but clipped away through the onside behind square. Really well played out towards the rope. It pulls up, so again, reinforcing your point from before that it's not a quick outfield. They're satisfied with a couple. Khawaja 4, Australia none for 6.
Yeah, I don't think it's a slow outfield, but I just think probably because it's, well, probably at least 10 or 15 metres bigger. That's what it looks to the naked eye. I don't know the actual dimensions, but it certainly looks a lot bigger area, the outfield, than we had at Rawalpindi. It's just pulling up at the boundary every time it's gone there so far this morning.
Yeah, that was absolutely 4 last week at Rawalpindi, where the outfield was lightning. As you say, the ground a fraction smaller too. Now just 2 slips. They've made an adjustment to the field and catching mid-wicket in position. That's the captain, Babar Azam. Hassan Ali to the crease, and Khawaja again on the onside, again behind square, and that's even better. This time it's fast enough to get 4. Australia move into double figures. They're none for 10. Khawaja strikes the first boundary of the match. He's 8.
Yeah, it's very well played from Usman Khawaja. Poor ball from Hassan Ali. That ball was heading down leg stump, so it was almost a free hit for Khawaja. All he had to do was just tuck it behind square, and he let the timing do the rest. Beautifully played. He looks in fantastic touch. Played beautifully in Rawalpindi. Had a little bit of luck getting dropped on 22, but otherwise it was a faultless innings.
Khawaja hitting them well and leaving alone. This last ball's full and wide outside the off stump. End of 4 overs. Australia none for 10. SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability. And for tyre power, 25% off Kumho tyres.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. You can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes. Build with confidence. Henley.com.au. Adam Collins and Simon Katich with you at the southern end, the pavilion end of the Karachi National Stadium, where beneath us Shaheen Afridi is preparing to bowl his 3rd over. David Warner's on 2. He's on strike. Usman Khawaja down the other end on 8. Not that big a crowd, but they're making plenty of noise with the vuvuzelas. Shaheen Afridi, 3 slips, bowls here. Warner comes forward before defending out to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, I like this field. They've gotten rid of the short leg. Afridi probably feels like he's not really in the game at the moment with his new ball. It might be in the game later on if it starts to get a little bit variable pace and bounce, but at the moment, day one, it's just skipping through this new ball, so it's got a little bit more protection now with that man at mid-wicket. Can really attack the stumps, potentially on a slightly fuller length to Warner. Try and get that outside edge.
This isn't a great sign. It's the 3rd time we've had a delay because someone's behind the side screen from this pavilion end. He goes this time, passing umpire Alim Dar. Oh, back goes Warner. Half a shout for leg before. Looked like an inside edge. No meaningful appeal from the cordon.
And that's why Afridi's so difficult for these 2 left-handers to face. He's swinging the ball away, but then when he gets that ball just to keep coming back on the angle from left arm over, Warner just gets caught on the crease there. Ball looked like it was going to shape, but just kept coming back. Little inside edge onto his pad. Afridi knew it, pulled out of the appeal.
So Afridi, the best of the seamers so far. Yeah, fat inside edge we're seeing back on ultra edge, and this time Warner's pulling out. Again, it's something going on down there. I'll tell you what, Bharat Sundaresan is going to sort it out. I can see him leaning over the balcony. He's going to take them on.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
I mean, 4 times in, what is it, 2.2 overs isn't great from this end. Frustrating for all involved. And it continues as well. Yeah, it's the corporate facility. It looks like it's on the floor beneath us here. I think that might be the president's box, actually. So there could be a few stern words between the officials and the big wigs down there. Getting a beautiful wide shot on our screen of this ground. It's roofed all the way around except for the pavilion where we are. An old electronic scoreboard that's done a few years. I'm tipping to our right. And then the hand-reeled scoreboard directly in front of us. Could probably do with a lick of paint, but part of its charm, I think. Shaheen this time gets the all clear. Over the wicket, bowls to Warner, hits him on the pad. That's a better shout. Shaheen really likes it. He's charging off the backward point. It's turned down, all eyes on Barbara's arm. Will he send it upstairs? First impression is they're going to be satisfied with the decision. Looked high, Simon.
It did look high, and I think that's why they're not going to refer it. It just looked like it was going to go over that from Shaheen Afridi.
Oh, yeah, high and down leg side. If you base your decision-making on Shaheen Afridi, you're going to get a lot of reviews wrong. He was sprinting away like it was a fait accompli, but you're not going to hoodwink an umpire with the experience of Alim Dar. Unless, of course, it's cat batting in the 2005 Ashes. That's a different story altogether.
Don't bring up that,
Warner on strike. Afridi to him. Driving through the covers. His best shot so far. Didn't get all of it. It pulls up about 5 metres inside the rope. They get 2, and Warner wants a third, and he'll get a third. Positive running from the Australian opening pair. None for 13 the score with Warner 5.
Yeah, that was nicely played by David Warner. Afridi just pitched up fractionally fuller. Warner was ready to pounce on that.
Yeah, seeing that leg before shout. Back again, there was an inside edge too.
Well, the thing about that shout was that the ball ballooned in the air. So David Warner was fortunate that it didn't land in Gully's hands because I think Pakistan knew it, but it just died to the Gully fielder. So had it been taken, they probably would have had the double shout, one for the LB and then one for the inside edge for the court.
A hot and clear day, not a cloud in the sky. 2 left in Shaheen's over with the new ball. Bowls here, and coming forward is Khawajas. The first time he's seen him, handles it well. This was a big contest last week. Shaheen Afridi was actually quite effective with the short ball against Khawajas. Hit him once, had him pulling off his helmet and miscuing a couple of times. So surely can't be long before we see the bouncer here.
Yeah, it's a good comment, Colo, because I think what happens is when the opening bowlers don't use it to the opening batsman, they just settle into knowing that it's going to be on a good length or back with a good length, and they can get into their footwork patterns. But if they know that the bowler's coming in aggressively, bowling the odd bouncer, they can't do that.
Shaheen Afridi to finish his over. Khawajas pushing with hard hands out to point. No single there. End of the over. Australia none for 13 with Warner 5. Khawajas 8. We'll have a change in commentary for the first time in the series. Geoff Lemon is going to take over from me. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and tyre power, 25% off Kumo tyres.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
There's one wheel that affects the performance of all the other wheels on your car, the steering wheel. And if your steering is out of alignment, it affects handling and vehicle stability. Poor steering alignment also causes rapid and uneven tyre wear. If you feel your vehicle pulling in one direction on a straight road, head to your nearest Tyre Power store and get your alignment checked and adjusted as soon as possible.
Get the power!
Here we are indeed at the National Stadium in Karachi. You can hear the horns going already, the horn section. They've only got one note, but they play it with great enthusiasm all through the day. Simon Katich with me, Geoff Lemon, on SEN Test Cricket. Lovely to be joining you for the first time on the SEN airwaves and seeing a pretty spicy start with the new balls. A little bit wayward at times from Hassan Ali, but Shaheen Afridi's been getting it to speak.
Morning, Geoff.
Good morning.
Yeah, now Hassan Ali's decided to come around the wicket. Mentioned a couple of overs ago. Just change the angle here to these left-handers.
Here he comes. Past the umpire, and it's decking in, striking on the pad. Looks like that would be going down the leg side. Hassan Ali's got the big appeal going, the one that can turn into that celebration with his arms spread wide, but he doesn't get the opportunity. Mohammad Rizwan's interested, the wicket-keeper, in going upstairs. He's having an extended chat. The DRS time has ticked down and they won't be able to follow through even if they do want to, but that also looked like it was leg side-ish and high.
Yeah, David Warner generally stays leg side of the ball with his pads. He likes to open up the offside, and because he's around the wicket here, creates that angle, a little bit of swing back in, and I think that was a good decision not to review it. Good length from Hassan Ali. Good line too. There was just a hint of in-swing, and that's what he'll be looking for here.
He'll try again. He's got Warner in his sights. Bowls to him outside the off stump. Warner stands up and punches off the back foot into the gully. That typical David Warner stroke. He's so prolific in that area. Just along the line of point and behind.
Yeah, he thrives on any sort of width, David Warner, and Hassan Ali wants to deprive him of that now from around the wicket. He knows that Warner will be sweating on something that he can push through that cover point, cover region off the back foot. He likes to punch it off the back foot there, get any sort of width.
Hassan Ali, ball in hand. Runs up to Warner, who's edging along the ground to slip. Well, Hassan Ali turns and walks back. That was an excellent save. Fahim Ashraf went flying across to his left in order to save 4 runs, but got to him on the bounce. That's the second one that's fallen short.
Yeah, and this is the angle that from around the wicket, already things are happening for Hassan Ali here. And he's made the decision. It's a good decision. And the outside edge of David Warner's bat's in the game there. Just probing at that ball, good length. Now he'll want one to come back from there, potentially get through the gate or pin him in front.
Hassan Ali to Warner, who goes after him through the covers for 4. Classic David Warner style. When they're hitting you, hit them back. He got the width and he strode into it, threw his hands through it. It maybe wasn't exactly the length to go after, but he got enough of it.
Yeah, David Warner's got such good hand-eye coordination. That really wasn't there to drive, but that's his bread and butter. Got some width, just through the hands, through the line of the ball, and that careered to the boundary for 4.
Well, a little bit fortunate with that sort of driving on the up almost, that didn't move. So 17 without loss is the Australian score. Warner on to 9. Hassan Ali up to him, bounces, strikes him. And Warner stands still, looks at the bowler and says, "Don't worry about me, champion, I'm just fine."
Well, that's the first bouncer of the day. Just talking about it last over. It's important that the new ball bowlers use it just to unsettle these two. David Warner's taken his eye off that one. He did it a couple of times last week in Rawalpindi as well. And the bouncer can be hard to play on these sorts of surfaces. So, good work from Hassan Ali there. Just letting him know about it. Getting in the contest.
And it struck him up on the shoulder, David Warner, in the end. So, he managed to avoid the head knock. Here comes Hassan Ali to finish off the over, and Warner's covering up on the line of off stump. Defending back down the pitch. Australia 17 without loss here on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability.
Go into Tyre Power and say, "G'day mate, got some tyres?" And they'll say, "100% we do." The store-wide super sale is now on. You can buy 3, get 1 free on Kumo tyres. And that's why they're experts in tyres. tyrepower.com.au.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
You're on SEN Test Cricket. We lied to you. That over hasn't finished because the last ball was very belatedly called as a no ball by the video umpire. So Hassan Ali's got one delivery to come, and he's getting Warner just stabbing the ball away towards mid-wicket as it came in at his hip. So that is the end of the over. 18 without loss, thanks to the no ball from the overstep. And it does change the rhythms of cricket a bit, Simon, where the posthumous calling of the no ball, about 30 seconds later you realise everyone has to get back into position where they were, and the previous over hasn't finished yet.
Yep, it's a bane on the game at times, but good that they're actually calling it, because there's been a period of Test cricket where a lot of them were going uncalled, and needs to change.
About 50 years, I think, that period went for. You hear about these records of players where they say, "Oh, he never bowled a no ball in his whole career," and you think, well, he never got called for one.
Correct.
Doesn't mean The front foot never crept over. Shaheen Shah Afridi. Big front foot that he has. He's up to Khawaja, who's getting a ball that leaps off the pitch. And Khawaja has to try to stun that away. That one spat at him, and he just tried to get the gloves up out of the way. Played it quite well in the end, but that startled him.
Yeah, no, that's very good length from Afridi. He's tall, gets good bounce. He's been bowling good pace. And there's just enough movement here. These two left-handers are concerned about the away movement, but it's the one that potentially might just nip back off the seam or run back into them. It could be the one that either bowls them or pins them in front.
So we've got a change in the cordon here. Staggered cordon, but unorthodox. So the second slip is now standing about halfway up to the bat, as opposed to the first slip, for that edge that hasn't carried so far today. Shaheen Shah Afridi bowls outside off. Khawaja leaves. This is curious. So he's got the helmet on.
Not yet, he hasn't.
Well, he should have.
Yeah.
They did have the helmet on in Rawalpindi when they tried this move.
Curious is one way to put it, Geoff. Crazy is another. He is so close. And in a way, he potentially could put off first slip because he's almost cutting off
almost in front
the line of first slip. So you'd hate to think that one goes to him and that second slip deflects it.
Shaheen is up to Khawaja, who's driving gorgeously down the ground. Got a good stride into that one, and he'll pick up 4 runs for it through mid-off. Got the length to drive on that occasion. Takes Australia on to 22 without loss. Khawaja into double figures. He's got 12.
Oh, that was a classy shot from Khawaja. Just leant on it. Wasn't a big movement of the front foot, but lined the ball up nicely. And just the timing was exquisite.
So Babar Azam, the captain, is the one who's put himself in the firing line at this. It's a short second slip. It's about 10 paces from the bat. And then you've got a regulation first and a regulation third. It's like the flying V, the Mighty Ducks formation. Here comes Shaheen Shah Afridi on the pads, whipped away by Khawaja. They'll get a single down to long leg, move it on to 23 for none. You said, Simon, that this is crazy, but I distinctly remember you on radio one time. Someone asked you about fielding at short leg and getting hit in there, and you said, I'll always remember this. You said, I used to love getting hit at short leg. It made me feel like I was in the game.
That is crazy. That is crazy.
So I think you would have been volunteering for this short slip position.
Yeah, it's funny. Slip's probably a little bit different because you know, obviously, the pace of the ball's coming through, whereas short leg, potentially a fair bit of the pace of the ball comes off, except when it's hit off a spinner and it's hit rocky. Very hard at you.
It makes you wake up. I think that's what you said. Here comes Shaheen to Khawaja's Warner, driving back down the ground. He's miscued it. He'll get a couple of runs through mid-on. That was very clunky. You would have heard the clunky sound in the stump microphone as the bat twisted in his hand. Warner gets it away safely enough, even though it was a mistimed stroke. Picks up 2 runs, 25 for none.
Well, that was very fortunate for David Warner. That could have easily just drifted across to mid-on, caught the inside part of the bat. Almost looks like it might have stopped in the wicket slightly, or that's what David Warner made it look like. And it just went in the gap at mid-on past the bowler.
Here goes Shaheen to finish off his over. He's over the wicket, the left armour, inside edge from Warner, wants a single, set back. And he makes it back because Khawaja was not going to get sucked into taking too many steps down the wicket. So no run at the end of the over. We say farewell to Simon Katich. It's 25 without loss after 7 overs. Warner 11, Khawaja 13 on SEN Test cricket for tyre power with 25% off Kumho tyres.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
Premier Racing's Peter Zabiris spoke to us about the differences between drag racing and supercars.
You're used to a race lasting 3.89 seconds. How did you go with 300 kilometres?
It was different. I kept on saying to myself, can't these guys find the finish line? They just keep driving around.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
You're on SEN Test Cricket with Geoff Lemon and Peter Lalor popping in to join me for the first time today at the National Stadium in Karachi. We're on the balcony, we're out in the heat. It's a gorgeous day to be here watching cricket, and we've got Hassan Ali steaming up around the wicket, right armour, to Usman Khawaja, who's leaving outside the off stump. Hello, Pete.
Good morning, Geoff. Good afternoon, Australia. It's a hot morning here in the cricket capital of Pakistan, Karachi. What a fantastic ground. And what an interesting morning of cricket already. I love the different approach of these two batters, and I'm most particularly impressed by Usman Khawaja. It's as if he almost absorbs the bowling. He's languid. You watch him, when he walked out, I was watching him, he drags the bat behind him like a lioness dragged his blanket.
Hassan Ali to Khawaja, who covers up, drops a single out towards cover and gets through pretty comfortably, 26 without loss.
So he looks comfortable out there. David Warner a little bit twitchier, and we saw that attempt to go over the top in that previous over against Shaheen. It popped on. Well, it wasn't an attempt to go over the top, was it? I think it actually popped on him a bit. He was trying to check his drive. He was very lucky to get away with that one. Also very lucky to get away with the inside edge earlier. But fascinating cricket.
He's been throwing the bat a little bit, David Warner, as he sometimes does when under pressure. Hassan Ali bowls to him, and Warner punches nicely in front of point. He should pick up 4. This outfield's fast. It's just pulling up, and there's a desperate slide and throw back in from right out on the boundary line, and they'll keep them to 3 runs. It's none for 29.
Well, very interesting. You say that should be 4, because I think we've seen that all morning. That's been pulled up about 5 metres inside the boundary. Very deep boundaries here. I reckon that this ground possibly got larger field than the MCG, and that grass out there is a bit thick. Geoff, it's slowing the ball down.
Right out towards the boundary, it seems to pull it up. It skates across the first bit and then slows up. So Imam Al-Haq was able to pull that ball in. Hassan Ali to Khawaja, down leg side, that will be 4. Clipped off the pads, and it zooms away to find leg. And the umpire signals 4 runs off the bat. You could hear the clunk of leather on willow through the effects mark there. 33 is the opening stand.
That's just how Khawaja likes to bat. 137 km/h delivery. Just puts the bat over there, runs it off the blade, and there's nothing going to stop that one.
Even though he's a lovely cover driver, he does often like to play with a lot of discipline outside off stump, wait for the bowling to come to him, and then goes off the pads or, down to fine leg or through square leg or mid-wicket. He's got that angle coming into him from Hassan Ali, and he goes through square leg, just as we said, and picks up another 4. That might be his most stylish shot of the day. That was languid, the word you used. That just flowed away through square leg as they go to 37.
Yes, languid. I think he's just adjusted his effort slightly. He got a lot of that one, and it wasn't going to stop. Some wonderful batting. He really moved the game on back in Pindi. Khawaja, I love to see that. The Australians talked about knowing when to score and when to absorb pressure and slow down and dig in. Obviously, with this new ball, if it's not doing too much, you take it on. And Usman Khawaja is a batter in, I reckon, the form of his life, the veteran.
He looks the goods at the moment, waits for Hassan Ali, gets the ball wide down the leg side, and you won't get any extras for that because this is red ball cricket, not white. So it's none for 37, the opening stand for Australia. Warner on 14, Khawaja on 22. Here on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability.
Tyre Power Store-wide Super Sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of Kumho tyres. You can buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Tyre Power Store-wide Super Sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
SEN Test Cricket from the National Stadium in Karachi. It is hot out here. We're on the balcony. We've got an outdoor commentary position, as you might be able to hear through the mics. We're covered over in these big tranches of shade cloth. It feels a bit more Burning Man Festival than it does Test Cricket at times out here. Pete Lalor, it's an extremely hot day, but we're enjoying the atmosphere.
Even Simon Katich had the jacket off 15 minutes into play.
Here comes Shaheen Shah Faridi to Warner, who's standing up tall, punching to point. Standing up as tall as he can, anyway.
Still feeling for the ball a little bit, David, but he's 14 runs.
That was a reach, that shot.
Yeah, it was, but he got all of it. He got it in the middle of the bat, so it's not too bad a sign. So Shaheen's into his 5th over. I don't know that I'd be bowling another one at Hassan. I think Usman Khawajas has seen Hassan off there with those 2 boundaries in the last over, but we'll wait and see.
But if Warner's on strike, they might be tempted.
Yeah,
as soon as he came around the wicket, Hassan Ali started to look more threatening and make things happen. Here comes Shaheen. His left arm over wide, Warner driving, and again getting a clunky back twist as he drove that ball down to Azhar Ali at mid-off, former skipper under the white floppy hat, who stops that nicely. Not timed by Warner, that diagonal bat as he goes after the width of the fuller ball.
Yeah, not a lot of footwork there. He floated that one up about 133 k's an hour. Look, got a little bit of swing there, I reckon, in the air, but it floated. There's a vortex of vultures waiting for a wicket. Geoff, you see that up in the sky?
Absolutely. Yeah. Who slips a gully? Here comes Shaheen to Warner, who's defending to cover. Yeah, there are these flocks of birds circling over the stadium. Are they vultures or are they gulls?
I went for the alliteration there. Okay. They're actually kites, I think, or eagles.
Kites?
Yeah.
Because Karachi is a coastal town. So there could be a dark feathered gull.
Yes, well, it is a coastal town, but they're not gulls. They're birds of prey.
They're big.
They're big birds.
They've got big wingspans.
With those fingered feathers.
Like the condor has those fronds. Here comes Shaheen, driven by Warner, and this time he'll pick up 4. That was in the air, but he hit the gap at extra cover. They've got a shortish cover up, and they've got a mid-off, and it pierced the gap between them and bounces over the boundary rope as David Warner once again flings hands at the ball. Just saw the width there, and again, he didn't time that because that came on the up.
It came on the up, yeah, he did. Yeah, a little tentative in the footwork. He's trying to get forward to Shaheen, but I'd like to see him out there dancing a bit, doing that little Justin Langer boxing sort of move to warm up.
Yeah? That again looks like he almost tried to check the shot.
Yes.
And it skewed away in the air. So 41 is the opening partnership. Shaheen hits Warner again with a bouncer, tried to pull out of the way. That wasn't as short as he expected, and it's clattered into his body. And he ends up near square leg with the momentum of trying to evade that ball. He's been hit twice.
Yeah, well, he's limboed that one, and it's actually just got over his shoulder. Warner's actually done pretty well to avoid it, but it was ungainly. It was a very low delivery. He doesn't look as comfortable against the short ball as he used to, and a bit of a worry on these pitches, which aren't doing a lot off the seam. But that ball's following him in there.
He doesn't look as comfortable against quick pace as he used to either. Here comes Shaheen to Warner, who defends that ball stoutly enough. Gets in behind it and finishes off the 9th over without further dramatic event. It's none for 41. David Warner on 18. Khawaja on 22. You're on SEN Test Cricket. For tyre power, their buying power puts the power in your lane.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
Premier Racing's Peter Zabiris spoke to us about the differences between drag racing and supercars.
You're used to a race lasting 3.89 seconds. How did you go with 300 kilometres?
It was different. I kept on saying to myself, can't these guys find the finish line? They just keep driving around.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. 25% off Kumho tyres. Adam Collins in to replace Geoff. I'm here with Peter Lalor on the balcony at the National Stadium. And Australia, a sprightly start, going at 4.56 and over. Just 9 overs gone. Fahim Ashraf getting his first over of the Test match over the wicket from the university end, driven out to cover, no runs. So he's replacing Hassan Ali, who bowled 4 overs, none for 25, going at worse than a run of ball. Had a brilliant 2021, but no cricket between injury and Test match in conditions like this. It's not going to be easy for Hassan Ali to get into the Test match.
No, it's not. And Usman Khawaja, credit to him for seeing that bowler off with those 2 beautiful falls in that last over.
Yeah.
One, he just ran down a fine leg, but that fantastic flick off the pad through the square.
So Fahim Ashraf also coming back from injury Right arm over, bowling in a long sleeve shirt to Khawaja. On the drive again, out towards mid-off, no run. So a structural change in their lineup. Iftikhar Ahmed was left out as the all-rounder last week. He only bowled 3 overs of off-spin, so he wasn't that big a part of the Pakistan side. And Fahim Ashraf, who averaged nearly 40 with the bat at Test level last year, took a dozen wickets along the way, so they look more balanced with him in the 11, albeit also coming back from injury with no cricket.
Well, this is a great start for Australia. Runs in the bank early.
Khawaja on strike. Fahim to the crease, over the wicket. Squares him up nicely. Spits out towards the gully. Taken by Fawad Alam on the bounce. But that's the first we've seen really hit the seam and move away from that end.
Yes. Usman Khawaja pulled the bottom hand off in Alam there, or might have even just nipped his finger a little bit. I don't know if he's showing it, but bit of bounce. Squared him up. Lovely delivery. Just right up on the splice of the bat, up near the sponsor's sticker.
That's the one. Fahim playing his 14th Test match, making his debut back in 2018. Has a bit of pace. Bowls here to Khawaja. Squared up again. Plays late off the splice down towards backward point. Good cricket this. Good contest between the new bowler and Australia's set opener Khawaja, who's there on 22.
Well, he's giving himself plenty of time to play the ball, Usman Khawaja. He's having a look at it and getting a fair bit of it. Hasn't really... The ones that he has edged, he's edged with soft hands, and they haven't carried.
He had that thick edge in the second over of the day, which came nowhere near close to carrying to second slip, which prompted the catching men to come forward. Ashraf bowls. Too short. Khawaja on the pull, out towards deep backward square, and that'll be his 5th boundary. He's in sparkling touch this morning. Khawaja to 26 from just 28 balls.
Well, I said earlier, I think that Usman Khawaja is in the form of his life, and he's making life very difficult for Pakistan bowlers and captains. He's scoring in different zones. He's great on the drive. He's great off the pads. Great square clipping. And in this case, he's got onto it and he's pulled that delivery to the boundary. So I think we will see spin very soon, Adam.
Yeah, it won't be long. Khawaja averaging 75 against Pakistan before this test and picking up from where he left off last week. Facing up here. Last ball of Fahim's over, driven back down the pitch, collected in his follow-through. End of 10 overs, Australia. None for 45 for SEN Test cricket. Henley Holmes delivering affordability and tyre power, 25% off Kumho tyres.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of zip pay and zip money. You can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
As predicted by Peter Lawler, at spin for the first time in this Test match. Sajid Khan getting the first opportunity. Last week at Pindi, took 1 for 222. 1 wicket was that of David Warner, who he bowled just after a lunch break on that third day. Sajid Khan's played 6 Test matches, 19 wickets at 25.
That was a good test to miss if you're a bowler.
It was. I mean, bowling into the dirt.
I'm talking about.
Absolutely. Yeah. Ashton Agar said as much when we spoke to him a couple of days ago. Bowling with a slip and a short leg, Sajid. It's full and straight and driven. David Warner back to the bowler. Not many people in yet at Karachi, but there are some reasons for that. One, the obvious one, security getting into the ground. Incredibly tough to make it here by the first ball. A lot of checks as you approach as a punter. Sajid bowls and Warner plays from the crease. Bit of turn, pushing out to cover. Nicely bowled. He just took his spin, took his pace back a little bit on that. And the other factor is that, as we know, Pete, you stay up late in Karachi. We were at dinner with some colleagues from the area a couple of nights ago, and their advice is Sajid gets to the crease around the wicket. Warner goes back and plays off the back foot towards cover again, where the captain Baba is in position. You don't go to bed till 4 a.m. in Karachi if you're serious about life. You have your dinner at midnight, and therefore getting to a test match starting at 10 a.m. is, well, it's not happening. So we'll see more people in later today. Sajid bowls wide of the crease, Warner back, That's his first line of defence here going back to cover.
It's very difficult for the locals when they take us out because it's like taking the kids out for dinner. You know, you've got to get the early sitting and then we get a bit tired and want to go home and everyone's just starting to come out and sort of rub their eyes. We're not sort of in tune, are we, Adam?
Sajid bowls. Warner dances over the top of long off. He's given that everything. And it goes all the way for 6. Well, David Warner, after defending, going back throughout the over, says, no, let's go the other way. On the advance and brings up the Australian 50. None for 51. Warner moves to 24. They're building a fine foundation on this first morning, taking advantage of the conditions after winning the toss and batting.
Well, they are really moving along at a good clip here. It's early in the 11th over. None for 50. Batting with intent. We've seen most of the intent come from Khawaja. But David Warner's eyes have lit up at this spin. I saw him try and get forward to the ball previous and he pushed back.
Sajid Khan's son beaming off his scone. Bowls here and off the back foot. Warner punches at the backward point. No single there. The end of 11 overs. The big 6 coming from it. None for 51, Australia. For Henley Holmes delivering affordability and tyre power. 25% off Kumho tyres.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
My friend's gone down to help out and they've all been caught in this rip and they've been out there for a while and it jumped on either leg and I started to sort of paddle lateral to the rip because you never paddle against the riches, and then all of a sudden the chopper was flying over the top. Okay, we don't need to get in, we just need to bide our time before the skidoos arrive.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
Khawaja 26, Warner 24. Fahim Ashraf, his second over, running towards us from the university end, bowling to Khawaja. 2 slips and he drives out towards mid-off, no run. So a capacity here of 34,000. Not many in at the moment, but the biggest of the 3 venues we'll see across this series.
Yep, bowling from the university end, where I'm delighted to see an old-fashioned analogue scoreboard. How good is that?
And it's right above the sight screen as well, which is a little bit unusual. So the electronic scoreboard's over towards cow corner when Khawaja's on strike at this end. But yes, the hand-reel board. We saw one at Rawalpindi last week. A real pleasure. Ashraf to the crease, bowls to Khawaja, playing late with soft hands out towards the gully, where Fawad Alam does well, moving to his left. No single there. The hometown of Hanif Muhammad and Javed Miandad, 2 greats, maybe the 2 greatest Pakistani batsmen.
2 among what we're told 22 million people, but it's somewhere between about 16 million and 22 million, Adam, depending on who you ask.
Yeah, I think according to the census a couple of years ago it was 16 million, but our friends around Karachi are telling us it's bigger than Australia here. We've got a bigger population in our city than you have in your whole country. Might be a bit of mayonnaise on that.
It is a big population, but it doesn't feel that crowded, does it, or claustrophobic?
Fahim bowls to Khawaja, who leaves alone.
It's got a bit of space. It's a low-rise town. It's spread out. The traffic can back up a bit, but you get a hell of a lot worse in other Asian towns. Well, from our limited experience driving around.
Yeah, that might be because they had a chance to plan this city. I mean, only 400,000 people lived here at the time of partition in 1947, and since then they've actually had the chance to expand in a relatively controlled manner, thus why it doesn't feel like we're on top of each other.
Yes, well, people have been here since the Stone Age, but it was this East Indies company that really got this town up and running. And
Fahim bowls to Khawaja, who leaves again.
This is where the British decided to this was their entrance and exit point for their plunder.
Yes,
you know, they built the seaport here and went up the Indus Valley, taking the riches of this land back to their land.
Yeah, so we're right on the Arabian Sea, but we get the desert climate because we're not. So it's a very hot summer that's pretty much beginning now, the 6-month hot season, and 95% of their trade comes through that port to Pakistan.
That Tapaka Desert is to the south of us, which straddles either side of the boundary.
Fahim passes umpire Raza close to the stumps, and Khawaja has to play this one and finds a gap at mid-wicket, wide of the man at mid-on. None for 52, Khawaja 27, 1 ball left in this the 12th over after Australia won the toss and batted.
Again, Khawaja just absorbing the bowling and steering that into the gap between the 2 fielders, so didn't have to really get up a sweat running to the other end. Although it's easier to say that from there. It'll be pretty hot out. Pretty hot in the middle, I reckon. Adam?
Oh, yeah.
What are we heading for? 33, 34?
I saw one report saying it could get to 35, and they'll feel every one of those out in the middle, especially on a track that doesn't look like it has a lot for the bowlers. Not much as yet in any case. Last ball of Fahim's over the wicket. Pulling is Warner over the top of mid-on, or mid-wicket I should say, and into the boundary. Played it late, played it well. Trusted his swing. Warner gets another boundary. None for 56 at the end of the over. Warner overtakes Khawaja. They're 28 and 27 respectively. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes. Build with confidence. Henley.com.au.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of zip pay and zip money. You can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
David Warner loves batting against Pakistan, getting a replay of that previous shot. He gave it everything, and of course, in the previous over from our southern end, hit a big six over the head of Sajid Khan, who'll continue here with a slip and a short leg wide of the crease, and Khawaja goes back. But Warner, yes, 5 tons against Pakistan, including 4 in a row at one stage, which was broken last week at Pindi.
Averages over 100, but we've seen both batters get back on a pull shot to Fahim. Shows you how true this wicket is early anyway.
Sajid delivers here. Khawaja dancing as well. Doesn't get all of it. Indeed, it's a thick outside edge. Spitting away towards the electronic scoreboard at backward point. They get 2 and they're happy with 2, but that's the first false stroke we've really seen from Khawaja. He moves to 29 and overtakes Warner again. None for 58, but yes, he was trying to pop that straight. Ended up over the fielder at backward point.
Yeah, it's a little bit anything you can do, I can do better. And he's come up short there, Khawaja. He's tried to do what Warner did in the previous over and hit from the spinner and hit over the top. He hasn't got to the ball and it's turned on him. He was very lucky there.
There are some footmarks to aim for. He doesn't quite reach them here. Fraction 2 straight. Khawaja pushing into the man. Imam Al-Haq at short leg, no run.
Well, this time in the first test we were looking at the footmarks and announcing with confidence that the wicket would break up, and what a fool I turned out to be.
It did look that way for an hour or so. Sajid delivers, flights it up. Khawaja, that's better. There's a single down to long off where Shaheen Sharafridi is fielding. None for 59 the score.
Well, I saw Andrew McDonald this morning and he gestured to me that this is a really important toss. And it's gone really well for Australia to put themselves in and profit.
Yeah, especially 59. Especially when they think it's going to break up. Warner's turn again. That's a fraction short, but he steers it to backward point instead of going after it.
Yeah. He's playing with some confidence, getting back on that cut shot. And the ball that's aimed at the wicket was bowled by Sajid Khan, I think, in the first innings, wasn't he? Playing something similar in Pindi.
Yeah, that was the one that went straight on. Sajid to Warner. Goes forward and defends again towards short leg. The end of the 13th over. Australia are off to a flyer. They're none for 59 with Khawaja on 30. Warner on 28. SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. 25% off Kumo tyres.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
Premier Racing's Peter Zabiris spoke to us about the differences between drag racing and supercars.
You're used to a race lasting 3.89 seconds. How did you go with 300 kilometres?
It was different. I kept on saying to myself, can't these guys find the finish line? They just keep driving around.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
Adam Collins and Peter Lawler with you in Karachi, the National Stadium. Fahim Ashraf on the way from the university end. His third over. Bowls at Khawaja, who shuffles forward before defending out to mid-off. No run. This also was the original capital city of Pakistan after the nation was born in 1947 and had that extraordinary population surge, which we referred to before. Capital of the Sindh province these days.
Very fertile time, was it, Adam?
Yeah, I mean, you look at the demographics of what it was like before and what it's been like after, as far as the shift in population from India into Pakistan. It's a fascinating place. Wonderful speaking to a number of locals this week for the Test match. Fahim bowls here, and leaving alone outside the off stump is Khawaja through to the gloves of Rizwan.
He's trying to draw Khawaja forward a little bit. I'll be interested to see if he gets the carry. There's 2 slips now. They've moved a little bit further forward. But with Khawaja's got those soft hands, the old squash ball in the bottom glove. Isn't that the trick that Adam Gilchrist used ahead of that World Cup? Hold it like it's a dove.
He could do so here in Karachi, where there was that brilliant squash player who won all before him in the 80s and 90s. I think Bharat Sundaresan will know his name. Here is Ashraf bowling, and driving is Khawaja. Nearly flicks onto the stumps in his follow through. Yeah. Warner at the non-striker's end, but no concerns. It stays at none for 59. Jahangir Khan, Bharat tells us, he was the world champion squash player.
I was going to take a guess at Khan, but there's about 4 surnames in this area. It's a Khan or an Oha. Yeah, they loved squash here. They still love squash here. It's kind of withered a little bit in Australia, hasn't it? What was the guy's name, the Australian champion? Hunt, wasn't it?
You've got me there, Pete.
Yeah, well, me and my mates in Bendigo, we had a bit of a period there where we played squash up near the QEO.
Around the wicket now, Fahim changing angles, bowling to Khawaja, pulling beautifully through mid-wicket. That's just about the shot of the morning. Into position early, and sure it was there to be hit. But with style, Khawaja strikes his 6th boundary. He advances to 34, and Australia are none for 63.
Very poor bowling by Fahim. 3 times he's dropped short and allowed the Australians to rock back and pull him in front of square. And that one is absolutely the best of them. That's the most in front of square. Seeing that ball well. He's taken it from well outside off as well, hasn't he?
So 9 fours and a 6 inside the first hour of play. Pakistan seamers haven't been delivering. Fahim staying with 2 slips in a gully. Passes umpire Raza, wider of the crease, bowls to Khawaja, forward defending out to cover.
Yeah. Minimum effort, just drops the bat on the ball, very confident. You can hit here through the effects mic, right in the middle of the bat.
I think your point from before that the Khawaja's in the form of his life is absolutely spot on. I mean, twin sons at Sydney to return, and yes, a double failure at Hobart, but they were very tough and seeming conditions where anyone could have a ball with their name on it.
Yeah, in a great place in his life too, Adam. He's 35, he's captain of Queensland, he's mature, he doesn't feel like he has to impress anybody.
So last ball before drinks, Fahim to the crease, bowls to Khawaja, who again defends with those soft hands to which you refer, Pete. It's the end of 14 overs, none for 63 as drinks are taken out to the middle. Khawaja 34, Warner on 28. After the break, Geoff Lemon will replace me. SEN Test Cricket. The Henley Homes, build with confidence, henley.com.au.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
There's one wheel that affects the performance of all the other wheels on your car, the steering wheel. And if your steering is out of alignment, it affects handling and vehicle stability. Poor steering alignment also causes rapid and uneven tyre wear. If you feel your vehicle pulling in one direction on a straight road, head to your nearest Tyre Power store and get your alignment checked and adjusted as soon as possible.
Get the power!
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
Having out-of-balance tyres causes uneven tread wear and an uncomfortable ride. You'll also cop excess wear on your suspension and other parts of your vehicle. If you experience severe vibration while driving, especially highway speeds, get your tyres dynamically balanced at your local Tyre Power store straight away.
Get the power of expert advice. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power.
There's the power!
You are listening to SEN Test Cricket. If you're just joining us, hello and welcome. Geoff Lemon and Peter Lalor with you. Australia won the toss this morning and elected to bat, so that's one thing that's gone right for them. Another thing is that this opening stand between David Warner and Usman Khawaja is ongoing. They've faced 14 overs, they've made 63 runs. Warner 28, Khawaja 34. Warner's been up and down. He's looked a bit patchy. He's had some streaky shots. He's played some aggressive ones out of the middle as well. Usman Khawaja's looked silky smooth. And Peter, you were saying just before the break that this could be partly to do with the fact that the rest of his life is pretty settled now.
That's right. Yeah. Well, he's got a wife, he's got a child, he's got another child. coming along. Those sort of things put cricket in perspective. Being in or out of the team is not the biggest deal. All cricketers tend to have that little shift in attitude when they have a family. It's wonderful to see. And he's got a good attitude to it. It's not right to say that he could take it or leave it, but it's not the most important thing to him playing Test cricket or not. And he's really developed his game. He's adorned his game with all... he's got strokes to all parts of the ground. We were saying earlier, difficult to captain, and particularly when the bowling is a little ragged. He can get on the foot and drive, as we've seen with 2 shots. His pull shot is fantastic. He's got the reverse sweep now, and he can run the ball down better than anybody, and the clip off the pad. So he's a complete cricketer, Usman Khawaja, and we'll go back to it. He and David Warner have been friends for longer than you and I have, Geoff. They go back to about the time they were 11 or 12, and there is a real bond between those two, which I love. So Usman treat Khawaja, it's a real honour to watch him at the moment, and don't miss this. This is a lad in the prime of his life at 35.
Well, he's going to be facing Sajid Khan, the spinner. Will be operating from our broadcast end of the ground.
If he gets out now.
Yes.
It's not my fault.
Well, he's at the non-strikers end, so if he gets out, something interesting will have happened. There might be a talking point for the rest of the day.
Yep. Warner batting at the university end.
Yes. He's got a slip and a short leg, Warner. Sajid Khan coming around the wicket, dropping short. Warner punching out to deep cover for a single. And now Khawaja will be on strike. It's 64 this opening stand.
Warner uses all of his crease, doesn't he, to Sajid Khan? He rocks back and he trusts himself to cut off the stumps. And he came undone in Pindi on that shot.
Eventually, but he scored a lot from it as well. Here comes Sajid Khan to Khawaja, who's backing away and playing with a straight bat out towards cover.
Gee, that's low and slow, that, isn't it? You know, in Pindi we were getting bounce and turn, and I'm going to make way for the great man. Here he comes, Waqar Younis. Once I untangle myself from this cord.
Thank you, Peter Lawler. Here comes Sajid Khan. The bat and pad close together as Khawaja leans forward and defends that back down the pitch to the spinner. As the birds circle overhead. A couple getting very close. They are some sort of raptor with the fronded wings, as Pete said. Sajid Khan, a little round army as he comes around the wicket. The off spinner, and it's just turned away directly to mid-wicket. There's no run. And we're welcoming to the coverage for the first time today, Waqar Younis. Lovely to have you with us.
Good morning. Lovely to be part of
Here's Sajid Khan, defended back down the pitch.
Yeah, it's been a good morning for the Australians. First winning the toss, and then, of course, batting first and batting really well, and batting with purpose, a very meaningful batting, very aggressive at times.
Sajid Khan finishes off the over. The full ball whipped away just to the left of mid-on. They'll get through a single. So as the over comes to an end, 15 overs bowled. It is none for 65. Warner on 29, Khawaja on 35. You're on SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Their buying power puts the power in your lane. We'll be back in just a second.
It's season 6 of the NAB AFL Women's Competition, and the 2022 AFLW Record Season Guide is a must-have. It includes stats and records since the comp began in 2017, details of all 14 clubs, team lists and fixtures, plus analysis of the season ahead. Can the Brisbane Lions defend their 2021 title, or will Melbourne replicate the success of their AFL team? The 2022 AFLW Record Season Guide. Digital edition available via sen.com.au and the SEN app, thanks to 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
SEN Test Cricket with Geoff Lemon and Waqar Younis. Very lucky to have the great Pakistan fast bowler joining us as we're watching a bit of quickish bowling from Fahim Ashraf around the wicket to Khawaja, who defends. Waqar, what did you make of the opening bowling partnership, Hassan Ali and Shaheen Shah Afridi? It was quite eventful. It wasn't necessarily controlled.
No, even in the previous match, Pakistan were expensive with the new ball, and that not only the Pakistani bowlers bowled poorly, it was just that aggressive nature of the Australian openers. They play in certain ways. If the ball is there to be hit, they will go after it, and that's why the runs are coming quite nicely, quite easily. And Pakistani bowlers got to stick to their their plans. You've got to hit those off stump, just fourth stump channel.
Fahim bowls to Khawaja, who drives back to the bowler on the mats.
I thought the new ball, Shaheen bowled quite nicely, but that, unfortunately the ball didn't carry a couple of times to the slip. It could have picked up 1 or 2 wickets, would have been a different ball altogether. But that period has been nicely survived by the Australian 2 openers, and then now things are quite comfortable, quite easy.
There was a couple of quickish bounces in there as well. David Warner was hit a couple of times. It was lively for a little while.
I don't think the Pakistani bowlers have bowled short deliveries, enough.
Fahim bowls to Khawaja, who defends to cover, no run.
They're heavily relying on the line and length, but I always feel, when you're playing on this sort of surface where there is not, that much bounce, the bouncer becomes more harder delivery to face as a batsman, and I wouldn't say that it'll be a difficult time out there. It's a left and right hand combination. Batsmen out there is difficult for them. But the 2 left-handers, so you should be able to maintain that line and length, which brings you wickets. Couple of maiden overs is crucial for Pakistan.
Fahim around the wicket, right arm medium, left alone by Khawaja outside the off stump.
He's bowling his 4th over for him, and he's pretty decent. Couple of boundaries hit, couple of short deliveries, but then once he finds his line, he's quite there and about, and he's quite nice. He's asking questions most of the time.
Shaheen Shah Afridi has been so impressive for me. The beginning here and also in Pindi when it was very flat. Even there, he was able to beat the bat sometimes, to create some sense of menace or threat where no other bowler was able to really look dangerous at any point. He's able to find a way. Fahim bowls to Khawaja, who won't score, pushed out the point.
Yeah, Shaheen is a kind of character that every time you give him a ball, he will bowl his heart out, he will run hard, he will bowl those lines and lengths, and he'll be aggressive. That is why sometimes he gets a little bit more expensive, because he over tries it at times. He's only 22, he's very young, he's got plenty of time in his hand. I think once he'll learn more with his height, left arm seam, with the kind of swing he gets, he will be a lot more successful once he gets more experience.
Fahim bowls to Khawaja, who comes forward and defends stoutly and sensibly down to mid-off. So they've had a flurry of a start, but they've bunkered down a bit in the last couple of overs. Australia, none for 69 after winning the toss and choosing to bat. David Warner on 29, Usman Khawaja on 35, and you're on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Build with confidence, henley.com.au.
Queensland is the place to race. On a weekly basis, there's almost 30 meetings across the Sunshine State, so whether it's racing, pacing or chasing, Queensland has it all. Giddy up and find the latest news, horse, jockey and trainer profiles, race replays, black bookers, expert tips and form analysis. Plus, you can find all the info you need to plan your fun at all the major race days and events. Visit racingqueensland.com.au, where Queensland is racing.
SEN Test Cricket, Sajid Khan starting a new over, and he's trying to skid one through David Warner, who backed away outside the off stump. That's how he got out in Royal Pindi.
Yeah, this time what he was doing, he was looking to defend it rather than sort of moving away and trying to push it through the cover. And he's learned from the previous game. He's probably not going to look to cut him anymore.
Little inside edge saved him there, kept it away from the stumps. He defends the next one out of the middle of the bat, but both Warner and Khawaja have tried to play the spinner from outside their leg stump a lot.
Yeah, they sort of rely on their hands more than anything else. Gone those days when the
Sajid bowls to Warner, who turns one away behind square leg. Will get through for a single, wants a second. Khawaja doesn't. They'll stay with one. It's not for 66.
Gone those days when when you teach youngsters, the textbook style, elbow high. Now these young batsmen or the modern batsmen, they have their own techniques and they back their hands and hand-eye coordination, and especially rely on their eye. They can still manage the delivery on the back foot, which they're supposed to be playing on the front foot.
Sajid has Khawaja coming down the pitch, hitting high down the ground, and that has gone for 6. It's landed amongst the cameramen down at long off, and Shaheen Shah Afridi was tracking back, hoping to get under that ball. It wasn't completely out of the middle. It went higher than it did long, and it's just carried the rope down there, and Shaheen couldn't track it back. So Khawaja attacking, but it nearly brought him under.
Yeah, that's a brave shot, especially the ball going away from the left-hander. Earlier we saw in the over or two ago, then he tried to do the same and he missed it, and he got the edge and was saved.
He drives the next ball along the ground this time, back past the bowler, who slaps the ground with his palm. He's annoyed at letting that ball through for the single. He might be annoyed about the 6 as well. It's none for 73. Khawaja's on to 42. Warner's on 30. He's got the strike with 1 ball to come.
Yeah, that was a wonderful shot. We just saw a couple of deliveries ago, running down the pitch and making sure that he gets the pitch of the ball and hitting it over mid-off. Mid-off has been pushed back a little bit.
Just hanging halfway back to the fence now, and Warner goes the same route, and he'll hit it for 6 this time into the LED fence. Well, that one didn't hang in the air. That one went flat and hard, and they're on to number 79.
Look, it's not going to make much difference where mid-off is. Is it in the circle or is it back? Because once he hits it, it goes a long way. And they're both ready to take the off-spinner on and try to go big.
So are they just trying to hit him out of the attack at this stage? As the over comes to an end, it is none for 79. David Warner has 36. Khawaja has 42. Do you think this is a tactical ploy, or is it just seeing the ball and deciding that's the one?
I think it's seeing the ball, hitting the ball. Both these left-handers, they're so used to playing shorter version also. Khawaja, I remember a few years back, he was one of the best T20 players, and they both likes to get on, likes to play their shots, and likes to score quickly. I mean, David Warner sitting on 36 or 46, and that's a good rate. That's a very good rate. Khawaja sitting on 42 or 57. You know, that's putting pressure back onto the Pakistani bowlers.
So a new over about to get underway. It will be Fahim Ashraf coming in, bowling right arm around the wicket. Khawaja defends into the gully.
What surprised me the most this morning was leaving out Naseem Shah. Because in my opinion, what I saw in Pindi, I thought he was bowling nicely and he was getting into his rhythm. The old Naseem Shah we were seeing, and dropping him and bringing Hassan Ali, who has done wonderfully well in the last a year or so, picked up heaps of wicket for Pakistan, but hasn't played any longer version, hasn't played any 4-day, 5-day cricket for a while now, just coming out of T20.
Fahim bowls to Khawaja, who drives off his toes, wide of mid-on. It gets through mid-on. Shaheen makes a fumble as he tries to slide down and stop that ball, and in the end he gives up an extra run. So Khawaja gets back to the second. They're none for 81. Khawaja 44.
I can totally understand bringing in Fahim Ashraf, because he's not going to do a bulk of a work, but from your fast bowler you expect to bowl 20 overs, 22 overs a day.
Yeah.
Which I'm not sure. I hope he'll be able to do it. He's also coming out of injury, Hassan Ali, and playing such an important game. A tough time to come into in the test match and in this heat.
Hard to hit the ground running. Fahim Ashraf is doing that, bowling just back of a length to Khawaja this time. It defends back to the bowler. So it's a big ask for him to say, come into a test match straight away and hit test match standard. And we saw from his first spell, his accuracy wasn't there.
No, it wasn't. I mean, the same mistake was made by Australia in the Rawalpindi test match, bringing in Hazelwood just purely on the track record, what he has done. Yes, I understand, respect that, a lot of respect, but you got to see who's doing the job at that particular time. If he's not doing the job or someone else is doing a great job, just keep him.
Here comes Fahim, back of a length, a little further back, and Khawaja's able to help that around the corner off the rib cage length down towards fine leg and get through for a single. So, Waqar, you know this ground well. You made your test debut here. You know Karachi backwards. What can we expect over the next few days? What will happen in the middle? How does it tend to play here?
Look, first inning is very important. As we all know, that Test match cricket, if you get big total in the first inning, it becomes very hard for the teams to bounce back from.
Here comes Fahim to Warner, who's defending out towards cover. No run.
Pakistan's biggest opportunity was a new ball. If they could have gotten a couple of wickets, things would have been maybe a little bit different. Now, because they haven't got any wickets, and both these batters, they're looking really good, and they're not sparing anything. They're making sure that they're putting pressure back on the bowlers. Pakistan on the back foot now. They have to really, look to take wickets. And also make sure that you bowl good overs. You can't just keep attacking every ball and hoping that wicket will fall.
Here's Fahim Ashraf. He's getting the edge and the wicket falls.
As I speak.
Waqar Younis has called it. He knows exactly how this ground plays. Down to the delivery. And Warner has edged behind. The catch is taken. And Australia's first wicket falls with 82 on the board. That's the opening partnership from the last ball of the 18th over. You're on SEN Test Cricket. Australia 1 for 82 as David Warner falls for 36. Usman Khawajas on 45. And this broadcast is brought to you by Tyre Power. Their buying power puts the power in your lane.
Tyre Power's store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of big brands like Kumho tyres. Right now at Tyre Power, you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Plus many more super savings store-wide at Tyre Power. CanStar Blues Customer Satisfaction Award winner again. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Adam Collins joining Waqar Younis on SEN Test Cricket. And at last, Pakistan have got the show underway. They were asked to field first, and Fahim Ashraf copped a bit of tap initially, but he's fought back well, and you called it splendidly, Waqar Younis, through to the gloves of Rizwan. Warner gone. The first wicket to fall with the score on 82.
Look, you've got to really hit the deck hard and make sure that you bowl in that region on a regular basis. Don't give them easy runs, which I thought Pakistani bowlers did. Gave them easy pickings, and Fahim Ashraf sort of controlling things right now, and that last delivery when he picked up Warner's wicket was just a perfect delivery, going around the wicket, just bowling that 4th stump channel, and the ball kind of kicked a little bit extra bounce, and Warner just hung his bat out and got the edge, and beautifully taken by Mohammad Rizwan.
So Warner gone for 36 from 48 deliveries. A couple of sixes along the way. Really looked to transfer pressure onto the Pakistani bowlers in this heat. But now, against the flow of play, Warner falls. A partnership of 82 comes to an end, and Marnus Labuschagne, the man walking out to the middle, having made 90 last week at Pindi. It was the end of the 18th over, so it'll be over to Noman Ali for the first time in this match. Noman, who picked up 6 wickets in the first innings, in the only innings for Australia, 6 for 107 at Pindi, replacing Sajid Khan, and he'll be initially at least bowling at Khawaja, who's there on 45 from 61 balls. So 2 catching men, a slip and a short leg, and a man out at deep backward square, away from our southern end. Noman delivers here. Warner forward, but a little bit of grip there, and the crowd are very much involved now, Waqar.
Yeah, I don't know, Adam. Did you go in the middle to see the pitch this morning?
We didn't get out to the middle. We don't have those kind of privileges, not working on television. But I'm going to come back to your pitch inspection in a moment. Noman passes umpire Aleem Dar over the wicket, left arm orthodox spin to Khawaja down the leg side, 4 byes. Well, that's done enough to beat the gloves of Rizwan, which is no mean feat. One of the best glovemen in the world. 1 for 86 becomes the score. 4 byes signalled here.
Yes, it's gone for 4, but Noman's eyes tells the story. He's happy with that, actually, because that one spun sharply. Not only spun sharply, actually bounced. So that might be handy against the right-hander. So he was straight away to Rizwan. He just said, okay, we've just given away 5 runs, but that ball what I saw is a lot of spin there for me.
Some footmarks to aim at already. Noman bowls and Khawaja drives down to long on. An easy single there. He's 46, 1 for 87, Australia.
So the pitch, Adam, is in the middle. There is a little bit of grass where we saw just earlier that the ball seemed away from David Warner. It was an excellent delivery. Couldn't do anything about it. But as you come closer to the crease, more like the batting crease, and around that there is no grass. There are a lot more cracks. And there is a lot more dryness in that region rather than the middle of the pitch. So no grass at all, especially close to the bat. So those cracks, I'm not sure if they're going to play a big part right now, but they will play a big role once we get into day 3, day 4, day 5.
Yeah, it looked as though that grass was superficial when it was presented to us a couple of days ago, right in the middle of the pitch. Down the business end, there's not much to speak of, and Labuschagne here facing his first delivery. Noman around the wicket through the umpire, delivers here, 2 catching men. It's well forward, Labuschagne in defence, no concerns there.
That's what you're going to get from Noman. He's really high from the previous performance from Rawalpindi, where he picked up 6 for, and his track record here also. He's picked up 7 wickets in a game over here against South Africa also.
Noman bowls and Labuschagne drives, knows the call towards mid-off. Yeah, he picked up 5 for 35 here last year on his Test debut.
Yeah, and also he picked up 2 in one of the second innings, first inning, I think. So he picked up 7 in that game. So he knows this pitch really well. He's very seasoned. He's played a lot of first-class cricket. The track record is great.
So last ball of Noman Ali's first over. He's got a short leg, Imam Al-Haq, and the captain Barbers at slip. He delivers here close to the stumps, and Labuschagne's well forward again. Good start from the Queenslander, finding the middle of his bat. 19 overs gone on SEN Test cricket for tyre power. Their buying power puts the power in your lane, with Labuschagne yet to score. Khawaja 46, the score 1 for 87.
At Kennards Hire, we only hire people who've taken the Ken Oath. By taking it, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath, it's a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage. The Ken Oath means you'll never miss smoko or beer o'clock. So if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
Kennards make your job easy.
Collins with Waqar Younis at the ground where he made his Test debut back in 1989 and enjoys so much success over a long stretch of time. Observing the work of Usman Khawaja, who's already struck 6 boundaries and a 6 on the way to 46 from just 64 balls. He's in tremendous nick, and thus the field is spread. 2 out on the leg side, a deep backward square and a fine leg. Just 1 catching man at slip and a ring in front of the wicket. Bowling here, new over, Fahim to Khawaja, who drives out to mid-off, no single. Again, finding the middle of the bat. Couldn't be going any better.
Yeah, Khawaja is in great nick, batted superbly in Rawalpindi also. I still remember the 100 he got Dubai against us to draw the game. It was a tough pitch. It was not easy, and he played such a good defensive game in that particular match, and took the game away from Pakistanis. We looked like winning that game, and he just played so well.
Fahim around the wicket to Khawaja, who defends again out towards mid-off. He's into his 6th over now, the one man to have a wicket so far, that of David Warner.
That's a good line where Fahim is bowling right now, going around the wicket to Usman Khawaja and making sure that he bowls the same length where he bowled to David Warner, just outside the off stump. Don't come close to the stumps, because sometimes you just get carried away thinking that, I'm going to hit the stumps. Usman Khawaja is so good on the onside, so you come close to the stumps, that's what he's waiting for. He'll clip you through that mid-wicket region.
Fahim to Khawaja, again picking out, well, this time cover, but in the same offside direction. Looking to get on the front foot and score. No run.
Adam, I feel that this pitch is kind of pitch that of course we're going to get results on that if it won't rain. But if the ball is there, you're going to start scoring runs. You cannot really get bogged down, because scoring runs is going to be key here. You've got to keep putting the bowling line up under pressure. If you just get bogged down and keep just batting, you're going to lose wickets 1 or 2 quickly.
Fahim delivers to Khawaja, who defends.
And that will be the problem. In Pindi, a new batsman can come and sort of hang around, and it will be difficult to get his wicket. But over here, there's every chance that you will lose 1 or 2 or maybe 3 wickets on the trot. And then you can really go behind the game. So it is important the way Australians played the first start. Just keep playing that way. If it is there, which Pakistan do present bad balls, so just make sure that you get runs off it.
Yeah, Pat Cummins said as much at the toss. They've got to bat big here, getting first opportunity on this pitch. Fahim around the wicket to Khawaja. Soft hands through the gully, gets himself another boundary off the outside portion of the bat, but deflected it with those soft hands again. Then doing so brings up another Test half-century. Back-to-back 50s in the series. Fell 3 runs short of a ton at Rawalpindi, and he's halfway towards that milestone here already in just 90 minutes in the middle. He's faced 69 deliveries, 7 boundaries and a 6. Just a gentle wave of the bat towards his teammates. He wants a long day in the middle at Karachi.
Which he always does, actually. That's a worrying sign for Pakistan. He played superbly well. The strike rate 72 plus. That is quality.
Last ball from Fahim to Khawaja. Again finding mid-off with that drive. He's batting beautifully. The end of 20 overs, 1 for 91. The score. We'll say goodbye to Waqar Younis and catch up with him after lunch. We'll ask him why he took so many wickets here at Karachi. Time will allow for that, I'm sure. So Khawaja an even 50 from 70 balls. Labuschagne yet to score from 3 deliveries. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes and for Tyre Power. And I'll have the chance and the privilege to welcome into the summariser position for the first time in this match and indeed this series, Bharat Sundaresan. Bharat, you made it to the country, straight down to the cricket, which is your home away from home.
Hello, Colin. Hello, everybody. It's taken its own sweet time, but already in this first session, Colin, we've seen that I missed the right Test match. This just feels like a classic subcontinental Test win. You just get a feeling that things are going to move very quickly. And Usman Khawaja has played the perfect subcontinental openers innings, where he's put every bad ball away. He's scoring at a fair clip because he realizes this pitch is not going to stay even half as true as it is right now for too long.
Yeah, the comparison to Pune was impossible to ignore before the Test started. 2017 Test match that ended in 3 days. Now, I'm not forecasting that necessarily, but just the complexion of it and the way the Australians prepared on the practice wickets as Noman starts his second over in at Labuschagne, yet to score, through the umpire, around the wicket, defended into the onside, no run. Indeed, you saw Smith and Warner digging up the practice pitches.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they tried everything they could to just rough it up. And picking off that 2017 series, the last time Australia came to the subcontinent, there was a mention of the Bangalore Test, and we'll come to that.
Norman tweaking from left arm around the wicket at Labuschagne, who's defending into the offside on this occasion, no silly point.
And I think it was David Warner who said, this feels a lot like Bangalore, just looking at the pitch. And we heard Simon Katich talk about the square and also the feel of the National Stadium being very similar to the Chinnaswamy.
Yeah, 2 mighty old stadiums. Khawaja, according to television's middle, 75% of balls he's faced. It's Labuschagne here defending into the onside, collected by the short leg Imam Al-Haq, no run.
And another similarity between the National Stadium and the Karachi and the Chinnaswamy Stadium, Kolo, you see the birds of prey, the kites. There's a meat market not too far away from the Chinnaswamy. So throughout the day, just like we are here, you'll always see these birds of prey in the air.
Yes, there were plenty around in the warm-up days. Norman bowling to Labuschagne, who again is able to get a long way down the track before greeting the ball with the middle of his blade. Solid in defence. We watched him bat for a couple of hours yesterday, Labuschagne. The optional training session. He was the only member of Australia's top 5 to come. Had a long 2-hour nap. Just about every delivery defended. Noman to Australia's number 3, Labuschagne, who can't quite beat Imam on the flick. Does well moving to his right.
Yeah, no surprises that Manus wanted to make the most of every opportunity he could get. to get a hit out. He has been trying different things in the nets as well. We'll discuss it hopefully as this innings progresses.
Last ball of no man's over. Left arm around. Labuschagne on the drive to mid-off. Takes a quick single. He's direct hit. A direct hit from mid-off, and they think they've got him. It's Sajid Khan, who had 2 stumps to aim at on the angle, and they're going upstairs. Labuschagne took the quick single to mid-off. He was galloping to the danger end. But any time there's a direct hit, it's going to be close. Is it 2 quick wickets? Has Labuschagne run himself out? Bharat Sundaresan. Well, let's have a look at this first replay.
Yep, was Manas's call.
Watching it here, the throw comes in. Labuschagne. Oh, it's close.
Oh, that might be out.
It's extremely close. He looks out on the first replay. He looks a couple of inches short. They'll have to toggle a couple of times to make sure of it.
And the Pakistanis seem very convinced. They already started semi-celebrating in the middle, and Manas doesn't look very confident for a change.
Well, all that preparation for this test match here at the Karachi National Stadium might count for nothing with Labuschagne taking on Sajid Khan. And that second replay is conclusive. That'll be an easy decision for Rashid Riaz to make. The red light will come on. Labuschagne will be run out for a duck. This is a test match moving quickly. It's formalised here. Outs on the big electronic screen. Australia 2 for 91 and 2 quick wickets for Pakistan.
Yeah, things happen quickly, didn't I say, Colo? In this part of the world, especially in these conditions, but on this occasion, Manas has, you'd say, gifted his wicket, but the single was on. He called early, he ran for it. Maybe he didn't realize how well he'd hit the ball. Went really quickly to Sajid Khan. Like you said, he had 2 stumps to aim, and he struck, and it's fallen agonizingly short. It's 1 frame between him being safe and him being rolled out, run out, and you can see he's very dejected as he walks back in our direction. We are sitting right above the dressing room.
And not great news for listeners who are joining us in Queensland, as they have in Sydney and on the Gold Coast, just as that wicket fell. That's Manas Labuschagne's first duck since his first innings in Test cricket at Dubai back in 2018. And to come in those circumstances, he did everything right in preparation. He was watching Test matches here on YouTube from years gone by. We heard him talking on social media a couple of days ago about that. And all that long netting, and he looked good in defence, but an injudicious call taking on Sajid Khan. The off-spinner hasn't looked too good in the field across the Test match at Rawalpindi, but in one svelte movement, collected and had a ping and got it spot on. That's why they do so much training. That's why they do so much work on their fielding.
Yeah, and just looking at Sajid Khan, he's not always the fleetest member of this fielding unit. But again, I think it's just a case of Manas timing the ball much better than what maybe he wanted to or what he realized he had. Called immediately, ran immediately. But yeah, full credit to Sajid Khan, and runouts just hasten things even more.
So Steve Smith walks out in his 84th Test match. His batting average snuck above 60 with his half century at Pindi last week. Out for 78. There's about 22 minutes until lunch. Hassan Ali brought back into the attack from the university end. Bowling here at Smith. His first ball on leg stump. Defender back down the pitch. No concerns there. So wickets falling at 82 and 91. Warner and Labuschagne respectively. But the second, an unforced error.
Unforced error, but again, opportunity created by Sajid Khan. If you look at the replay there, he charged at the ball, picked up and just threw. He didn't waste a single second. 2 slips in the gully. Hassan Ali to Smith on leg stump again. Can he find the gap at mid-on? Not quite. Diving away to his right. Is it that man Sajid Khan again? No, it's Azhar Ali out there. The crowd were most supportive of his work in any case. So Hassan Ali had 25 runs taken from his first spell from the university end.
Just 4 overs with the new ball. Bit wayward, but a job to do here, especially at Smith early on.
Yeah, a little rusty. He bowled on both days leading up to the Test, bowled a lot. You could see that he wanted to get those miles under his feet, but he will like the fact that there's a right-hander out there in the middle.
Smith enjoys batting in Asia, averages 50 in this continent. On strike here, defending after shuffling across his stumps out towards mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, and Steve Smith surprisingly didn't show up yesterday for practice, but one thing I did notice when he was batting in the nets 2 days back, followers started opening himself a lot more. You could see that on that delivery. It's like he's almost front on when he faces the ball.
So it's last ball of this Hassan Ali over. Couple of slips in the gully. The catching men bowls here, and Smith towards mid-wicket again, can't find the gap, so absorbs a maiden. Correction, he doesn't. 1 ball to come in the over. Our scoreboard was ticking over to 21.5. I did wonder why it was seemingly ahead of the curve. In fact, there's 2 balls to go.
Yeah.
I'll trust my gut rather than the screen in front of us. Hassan Ali up in the low 130s as far as speed is concerned, kilometres an hour. 4 men on the leg side, including a catching mid-wicket, about 12 metres from the bat. Hassan to the crease, and Smith defends straight to that man in close on the onside.
Yeah, so one of cricket's great comeback stories in recent years, Hassan Ali. Starry performer up to around 2017. And then just lost his way, injury. Reading this lovely piece on Crick Buzz last year. And yeah, I'm sure we'll have enough time to talk about Hassan Ali as this Test match progresses.
The time will come to drift, Bharat, I'm sure. Last ball of Hassan's over, pushed out towards mid-on. There'll be a change in commentary with Geoff Lemon replacing me. Australia 2 for 91, Smith yet to score. Khawajas 50, SEN Test cricket for tyre power. Their buying power puts the power in your lane.
Tyre Power's store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of big brands like Kumho tyres. Right now at Tyre Power, you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Plus many more super savings store-wide at Tyre Power. Cairnstar Blues Customer Satisfaction Award winner again. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
SEN Test cricket from the National Stadium in Karachi. And this game has heated up a little. Bharat Sundaresan alongside me. A couple of quick wickets. The crowd getting bigger and getting more vocal.
Hello, Jeffrey.
Hello. Nice to be with you.
Yeah.
On a very warm, late morning in Pakistan. Nouman Ali, the left-arm spinner, is bowling over the wicket to Khawaja, who's reaching outside the off stump and driving a single square of the wicket. We'll take the score on to 2 for 92. Khawaja's got 51. Steve Smith yet to score.
Not late morning for the Karachiites, as we've learned, Jeff.
Very early morning.
Very, it's not even morning yet. A lot of people say they won't wake up before 1.
Yeah.
So not even close to noon now. So
I fully approve of that. We were in the cab at 7:30 this morning, and I was not too pleased about that. So some of us are built differently. Nouman Ali comes around the wicket to the right-handed Smith, who's definitely built differently in almost every way. He drives down to mid-off, and there's no run.
Let's be honest, 7:35.
7:35.
Let's not kid ourselves, but yeah. It's a fascinating part of Test cricket in the subcontinent.
Well, it's remarkable how quickly things can change. Nouman Ali to Smith, who's just splicing it back towards the bowler. It drops short. They were excited for a minute there. Smith took a half step down the wicket and was still a bit surprised by that ball. It just jumped at him a bit, came off the sticker.
A few deliveries from this end that have stuck to the surface, have stopped.
Here comes Nouman. Between umpire and stumps, floats the ball up towards Smith's boot, and the Australian former skipper defends it back down towards the bowler. So he's an interesting operator, Nouman Ali. He's in that long tradition of Pakistani spinners closer to the end of their careers than the start. by the time they get a run at Test level. He bowls around the wicket to Smith, who's defending capably out towards cover. One ball to come in the over.
It's an interesting story as well, Noman Ali. Spent a lot of time in the wilderness. 6-7 years, couldn't even break into the first-class side. A sudden rise in the last few years.
Can bat as well, quite usefully. He bowls around the wicket. Smith gets an outside edge along the ground safely enough. It runs away behind point, and he'll come through for a single. So Smith has got off the mark. He's faced 11 balls to make 1. He batted nicely in the previous Test match on a very comfortable batting deck, and he'll have a slightly harder task ahead of him here. The score is 93-4-2 on SEN Test cricket.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely, and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Hassan Ali starting a new over from the far end of the ground, and it's being defended back down the pitch by Smith. He'll take his time here, you would imagine. Steve Smith, we've got about 15 minutes to the lunch break, so job number 1, Bharat, will be to get through to the break and make sure that they can start again only 2 down.
Oh, very much so. But having said that, Geoff, you get a pitch like this, conditions like this in the subcontinent, it's also important that you keep focusing on every delivery. Don't look too far ahead, even if it is just, counting down those 15 minutes to the end of the session. This is actually a danger period. This is where wickets fall. Just before a session, just after a session, it's so very important that, yes, do that. Waste a little bit of time. Call Usman Khawaja over, even if there are 15 minutes left of the lunch break.
And this is Steve Smith forward thinking. Instead of trying to waste time with 2 minutes to go, waste time now, and then you don't have to do it at the other end, you see. If you can wipe 20 seconds off the clock in each minute of the next 15, then happy days. Here comes Hassan Ali. Wayward in his first spell. Brisk, bustling, right arm over on leg stump, and Smith with an open stance flicks it away to square leg for a single. Doubles his score. He's got 2. Australia 2 for 94. Khawaja back on strike.
You saw a lot more of him in Rawalpindi than I did, Geoff, but I'm pretty sure he wasn't opening himself up so much. But he was working on something with Michael Divinito, who we do know he trusts a lot. It looked very funky during the practice session, where his left leg was ending up well outside leg stump almost.
Well, that's how he played that ball. And it's interesting, he wasn't doing it facing a spinner, he was doing it facing a quick bowler. So
yeah, only for the seamers, yeah.
I wonder what he thought he was fixing. He has tinkered before, most notably his sort of off-stump guard stepping across is what he started to do with great success 5 or 6 years ago. Hassan Ali round the wicket to the left-hander, who just defends the ball back down to the bowler, picks it up casually in his follow-through. So that was Smith's method to stop edging the ball outside off-stump, because he was so confident of playing the ball off his pads, and he was almost undismissible in that way for 5 years or so. He has started to get hit on the pads a little more in recent times.
Indeed, I mean, you get bowlers to target his pads and keep tucking them away, flicking them away.
Made thousands of runs in that method. Khawaja gets width, comes forward and drives straight out to point, and there'll be no run. So just the one slip remaining for Khawaja.
You see the scoreboard and you think, well, it's just been 23 overs bowled so far, but then you look at the abrasive surface of the square in the middle here at the National Stadium, and I think it's already time where we start looking out for maybe little traces of reverse swing.
Okay. Well, yeah, we've talked about reverse swing a lot in the last few years. Hassan Ali bowling to Khawaja, who looks for a run off his pads but won't get it, stopped at square leg. And we've talked about sandpaper in Australia before, perhaps enough, But this entire centre wicket square looks like sandbag. All of the practice pitches, it's scruffy, it's rough, there's not much grass there, it looks so abrasive. You definitely wouldn't want to be diving to stop the ball on this. You'd come up with one fewer limb than when you started.
No, absolutely right, yeah. There's also another interesting thing I noticed at the far end of the ground near the boundary. We'll talk about it maybe in the next over.
Hassan Ali comes into Khawaja, who leaves outside the off stump. There is no run. So the 24th over comes to an end. Usman Khawaja on 51, Stephen Smith on 2. The score is 2 for 94 Australia after winning the toss this morning and electing to bat. They're going okay.
For ultimate tyre safety this season, go and see Tyre Power during their store-wide super sale now on. Your #1 destination on Google Maps for safety, Tyre Power is ready to help your family drive safe on the roads. Next road trip, make Tyre Power your first stop and find out why Tyre Power is Australia's best. During the store-wide super sale on now, buy 3, get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger and SUV tyres. Each Tyre Power is 100% independent and locally owned. Find your Aussie local at tyrepower.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket, Geoff Lemon and Bharat Sundaresan with you, coming live from Karachi. It's a hot day, coming up towards midday. The lunch break will be taken in 10 minutes. We've got Noman Ali, the left-arm orthodox spinner. He's got a bat pad on the offside for Smith, and a slip. And Smith comes down the wicket, lofts him down the ground for 4. It's just bounced inside. Our view got blocked by the side screen there. I thought that just might carry, but it's bounced just inside the Toblerones down there. So the Australians, as a group, they've been aggressive with the straight hit. Khawaja came down the wicket to hit a 6. Warner did the same, and now Smith has attempted it and just didn't quite get all of it, but very safe shot with mid-on and mid-off up.
That's also a sign that Stephen Smith is feeling very confident, not just about his own batting, but also about the pitch, when he starts hitting spinners straight over the ground.
Noman Ali around the wicket to Smith, who stays back this time, punches, and it will be stopped at cover. And a quick scurry across.
If you remember last summer when India were in Australia, and he had troubles with Ashwin during the first 2 tests. Then we moved to Sydney. What he started doing again was hitting the spinner straight over the top.
Here comes Noman, bowling to Smith, who drives to Abdullah Shafiq at cover once again. And there'll be no run. It's also about being able to get to the pitch of the ball. I think something he struggled with Ashwin was the length that Ashwin bowled is a little shorter. It was always coming to Smith. It was too short for him to charge, and so he'd be trapped on the back foot trying to fend away a shorter ball, getting picked up those close catches and so on. He gets to the pitch this time and drives hard, flat, along the pitch back to Noman Ali, who doesn't stop the ball but deflects it to mid-off. Azhar Ali picks up.
Sorry, Geoff, to cut you off, but Steve Smith was very frustrated with himself. He wanted to hit it between that gap, the gap between the bowler and pretty deep mid-on. Hit it to straight.
Here goes Noman Ali. Smith waits back and drives out to cover. Once again, it'll be a dot ball, so he's hitting the ball out of the middle. He's not just playing defensive shots, but trying to pick that gap either side. Slip, silly mid-off, I suppose you'd call it. Backward point, cover, mid-off. That strong offside field. Smith defends the last ball of the over. It's 25 overs gone. It is 2 for 98. With Smith on 6, Khawaja on 51. 8 minutes until the lunch break.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket, Geoff Lemon and Bharat Sundaresan with you. Coming from Karachi, it's getting warmer. Hassan Ali is looking to warm up as well. He's come into the game, Bharat, with not much long-form cricket behind him. straight into a test match, and he's found it slightly difficult going in these early stages. He bowls to Khawaja, a decent channel outside the off stump, and the left-hander's happy to leave that alone.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, he was there on both days of Pakistan's training session. Bowled long spells, bowled intense spells. You can see he was trying to fast-track his body into match fitness, as we've heard from so many cricketers, is very different from just, fitness itself.
Yep, and very different from 4 overs in the PSL.
True.
Charging in again, Hassan Ali bowls to Khawaja, who defends a tighter line on the off stump. Khawaja's happy to block it away.
And Steve Smith has already had his first change of gloves. Geoff, it is very humid. It's classic coastal air. Was the Arabian Sea not too far away?
Well, look, I've seen Steve Smith change his gloves after facing 8 balls at about 9 p.m. in Canberra.
Absolutely
so
right.
I don't think the conditions have much to do with it.
Glove watch.
Hassan Ali bowls to Khawaja, who defends again. He's happy to play through.
Going back to what we were talking about in the last Hassan Ali over, we're diving on the square, but then if you look at the far end from where Hassan Ali is bowling, the 2 practice pitches that they used as nets on training day, one portion of them are both a part of the outfield. So if you're chasing a ball in that direction, you don't want to be diving there, because you'll be diving on the pitch. Bloodied knees and a lot more, I guess, will be on offer if you do that.
Hassan Ali bowls full to Khawaja, who keeps it out. Watchful, and that was well played. Nearly yorked him, but he just got the toe of the bat down in time. Squeezes it out to point, no run.
A glimpse of Manas Labuschagne in the Australian dressing room. He almost feels physically sick, it looks like, having run. I wouldn't say run himself out. I think the single was on. He called early, but yeah, just really good fielding, I guess.
Scorching direct hit from a spinner. You don't necessarily expect that. Nathan Lyon at the Gabba in 2017, running out James Vince, that was one.
True.
But, it's usually your top order bats who are gun arms in the field. Here comes Hassan Ali, back of a length to Khawaja, who defends stoutly once again. That solid clunk of bat on ball coming through the effects microphone. You would have been hearing that wherever you are, if you're listening back in Australia or if you're streaming it on the SEN app, on your phone, got it on in the car, driving around, wherever in the world you are. Hello from us. Thank you for keeping us company. It's lovely to have you with us. And it's wonderful to be calling Test cricket from Pakistan, something we didn't really expect. I think even a couple of months ago, we were not hugely confident that Cricket Australia would follow through, but they have done, and here we are. Hassan Ali bowls to Khawaja, who drives it back past the bowler on the bounce. So, no run. The over comes to an end. Solidly played by Khawaja, and that was a better over from Hassan Ali in terms of line, accuracy and all of the rest. It is 2 for 98. Steve Smith on 6, Usman Khawaja on 51. And the other thing, Bharat, is you were talking about the practice pitches. There are these little bare patches, I'm not sure why, but little circles at several spots on the ground where, if you were diving into that, it wouldn't be much fun either.
No, and I was just speaking to a couple of local journalists yesterday, and they said the fact that you see even the amount of grass that you do see on the outfield is full credit to the ground staff here. There are a lot of them who work on this. I saw them posing for a picture next to the pitch earlier this morning, well before the teams arrived. They're not very easy conditions, weather conditions, to maintain a lot of greenery anywhere, say on a cricket ground.
Noman Ali will be bowling to Smith once again. Had a full over at him last time. Floats this ball up on middle stump, and Smith will get off strike at last. He drives it to mid-off, who's set quite deep. He's able to get through for a single. So the score goes on to 2 for 99.
You can see the Pakistanis are trying to rush in between overs. Shaheen Afridi especially sprinted from mid-on to mid-on. Trying to get that extra over, and he will struggle. There's 2 minutes to go, 5 balls left for Noman Ali to finish this over.
He's not as quick as some left-arm spinners. He bowls over the wicket to Khawaja, who comes forward and defends, and there's no run. If it was someone like Ravindra Jadeja or Rangan Herath used to race through an over of left-arm spin. I've timed Jadeja at 70 seconds is his average over, unless there are boundaries involved. Usually, a minute 10, a minute 15, he gets through an over. 6 balls hit back to him more often than not as Khawaja comes forward and takes a single to cover. Just hit it to the right-hand side of the fielder, and so he's able to get through. No further dramas there. Australia hit triple figures. They've lost 2 wickets along the way. Khawaja 52, Smith 7.
Khawaja has done pretty much everything right so far this morning, just has to survive or hang in there, maybe just not get on strike for the next 3 balls.
Lean on the bat and take no runs. Here's Noman Ali bowling to Smith, who defends. Out to cover. Very comfortable with that long stride forward. The bat next to the pad. Angled back to make sure he smothers any chance of spin. Nothing to squeeze through and roll back onto the stumps. Dot the I's, cross the T's, tick the boxes. Stephen P.D. Smith. Noman Ali, a couple of balls to go to Smith, who leaves outside the off stump. Well, that was brave in a way, because that could have been the straight one from Noman Ali. Could have been a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, he made sure his pad was well outside the line with a big stride out, so that if the ball was to make contact with his pad, it was away from all sorts of danger areas.
1 ball to come. Noman Ali bowls to Smith, who defends, and there will be no run out to cover. 27 overs come to an end. It is bang on 12 o'clock, and that will be the lunch break. The umpires tip the bails off, and this batting pair have got through safely. Steve Smith sweeps the pitch with his bat as he wanders down. Khawaja's already heading for the dressing room, and they'll take a break. A warm day, heading up towards 30 in Karachi. The birds circling overhead. And Australia have done a decent job this morning in this first session. Won the toss, elected to bat. They put exactly 100 on the board, and they've lost 2 wickets along the way. In terms of how that panned out, David Warner, he was caught behind from the bowling of Fahim Ashraf, the all-round seam bowler who's come back into the team for this match. Warner made 36 from 48 balls, 3 4s and 2 6s, so he did go after the bowling at times. Didn't look entirely comfortable, but he put on an important opening partnership of 82 with Usman Khawaja. Marnus Labuschagne was then run out for naught. Khawaja still there on 52. Steve Smith on 7. Labuschagne was trying a quick single and suffered a direct hit from Sajid Khan. So all up, Bharat, I think you'd say Australia would be pretty happy with this start. They would have liked to go through none down, considering the way the pitch played at Pindi, but this isn't a Pindi pitch. There's more in this. They've lost a couple, but they've got to start.
Yeah, they moved the game on. Like, they've got to 100 runs. There were a lot of high fives in the Pakistani camp as they walked off, because they will realize they've pulled the game back a little bit. But Australia still in front. I still think that was Australia's session despite that run out. If you win the toss and bat first in these conditions, you'll be happy with 100 for 2.
Yeah, the run out, though, that is a waste when you've got a player who can consistently put together scores as well as Marnus does. Took off for a quick single. As you say, the run looked like it was there. It was probably there. It was a great bit of fielding, a couple of stumps to aim at, direct hit, just beat him home by, a couple of inches on the line. But it is a waste of one of your best players.
Oh, very much so, yeah. And, he didn't look like he was going to get out in Rawalpindi either. And he done all the right things leading up to this test. He looked comfortable in the few balls he did face. And I think he just timed it a little better than what he thought he had, like I've said a few times. And, and as you could see a while back, he looked sick in the stomach sitting in the dressing room, because he would have realized there were runs out there to be made.
Shaheen Afridi, 5 overs, none for 16 so far. Hassan Ali, 7 overs, none for 26. Sajid Khan, the off-spinner, 4 overs, none for 25. Noman Ali, the left-arm spinner, 5 overs, none for 9. And Fahim Ashraf with the only wicket to fall, 1 for 20 off his 6 overs. The last word from you, Bharat. What do you make of the surface? Because we're all wondering how it would go before the game, and now we've seen a couple of hours on it.
Yeah, I think it's played pretty true so far, but there have been balls, especially when they bowled from the, let's call it the media end, where Shaheen Shah Afridi started proceedings. The balls have stopped. We saw a couple from him. We've seen a couple from Noman Ali that have stopped and gripped and jumped at the batters. So while there are runs to be made. You have to make them quickly, because once wickets start falling, I think they'll fall in a hurry.
All right, this is SEN Test Cricket. We will sign off for the moment. We're going to head during the lunch break to the pre-match thoughts of Australian captain Pat Cummins and the debutant Mitchell Swepson.
Live from Karachi, Pakistan versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
He's got that angle coming into him from Hassan Ali, and he goes through the square leg. Just as we said, picks up another 4. That might be his most stylish shot of the day.
Strat bowls, too short. Khawajas on the pull, out towards deep backward square, and that'll be his 5th boundary. He's in sparkling touch this morning.
I said earlier, I think that Usman Khawaja is in the form of his life.
Sajid bowls, Warner dances over the top of long off. He's given that everything. And it goes all the way for 6. Around the wicket now, Fahim changing angles, bowling to Khawaja, pulling beautifully through mid-wicket. That's just about the shot of the morning.
Here's Fahim Ashraf. He's getting the edge and the wicket falls.
As I speak.
Waqar Younis has called it. He knows exactly how this ground plays, down to the delivery. And Warner has edged behind. The catch was taken, and Australia's first wicket falls with 82 on the board.
Shane on the drive to mid-off, takes a quick single, direct hit. A direct hit from mid-off, and they think they've got him. And that second replay is conclusive. That'll be an easy decision for Rashid Riaz to make. The red light will come on. Labuschagne will be run out for a duck. This is the lunch break on day 1 of the second test between Pakistan and Australia on SEN Test Cricket, live from Karachi. Let's use this opportunity to take in the pre-match thoughts of Australian captain Pat Cummins, who yesterday spoke to SEN Sydney's Joel Kane and Scott Sadler.
The Australian captain Pat Cummins on the line. G'day, Pat.
G'day, how you doing?
Mate, we're going great. You'd be particularly well after the big win to the Panthers last night.
I am, yes. I missed it. We were at training, but good way to kick off the season. No Cleary. Good signs. Winning like that.
Absolutely. Paddy, let's launch into this second test. Now, I understand Josh Hazlewood is out of the action, and a very fitting call-up for young Mitch Swepson, who gets his debut.
Yeah, that's right. The wicket here in Karachi, we're expecting it to be a little bit more spin-friendly, and Sweppo's, I feel like he's run the drinks for about 100 test matches, so he's ready to go. We're pumped for him, and he'll do brilliantly, I'm sure.
Paddy, can you take us through what the process is around being away from the Australian shores and Mitch Swepson getting his baggy green?
Yes, well, it's normally we try and drag if there's a commentator or a player on tour. I think Merv Hughes has done a couple in his touring groups. We normally try to get someone to present his baggy green, but here during COVID, you've got to try and get someone who's in our bubble. So we'll chat that through. I think his family will probably struggle to get over here to Karachi, but. It's a little bit different, but we've come to expect it.
Yeah, pretty proud moment. Now, obviously, the result is the priority in Pakistan, but what have you made of the locals and the welcoming of your squad? Because this Pakistan tour, I feel as though outside of the result, there's more to this tour. It's after not being there for 24 years about building relationships again.
Yeah, I agree. It's been really special. The locals have been fantastic. Just the warmth and support and the way we've been looked after has been terrific. Even on social media, you really feel the love, and at the ground, the fans were great. So, it's a really special, tour, not only for Pakistan, but us players. I think this will be a tour we look back on, in 20, 30, 40 years and think, wow, that was a special kind of month that we spent here. So it's been a great start. We've loved it. Hopefully two good test matches ahead.
Paddy, clearly an emotional week. Rod Marsh and Shane Warne, the passing. But having watched the Shane Warne documentary, which I thought Sats was outstanding, and I've only just thought about this now, where Alan Border, when he gives that ball to Shane Warne for the first time, and in many ways, there's no comparison, by the way, between Shane Warne and anyone for that matter, but that'll be your job, Pat. It'll be, you'll be getting through the game, then all of a sudden, Mitch Swepson, now's your time. Have you thought about that particular moment?
I think, first of all, receiving the baggy green, and then probably more so, recent times being captain. You do, well, I think about all the legends that came before us and how special it is that it's, we're part of that kind of lineage, and it links us all together. So I hadn't thought of that particular moment till now, but I think someone like Swepo, definitely thought how special it is that he's getting his chance. After the recent week, Shane's had a huge influence on all us cricketers growing up, but especially leg spinners. He's inspired basically anyone who's come after him to emulate. So it's a really special week on many levels for Swepo.
Yeah. Now, as skipper, Pat, and your fellow bowlers, how do you keep them up when you're playing on that pitch in the first test, which was not giving anyone anything? How do you keep them up when you're not getting the results?
It's a good question. I think on day 5, we just trying to manage everyone through. We couldn't win the test match, but we could certainly put the rest of the series in jeopardy if we try to burn players. So I think just good morale, and that comes from not only me but especially the other players around. And I thought we did that brilliantly through the first test. We stuck at it. Most test matches you're trying to find wickets. Once that became a battle, you start to look to other things. So for us, managing the scoreboard was a really good aim, and really proud of how we got through, and there's no scars heading into this second one.
Chatting with Pat Cummins, the Australian cricketing captain. Tell us about the captain, Paddy. In your own downtime, it can't always be about cricket. Are you reading books? Are you into podcasts? Are you watching shows? Are you waking up to do a Wordle each day? Tell us a little bit about Pat Cummins, our Australian cricketing captain.
Yeah, Wordle's been a big feature this tour, and unfortunately Marnus beat me this morning, so that doesn't bode well.
Yeah.
Do various things. Call of Duty's been a big feature this tour.
Yeah.
PlayStation, so I'm absolutely terrible, but I've brought my PlayStation along to try and get involved with the lads. They certainly carry me. I read a few books, chill out. As you said, test cricket takes up a lot of time, especially test matches. So when we finish training or a game, just try and switch off, watch a bit of the players. Golf comp last night. Love my golf, so whatever I can do to switch off. And I think most of the boys are similar. So had a few people in my room last night hanging out.
Beautiful. Hey, Paddy, I've got a game for you. If you like golf and you like Wordle, Brad Fittler, the New South Wales Origin coach, Bears head Brian Fletcher and myself, we played 18 holes of Wordle golf. So you make 4 the par score, and each day you do your Wordle. So if you shoot a 3, that's a birdie, right? Okay. So we did that over 18 holes, and Freddie smashed us. But there you go.
Like
that's
pub
something.
Golf, is it?
Yeah, it's a little bit like that. Maybe that's something you could do. 9 holes or 18 holes. What are you thinking ahead of this?
Long round.
It's a long round. What are you thinking ahead of this next Test match, Paddy? And how do we get a result this time?
Yeah, I think this Test match will probably be closer to the conditions we thought we would experience coming over here. I think it'll probably break up, hence why we're playing 2 spinners. So, I think it'll be slightly different to the first test. I really like that, most of, especially the batters, have got themselves into the series, have some form, and then it's about a lot of the plans that we spoke about before that first test. I think it's going to be more relevant for this one. So everyone's feeling good. We're feeling fresh. We're pumped. Can't wait. It's a huge opportunity for our team.
Hey, Paddy, I know you're a very busy man, and it's a busy time, and we're very appreciative that you've given us this time on a Friday afternoon here anyway. Just before you go, Paddy, just a word or two on both of Rod Marsh and Shane Warne, if you don't mind.
Yeah, both have had huge influences on Australian cricket, and a lot of people here were close to both of them. I think Rod kind of was a huge part of that generation who paved the way for I suppose Warnie's generation. And I know people, my parents and grandparents, they grew up. That was the era they talk about, Rod Marsh kind of era. For us players at the moment, we grew up idolising, the late 90s, early 2000s, of which Shane was a huge part of. I think the way he approached the game, his outlook, I think has been an inspiration for all, and that's really hit home this last week. I think it's invigorated everyone to want the ball in their hand or to be that match winner with a bat. But just a huge presence. We owe him, and I think anyone that plays the game owes those two guys so much for paving the way before us, and they'll be dealing missed.
Paddy, well said. And I'll leave you with this because this is quite significant. A boy from Penrith, there's 8 billion people in the world. 8 billion people in the world. The number one sport in the world is soccer. The number 2 sport in the world is cricket.
Have they all played at Howell Oval? But
that's the question. But the number one test team is Australia, and there can only be one captain. It's this young fellow, Pat Cummins, mate. It's quite the achievement, and the story's got many, many chapters left in it. Pat, we wish you all the best, and we really appreciate your time here on SEN.
Thanks very much. Good chat.
Australian captain Pat Cummins there. On the other side of the break, we'll hear from the debutant in Karachi, Mitchell Swepson, who spoke to the press prior to receiving the news that he'd become Australia's 464th Test cricketer.
The Sounding Board with Craig Hutchison and Damien Barrett. It's sport, it's the media, it's talking about the issues that matter. Issues that matter.
They've had a movers and shakers forum in Melbourne. They try and get all the big wigs in town, and there's a need for the big wigs to go, or at least consider going, because they don't want to not go and be talked about for not going, and they want to be photographed and spoken about favourably and looked after the next time they're written about in the paper.
I can talk from personal experience.
Yep.
Invited once.
Were you? To the News Limited one?
In its early days. Yep. I was unavailable at the time.
Right.
Not invited again. If you are invited to a movers and shakers, it is offensive to not attend. If you can't even move yourself into our event, which is the whole point.
And shake yourself there. We're going to put out an APB on this. News Limited, please.
If there is a reserves event where Damo and I could attend.
No, I won't be invited and I won't be going.
No, I would commit that we would both go to the backup event.
I'll go as your plus one.
Try and earn our stripes to be elevated into the seniors at some point again in the future.
The Sounding Board podcast with Hutchie and Damo. Thanks to Drinkwise. If you're choosing to have a drink, choose to drink wise.
Tyre Power's store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of big brands like Kumho tyres. Right now at Tyre Power, you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Plus many more super savings store-wide at Tyre Power. Canstar Blues Customer Satisfaction Award winner again. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
My friend's gone down to help out and they've all been caught in this rip and they've been out there for a while and they jumped on either leg and I started to sort of paddle lateral to the rip because you never paddle against the rip. And then all of a sudden the shopper was flying over the top. Okay, we don't need to get in, we just need to bide our time before the skidoos arrive.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brance. Plus, on the SENW channel,
we cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more.
For the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
The AFL Record Season Guide is the Footy Lovers Stats Bible, and the 2022 edition is on sale now. It's packed with all key stats, facts and figures. Plus there's profiles on every AFL player, from rookies to superstars, and a history of all finals, award winners, and a comprehensive look at the 2021 draft. Thanks to 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. Grab the AFL Record Season Guide, a must for every footy fan. Just $39.95. Available now at Coles, Woolworths, newsagents and bookstores.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
Premier Racing's Peter Zabiris spoke to us about the differences between drag racing and supercars.
You're used to a race lasting 3.89 seconds. How did you go with 300 kilometres?
It was different. I kept on saying to myself, can't these guys find the finish line? They just keep driving around.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
For Henley, build with confidence. Henley.com.au and Tyre Power. Store-wide super sale now on. Save on Kumo. Live from Karachi, Pakistan versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
What a wonderful opportunity to make a test debut at Karachi potentially in a couple of days.
Yeah, there is an opportunity there. I think looking at the wicket, it's quite dry and pretty much what we expected coming here. I think Paddy said last test, the next two venues are probably going to be take a lot more turn than the first two and than the first one. And I think looking at it today, it looks like it will spin at some stage. So I got my fingers crossed that I get the nod. I'm sure they'll have a selection meeting at some stage over the next 24 hours. And I got my fingers crossed. It's good news, but not really much I can do. Just sit and wait for the call, I guess.
You've been in so many squads over the years with the Australian Test team, and it's never quite gone your way. I mean, there is this opportunity this week, of course, and next week in Lahore as well. But do you feel like it's just, come on, guys, give me a baggy green, let me get out there?
A little bit, but it's been a long sort of 3 years. I think COVID's been kind of tough. I've been around this group a lot, but actually not played a lot of cricket. And I'm certainly itching to get a game. That's for sure. I mean, playing a test for Australia, how good that would be, unbelievable. But it's been a long sort of 3 year wait, I guess. And I'm just glad to be a part of this group, and fingers crossed that there's an opportunity in the near future, and hopefully can grab it.
Mitchell, Shane was a big fan of yours. Did you have any encounter with him? Can you tell us about that, Shane?
Obviously tragic news. I think the fact that we were in the middle of a test match when the news broke, I guess kind of helped this group sort of get away from it a little bit, because everyone was just so shocked. It was just just tragic news. And I guess from a personal point of view, I didn't know him that well personally, but had a few interactions with him. Whenever we crossed paths, he was always happy to offer up advice. Had a couple of net sessions with him, and just a very generous guy to offer up his time. It's obviously a tragic loss for Australian cricket.
Any key messages that he gave you, ones that sort of you've tattooed on your
no tattoos, but there's a couple in there. I think he was great. I took a lot of things that he said from the mental side of the game, and the mental side of the game. So having that aura about you, even if things aren't going well, how to still perform and how to still show that you feel on top of the game. And obviously he was the best at that, wasn't he? He was so intimidating as a leg spinner, and so he was great for that sense. And a couple of technical things here and there. I think it's been reported that he was suggested that I slowed my run up down a little bit, and that really helped me become a little bit more consistent. So just a few things here and there he was really, really happy to offer up his advice on, and I'm very, very grateful for everything, all the little bits and pieces that he offered up.
How was it? Sorry, I was going to say, how was it having Shane in your corner sometimes? Like, he was a big supporter of yours as well. How did that feel?
Yeah, he was. I think it was my first ever Big Bash game. I think he sent out a tweet about me bowling, and that was pretty much from then on. I knew he was a supporter of what I was doing, and obviously great to have someone endorsing you, that our greatest leg spinner of all time, endorsing my leggies as well was it was an unbelievable feeling. So very grateful again for his support. His comments on what he thought about my bowling, and I still sort of pinch myself that the greatest leg spinner of all time was a fan of mine. And it's obviously tragic that he's not here with us to go forward and see where my career goes. And very grateful to him and his advice and his comments.
wondering if you can give us a sense of how you've been on the bridesmaid, I guess, for quite a while in this Australian side. Just have there been a lot of ups and downs in that? Did you worry that you might not get a chance, or was there anyone who sort of helped you through that? But how did you sort of kind of cope with being almost there?
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, it has been tough. And like I said, COVID's probably been the hardest part of it, is that I've been, away and touring a lot in bubbles and hubs, and not being able to actually play games of cricket. So that's been frustrating. I mean, in the past, usually you'd be able to be a part of an Australian squad, but fly back and play for your state or your Big Bash team or whatever, and that hasn't really been able to happen for me over the last few seasons. So I'm probably a bit shy on the game time, which has been frustrating, definitely. But for me, I'd never sacrifice being in this position and being in a position to take an opportunity and play for my country. That's obviously the ultimate goal. And for me, it's just been trying to stay ready and try and bowl as well as I can in the nets and work on things and keep working on my game, finding ways to improve. I've got an amazing group of players around me and staff that I can feed off, and just keep trying to learn, even though I'm not playing games. And hopefully it's held me in good stead, and if I get an opportunity, it go well.
I wonder, obviously, a famous game here at Karachi that Vaughan played a big part in 8 wickets, I think, and they almost won this incredible match. Just wondering if you know much about that match and the part Vaughan played in it, and kind of what happened. Are you the sort of player who looks back at things like that? Yeah, you've caught me off guard a little bit on that one. I've heard about the test, but I haven't actually gone back and looked through it. And I've actually probably looked more at some games here of recent times, so more against the other, just to see what the wicket was like and see how their Pakistan batters played against the conditions and things like that. So on that test specifically, not really, unfortunately. Caught me out. No, not at all.
It's the last time you came to the subcontinent, 2017 India. Are you just about your bowling? How much has your bowling developed from, say, 2017?
Yeah, I think one thing I've changed is certainly I think I had a bit of a breakout year when there was the Adelaide Shield hub. I was bowling really well, and one thing I really tried to do was up my pace just a little bit. I'd sort of spoken to a lot of people around my economy rate and how I was leaking a little bit, too many runs, and one way I could sort of tie batters down was to be able to bowl a little bit quicker through the air, pin the batsman on the crease, and still use my flight and my shape after building some pressure. So that's one thing that I think I've really improved, and I think it'll hold me in good stead if the wicket here is slower and spin. So generally it's harder to play if you're fast into the wicket, don't know if it's spinning, don't know if it's going straight. So I think that's one change that really helped me, and I've tried to keep that going now from, obviously worked for me really well, so I've tried to keep that up from basically then on. So yeah.
And another thing, I remember you said in an interview a couple of years ago, just before that Adelaide hub, you wanted to win more games for Queensland going to the fourth innings. You have done that a few times now.
Yeah.
Is that kind of the role you see within the Australian team as well, with Nathan bowling all the person?
I think so. I think if I was to play, I think as a leg spinner, especially later in the game, you definitely come into the game a lot more. There's obviously footmarks to work with, which makes it a bit better to bowl to the left-handers with, which generally left-handers have a bit more success against leg spin. So I guess the longer the game goes on, the more a leg spinner comes into the game. And like you said, that was something I really wanted to do for Queensland. And unfortunately, playing at the Gabba all the time, I don't really get much chance to do that. So it was nice having that Adelaide Shield hub where the wicket sort of dusted up a little bit, spun a little bit on day 4. And I think if given the opportunity, I think that's probably a role that Paddy and the boys would want me to play, is to come on late in the game and try and win the game for the team. And hopefully I've had enough practice at that at state level, and it goes well.
When Travis Head came onto the 17th over in the first test, everyone said maybe Australia should have played 2 spinners.
Yeah.
It turned out to be an absolute flooding.
Yeah.
You would have gone on that pitch. How's watching that play up your phone?
Yeah, it was. I think it's a tough one because it was a flatty. It was a benign wicket. There wasn't a lot happening, and I mean you saw Gaz toiled away for, 70 odd overs, and I thought he bowled really well, and still wasn't able to have that much, impact. And he's our number one spinner. He's taken over 400 Test wickets. If he's not taking many wickets on that, it's probably a pretty flat wicket. So I think another spinner probably would have helped with the bowling loads, but whether it would have changed the result would have been, who knows. But it was definitely a flatty.
That was Australian debutant Mitchell Schwepson. On the other side of the break, we'll be back with the second session between Pakistan and Australia, live from Karachi on SEN Test Cricket.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely, and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
The friend's gone down to help out, and they've all been caught in this rip, and they've been out there for a while, and they jumped on either leg, and I started to sort of paddle lateral to the rip, because you never paddle against the rip. And then all of a sudden the shopper was flying over to the top. Okay, we don't need to get in, we just need to bide our time before the skidoos arrive.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
It's season 6 of the NAB AFL Women's Competition, and the 2022 AFLW Record Season Guide is a must-have. It includes stats and records since the comp began in 2017, details of all 14 clubs, team lists and fixtures, plus analysis of the season ahead. Can the Brisbane Lions defend their 2021 title, or will Melbourne replicate the success of their AFL team? The 2022 AFLW Record Season Guide. Digital edition available via sen.com.au and the SEN app, thanks to 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Sports fans know there's nothing like the thrill of live sport. This summer, to get the best access to the best sporting events in Australia, talk to Ballpark Entertainment. Courtside seats at an NBL game.
Frozen underneath.
Entertain clients at the A-League, AFLW, or a hospitality package at the Big Bash Cricket. Even money can't buy experiences like the Super Bowl. Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. Making memories. ballparkentertainment.com.au.
At Kennards Hire, we only hire people who've taken the Ken Oath. By taking it, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath. It's a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage. The Ken Oath means you'll never miss smoko or beer o'clock. So if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
Kennards make your job easy.
Hear the major moments in sport crystal clear, anytime, anywhere on the SEN app.
Bouncing! Oh, don't tell me! Goal!
Djokovic a mile back, and he smashes into the net! On air, podcasts, live sport, news, video content, your city, your town.
Oh my God!
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App Stores. It's also available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
Queensland is the place to race. On a weekly basis, there's almost 30 meetings across the Sunshine State, so whether it's racing, pacing or chasing, Queensland has it all. Giddy up and find the latest news, horse, jockey and trainer profiles, race replays, black bookers, expert tips and form analysis. Plus, you can find all the info you need to plan your fun at all the major race days and events. Visit racingqueensland.com.au, where Queensland is racing.
Lining up for the Drinkwise at-home stakes. It's a wide-open field. Corn chips and salsa is popular with the punters. A six-pack before the quaddie was an early scratching. There's no love for passed out on the back lawn today. And drifting further as red wine spills on the couch. But the market mover and clear favourite is Have a Water Between Drinks. The fans are embracing this horse from the Drinkwise stable.
Be a winner at home watching the races. Remember, you won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
For Henley, build with confidence. Henley.com.au. And Tyre Power. Store-wide super sale now on. Save on Kumo. Live from Karachi, Pakistan versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket by Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. Adam Collins with you and Simon Katich with me after a most eventful first session where Australia made their way to 2 for 100 after 27 overs. Pat Cummins won the toss. No hesitation to bat first, and Usman Khawajas is 52 from 83 balls. Stephen Smith with him, 7 from 23. Khawajas raised his half-century in 60 deliveries and just brought it back a notch when Marnus Labuschagne was run himself out for a duck, and David Warner, the other man to fall, caught behind from the bowling of Fahim Ashraf. Simon, on the early evidence of what we've seen, this is a lovely little counterpoint to last week, which drifted and drifted. This game's going to speed up.
Oh, it should do. Ooh. It certainly should do, Colo. I think what we've seen so far, there's been enough there to suggest that this wicket will break up. It's dry. There's already been a little bit of spin, and Pakistan fought back well on that 40 minutes before lunch where Australia looked like they were going to be racing away with the ascendancy. Big wicket to get Warner out. It was a good delivery from Fahim Ashraf to nick him off to Rizwan, and then the run out of Marnus Labuschagne. Brilliant bit of work from Sajid Khan. He was brilliant in Rawalpindi with his energy and his love of the contest, but Labuschagne just misjudged how hard he hit it to him and mid-off Norman Ali, and paid the price, and now he's on a pair.
3 sixes in the first session of a test match and 10 boundaries. It gave a sense of Australia's intent. 2 of those sixes were from Warner off the spin of Sajid until he was out caught behind for 36, and Khawajas also went long and straight. Actually, sorry, he pulled through mid-wicket, didn't he? So both batsmen are, when you're getting set on this pitch, it's clear that you're going to get your runs as quickly as you can, knowing that in all probability it's going to get tough.
Yeah, and I think the other thing, just looking at the square, it's very dry out there. There are a couple of heavily grassed wickets, but the bulk of the square is pretty bare. So this ball should scuff up a bit naturally once the wicket gets quite abrasive. So I dare say there's going to be some reverse swing, whether it's today, whether it's later in this test match. Spin, reverse swing, and it could well be a lot shorter test than what we saw at Rawalpindi.
And far more fans coming in through the lunch break as expected. As Waqar Younis was telling us, people don't wake up early in this part of the world. So in for the final 2 sessions. A hot day, not a cloud in the sky, bit of smog in the air, but that's it. So it's going to get harder to bowl as well in terms of getting miles in the legs. And Pakistan do have a 5-man attack. Fahim bowled really well before lunch. He was the man who got the first wicket, 1 for 20 from 6. Hassan Ali, 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 26. His second spell much better than his first. Shaheen Sharafridi, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 16 off the top. Sajid Khan, none for 25 from 4. They went after him, the off-spinner. And Nauman Ali, who took 6 wickets at Pindi last week, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 9. So the rotations here will be important, and how Steve Smith responds as well. It's been a while since a lot has rested on his shoulders, I suppose. He of course, in 2019 in England, everything rested with Smith. The Australian team hasn't been quite as dependent on him in recent times, but they are today.
Oh, they certainly are. I think we saw in that first session, Khawajas gained the ascendancy with Warner. And as soon as Warner got out, it brought Labuschagne to the crease. And he's been, I think, a big reason why Steve Smith potentially hasn't been as dominant, because Labuschagne scored so heavily since 2019 when he came in for that Ashes series as the concussion sub at Lords. And as a result, there's probably been that little bit less pressure on Smith, and potentially just hasn't brought the best out of in him as much. I mean, you could argue too, obviously not having the captaincy might have just played that part as well. But I think this innings here is going to be crucial, because Australia know that they're going to have to get well over 300 to set this test match up. Otherwise, Pakistan could be in this test match, because last time they played against South Africa got knocked over for 220. Pakistan made 378 and then controlled the test and won it by 7 wickets.
Yeah, that's right. So it's going to be Khawajas to face the first ball of the middle session, first day. Shaheen Sharafridi back into the attack, this time though from the university end, the northern end here at Karachi, running towards us and Khawajas, slipping a gully, and Khawajas clipping straight to mid-wicket to start the session, no run. Yeah, I guess that point with Smith, Labuschagne coming into the team, Warner having a big summer back in 2019 and 2020, wasn't it, across that series against Pakistan especially. But Smith, 2 relatively modest summers. You could add 3 to that, the first one back after England. And yeah, it's been a while since he's had to do it and really stand up. Of course, 4 tons in Asia, 3 of them in India in 2017 in these kind of conditions. Shaheen bowls to Khawaja, who's driving to mid-off, no run. He averages 50 in this part of the world, so he knows there is that body of work that he can draw down on, that experience of doing well in the subcontinent.
Yeah, and part of the battles too have been the opposition have come up with some really good plans to him over those last couple of years. New Zealand in particular and Australia. I think the Pakistan series last time we were in Australia, Warner and Labuschagne were dominant, so Smith didn't really have a huge amount of, pressure on him, given that there was large foundations already laid.
Shaheen to the crease, bowls to Khawaja, driving again, might be a gap at cover, not quite. Good diving stop. There's Azarelli out there, the veteran. No, sorry, it's Fawad Alam in the big beard. Landed heavily on his left elbow by the looks of things. It's a very hard and used up square. They played more than half of the PSL here, so quite unforgiving for the infielders.
Yeah, they don't tickle those ones, and you can see him rubbing his left knee and his left elbow. That was a heavy fall on the wicket block. It looks flint hard.
Yes, there are 12 pitches across the block here, and all of them are used. Shaheen delivers to Khawaja, clipping again, this time for runs. 2 out towards mid-wicket, and they'll be happy with that. Khawaja, the first runs of the session, he's 54, 2 for 102 the score. Khawaja with twin hundreds upon his return to the Test team in January, and so much of the conversation moved to how effective could he be in the subcontinent, remembering that he was dropped in Sri Lanka in 2016 and also in Bangladesh in 2017. He was seen as a player who was a liability against the spinning ball in these types of conditions, but couldn't be further from the truth now.
The interesting thing was he wasn't opening.
Yes.
And I think that's a big difference. When he opened in the UAE against Pakistan, he dominated.
Facing up again to Shaheen and defending him out towards mid-off, no run.
I think that was in,
2018, yeah. So it was the first Test match after the sandpaper bans when they had 2 clashes against Pakistan in the desert. Yeah, that 141 in Dubai across more than 500 minutes. It was an extraordinary innings, really, to save a Test match the way that he did. And unfortunately, it didn't lead towards what we thought it might, which would be like the time when Khawaja would be at his absolute best in the absence of Smith and Warner as the senior player. He had a poor summer in 18-19, and he was dropped in England during the Ashes the following season. Shaheen bowls and Khawaja defends to end the first over after lunch. 2 for 102. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and tyre power. Your trusted tyre experts. Khawaja with the 2 runs after lunch. He's 54 from 89 balls, and Stephen Smith, the vice-captain, on 7 from 23. I think when he wasn't in the squad to start the summer, you'd be excused for thinking that, well, they've gone with Travis Head in that first Test. Khawaja may not play Test cricket again, but here he is at age 35, and it looks like these two, that Khawaja and Warner should have been opening the batting for years.
Well, I messaged him after the first Test in Rawalpindi when he made the 97, and he thought he was done and dusted. So everything from here on in is a bonus as far as he's concerned. And I think that's the right attitude to have at 35 years of age. But watching him bat now compared to watching him bat a couple of summers ago in Australia, it's like watching 2 different players. The intent's there, he's confident, he's relaxed, and it's not the be-all and end-all for him now. And I think as a result of being in this situation, I won't be surprised if he plays his best cricket from here on in, and however long that might be. Who knows? It might be for another couple of years. Sure. You just never know.
Yeah, ride the wave. Nauman Ali to start. From our southern end, the broadcast end, delivers to Smith. First ball he's faced with the session, pushing it back down the pitch, playing from the crease. No run. He's got a slip and a silly point, the 2 catches in close. Yeah, I think letting go of that expectation has done Khawaja the world of good, and this late career reprieve, opening the batting after doing so well for Queensland in the middle order, is a real utility. Now man close to the stump. Smith dances, then defends the mid-wicket. No single there.
Yeah, this is a really good field for Steve Smith because he knows there's no real easy get-off strike option here, but he's going to try and take Nauman Ali back over his head like he did before lunch to try and get the mid-off and the mid-on back so he can get an easy single.
Nauman to the crease here, and Smith is beaten outside the off stump. That's just gripped. And no, didn't hit a foot mark either. That is just the way the pitch is. It's going to turn for sure here.
Well, the last time there was a test here in Karachi, by the fourth innings, the ball was going 5 degrees, and that's a lot. So normally it's around the sort of 2 degree mark, and that one has gone nicely. And now it's the ball that keeps coming back in that could pose the problem for Steve Smith.
Naaman bowls to Smith, who does well here, coming forward to negate the spin, pushing out to cover. Yes, it's easy to draw that comparison to 2017, where first innings runs, especially first day runs, were so important between Australia and India. Smith and Khawaja, the senior players, have to put in a shift. Smith, he's 7 from 27, facing up to Naaman and turning him round the corner, or just in front of square actually. There's 1, make that 2. Nicely timed and placed. He's 9, 2 for 104.
Yeah, it's nicely played by Steve Smith. I just wonder whether Babar Azam could think about maybe losing the cover point and having the short leg and the silly point to Smith, and enticing him to open up that offside. Might bring the slip into play, might bring the short cover into play.
Noman to the wicket, last ball of the over. It's defended again by Smith, lunging forward, taking silly point out of the equation. End of the over, 2 for 104 Australia. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Tyre Power's store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of big brands like Kumho tyres. Right now at Tyre Power, you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Plus many more super savings store-wide at Tyre Power. Cairnstar Blues Customer Satisfaction Award winner again. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Shaheen Sharafridi to start a new over, away from the old scoreboard here at the National Stadium. In towards Khawaja, a slip and a gully, wide of the crease, bowls here, bouncer. We didn't see enough of that in the first session.
Yep, that's right on the money. That's exactly what they need to do with his field here. Khawaja's 35 years of age. They're going to test him upstairs. He plays it well, but he's got protection with the 2 back. But it's more around being able to try and unsettle him with that fuller length delivery. Catch him on the crease, maybe get a little nick wafting a 1 outside off stump. But to do that, you have to use the bouncer, and they didn't really use it much. They only used it probably 2, maybe 3 times. And I just think early on with that new ball, both Australian openers were able to settle because they pretty much knew which length was going to be bowled by both opening bowlers.
Quick consultation between the 2 fast bowlers at the top of Shaheen's mark before he bowls the second delivery of this over to Khawaja. That's better, playing it late under his eyes out towards mid-off.
And I think it's less of a threat for Khawaja because he's playing the short ball beautifully at the moment. I think it was more of a weapon for David Warner because we've seen throughout the series, Warner's been hit a couple of times. He's taken his eye off the ball a few times. So it was probably a little bit surprising that they didn't use it more often for David Warner.
Yes, the pace won't be a factor for long. Shaheen to the crease in Khawaja, clipping around a square. That's a gorgeous shot. Racing out towards the rope and gets himself another boundary. He's 8-4 to go with a 6. Khawaja up to 58. That's class. 2 for 108 the score.
Oh, that is class. That was dismissive. Shaheen Afridi has put that on a pretty reasonable length. And Usman Khawaja has just dealt with it. Full face of the bat, rolled the wrist beautifully, and he's hitting the ball so nicely. That was raced away in front of square for 4. Shaheen Afridi couldn't believe it because that wasn't that bad a ball.
He also overstepped, retrospectively called by the third umpire, Rashid Riaz. In his first test as the TV umpire, already had some action before lunch with Labuschagne run out for noughts. Shaheen to the crease, to Khawaja again, driving straight. Shaheen in his follow-through, collects it and threatens to throw. The crowd are involved. All a bit of performance art there from the big fast bowler.
Well, Shaheen Afridi's got the big hair and he's got the big dare. He dared to throw it at Khawaja with that look in his eye. He wasn't happy with the previous ball going for 4. Steve Smith's giving him Is that a stink eye? Or
I think it might be. Or it might have just been Smith laughing at him.
It might have been laughing, yeah. I couldn't quite tell.
I caught a nice moment with Shaheen Afridi before the Test match. He's bowling here to Khawaja on 58, pushing back to the bowler, no run. David Warner, before we go there, Shaheen's had another good glare at Khawaja. Wants to make his presence felt here into a new spell. Not much going on, but trying to make something from nothing. A few words as well, and Khawaja let him say his piece, look straight back at him and set him on his way. But Shaheen Afridi was called over by David Warner. Warner, being Warner, was looking under the pitch before the ground staff got here the other day. By that I mean the covers were on. Shaheen to Khawaja over the wicket. One slip, Khawaja ducks a short ball. This is good Test cricket. It does bounce before reaching Rizwan, who manages to keep it on the turf, and it doesn't go for buys, and more words exchanged, and Khawaja this time smiles at Shaheen. Maybe it's something to be effective. If you're going to bowl a short one, at least get it through to the keeper.
He might have said, I wish you were playing for us. the way he's batting at the moment.
And Warner dragged in Shaheen to help him, realising he was going to get in trouble from the ground staff. He didn't get a Pakistani player involved, so called over Shaheen and they dragged it up together. The crowd chanting Shaheen as he arrives and bowls another bumper to Khawaja, who gets underneath it. And Khawaja looks out towards the umpire. Maybe that was 3 in the over. End of it. 30 gone, Australia. 2 for 109. Khawaja 58. Smith on 9. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. Your trusted tyre experts.
For ultimate tyre safety this season, go and see Tyre Power during their store-wide super sale now on. Your #1 destination on Google Maps for safety, Tyre Power is ready to help your family drive safe on the roads. Next road trip, make Tyre Power your first stop and find out why Tyre Power is Australia's best. During the store-wide super sale on now, buy 3, get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger and SUV tyres. Each Tyre Power is 100% independent and locally owned. Find your Aussie local at tyrepower.com.au.
It is pumping at the National Stadium. It is so loud here when Shaheen Afridi is bowling. All eyes on the middle of this ground. No distractions. They love it. As did Nauman Ali, starting his 7th over. None for 11, his figures. Bowling to Smith, who defends back down the pitch. It feels as though we're just waiting for the other over to start when it's going to be Shaheen against Khawaja again.
Well, this is still going to be a challenge here for Smith. The silly point's quite square. Just wonder whether he could take a foot or a step to his right and come a little bit straighter and get in Smith's eye line.
And Shafiq in there at silly point. Now, man, bowls to Smith, who dances and drives and does it really well. Down the ground, all the way along the ground. Struck with real authority. He's 13. That's his 2nd boundary. Australia 2 for 113.
Yeah, that's the shot he's looking for. Spoke about it last over. He wants to take Nauman Ali straight, just to push that mid-off and mid-on back a little bit so he can get the option of getting off strike, not having to absorb the full 6 balls in the over.
I thought he struck that straight into the turf, but actually it was at catching height, in theory at least, for Nauman, but it was on the onside rather than the offside. But even so, it does show that intent you're talking about, Simon. They've got to score at a decent clip here while the pitch is still good. Nauman to the crease, round the wicket. Smith lunging forward, just in front of the man at silly point, out to extra cover.
Well, already it's brought about the change in the field. Mid-off has dropped back now. He's still probably about 10 metres or so off the fence. But it just gives Smith the option now to push to that region for 1.
Nauman passing between umpire Ali Mdar and the stumps before bowling on Smith's pads and clipped out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll get 2 there to the Majid Khan enclosure, and they'll have to be satisfied with that. 2 for 115. Smith advancing to 15. A couple of balls left in the over.
Yeah, great bit of fielding too. I think that was Sajid Khan out there. Once again, good pace to the ball, got down, did the hook slide, just created a little bit of indecision between Smith and Khawaja and made sure it was only 2 instead of 3.
Sajid Khan, who executed a run out before lunch to get rid of Marnus Labuschagne. Fabulous fielding. Nauman to the crease. On the angle from around the wicket, and Smith blunts that spin. We saw 1 beat the bat in the previous over, but he's Coming further down the track now to make sure there's none of that.
That's exactly the line that the silly point has to be. He has to be a lot straighter. Almost has to come probably 50 centimetres to his right, get right in Steve Smith's view.
Last ball of Naaman's over to Smith, driving exactly where you say, Simon, just right at the silly point. So there's an easy single to be had down towards long off. Imam Al-Haq does the fielding. The score is 2 for 116 after 31 overs with Khawaja on 58, Smith on 16. Now coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
Premier Racing's Peter Zabiris spoke to us about the differences between drag racing and supercars.
You're used to a race lasting 3.89 seconds. How did you go with 300 kilometres?
It was different. I kept on saying to myself, can't these guys find the finish line? They just keep driving around.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
Between overs, some shots of Marnus Labuschagne in the viewing area. He's furious still. It's been about an hour or so since he was run out, but you would think it was 2 minutes ago based on the look on his face.
Yeah, he's stewing. There's no doubt about that. I think he's got every right to be disappointed because it was his call and he misjudged it. He probably just hit it a little bit too hard to mid-off. And arguably, between him and Khawaja, I thought they were the two pick for the Australian batsman at the first test in Rawalpindi. He looked in fantastic touch, Labuschagne.
Afridi, they chant as he bowls over the wicket. New over to Steve Smith. He's off strike. A single just around the backward square leg. He's 17, 2 for 117 the score. And they won't mind that, the crowd, because it'll mean Shaheen Afridi up against Usman Khawaja again. Good battle going on.
Yeah, it is a good battle. I think Afridi's trying to unsettle him with those short balls, and a couple of good ones in that over. And they're starting to die a little bit as well with this softer ball compared to the newer ball early on. So just the pace off the wicket, potentially this wicket will be a lot more two-pace than the Rawalpindi wicket.
And we know Shaheen is an expert at reverse swing as well. The majority of those wickets he took in his 5 for 77 here against Sri Lanka in 2019 were with the ball reversing around. Trying to find some movement to Khawaja here. Hits him on the pad, angling down the leg side. Shaheen asks the question, and he's turned down by umpire Raza.
Yeah, that's what he'll be looking for. Just a hint of reverse swing in, with bashing that length around the knee roll. Just hoping that Khawaja misjudges the line on one, and potentially just rolls the wrists a little bit early and plays with half the bat, misses it and pins him in front. But that ball is heading down leg. So he's going to try and work him over the crease here. A couple outside off, a couple straight at the stumps.
So backward square goes a fraction finer. So there's two out for effectively the pull or the hook. A fine leg and that long leg, let's call it. No catching man on the onside, or are they going to bring in a short mid-wicket? They might do here.
Yeah.
So looking to bowl a straighter line.
Yeah, they're bringing the cover over, and now they'll have a gap on the offside. So gap and cover. And the point man's probably just straightened up a little bit. He's in front of point now, but you've got the extra catcher now on the leg side.
Shaheen Afridi, left arm over, bowls to Khawaja. It's ball and straight, pushed out towards cover. No single.
And I like this from Babar Azam. I like his captaincy so far this series. He hasn't let things drift. He's been prepared to make changes, going on what he's seeing and what his bowler's feeling. And he's also prepared to open up the offside here for Khawaja. So Khawaja knows now, if he wants the offside, it's on. But if he fights the line of the ball, doesn't get it right, then he's got to be careful he doesn't drag one on or maybe feather one through to Rizwan.
Top of his mark. Here comes Shaheen again. Bowls to Khawaja. On leg stump, clipped away. Out to that man at deep backward square. Gets one for it. He's 59. 2 for 118 the score.
And you can see the throws now coming in from the deep. They're making sure they're landing the throw on the edge of the wicket block where it's bare. And that's perfectly legal. Certainly not suggesting otherwise. It's part of the rules of the game. Australia will do the same when they bowl. It's perfectly fine. They're just trying to make sure they can scuff up one side of the ball to get it to reverse.
They actually had the heavy roller out on all the pitches that are alongside the playing strip yesterday. Just trying to bed it all the way down. Every pitch on this square used, all 12 of them. So there will be something there. Shaheen's going to go around the wicket here to Stephen Smith. Delivers here. Smith off leg stump, turning into backward square. No single there. Good piece of fielding. Imam Al-Haq, who made twin tons last week, already in the game. Cuts off what would have been a couple. It stays at 2 for 118.
Yeah, very good piece of fielding there. Diving away, picking it up cleanly, and then getting to his feet really quickly as well. That's probably just as important to make sure there wasn't a single on offer. He's cat-like.
Yeah, he's done well to get himself out of short leg. He was the main short leg for a long time, but now the new man to the Pakistani team, Abdullah Shafiq, normally gets asked to perform that role. So last ball of the over. They're going to put in that leg gully. Forward alarms in there. The first time we've seen a catching man in that region for Smith in this innings.
I actually reckon he can come a little bit squarer. He likes to clip the ball just behind square leg, Steve Smith.
So last ball, Shaheen staying around the wicket, bowls to Smith on leg stump. He plays in front of square in the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. He'll retain the strike. Smith's on 18. Australia 2 for 119 after 32 overs. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. There'll be a change in commentary after the break. Geoff Lemon replacing me.
Tyre Power's store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of big brands like Kumho tyres. Right now at Tyre Power, you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Plus many more super savings store-wide at Tyre Power. Canstar Blues Customer Satisfaction Award winner again. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
SEN Test cricket coming to you from Karachi. Simon Katich with me, Geoff Lemon here. Hello, Simon. Nice to be back with you.
Good afternoon, Geoff.
It is turning into a real hot one out here. It's going to be harder and harder work for the bowlers.
Yeah, it certainly will be. But also from a batting perspective too, anyone that bats for any length of time will no doubt start to feel the pinch in these conditions. A lot hotter than Rawalpindi last week. So that'll be the challenge for these two if they can stay out there for this next session.
Noman Ali has the ball in hand. The left-arm spinner. A couple of close catches. Wheeling away to Steve Smith, who's coming forward and defending. And that is one of the things that Steve Smith has done so well through his career, is have this great concentration, even when things are physically difficult. And he'll need to find that gear today, that zone that he calls it sometimes, just to switch into the method of batting for a really long time. Noman bowls to Smith, who defends back to the bowler.
Yeah, I think this situation, works for him, because normally he's been waiting, particularly at Rawalpindi, had to wait a long time to bat. With Labuschagne running himself out for naught, he's into the game earlier now, and I think that's going to work for him in this innings.
Here comes Noman Ali. Smith's defending again. It's always been this slightly perverse thing about Smith, that he's a 4, he's best at 4, but he also doesn't want to wait to get into the game.
Yeah.
2 for 80 is almost the perfect Steve Smith score, because it's got Australia a start, but it gets him in early.
No, very true.
Has batted at number 3 here and there. Noman Ali bowls to Smith, who drives down to long off and will get through for a single. 2 for 120. He was batting at 3 when he made the 199 in the West Indies, wasn't he, in 2015, and sort of floated up around there for a while, but eventually it was Khawaja who settled in at 3 at the end of that year.
And the irony is, I think Khawaja's better suited to opening.
Yeah.
As he's proving in the start of this series, and when he played so well against Pakistan in the UAE in 2018.
Noman Ali to Khawaja over the wicket, the left armer. Khawaja chops away to mid-wicket. And even, well, he's been a makeshift opener a few times. He had that wonderful 100 against South Africa in Adelaide when David Warner wasn't allowed to open the batting, and Khawaja had to do it last second. Made 100 there. Batted across 3 different days of the Test match. Noman bowls to Khawaja down the pitch, driving past the bowler, but not past mid-off. And there'll be no run. End of the over. It is 120. The score, 2 wickets down. Smith on 19, Khawaja on 59. This is SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability.
Tyre Power's store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of big brands like Kumho tyres. Right now at Tyre Power, you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Plus many more super savings store-wide at Tyre Power. Cairnstar Blues Customer Satisfaction Award winner again. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
SEN Test cricket. I wanted to ask you during this over, Simon, because you've been a Steve Smith watcher more than most, from a young age, and seen the development, seen him, the way he turned himself into the best batsman in the world for a time. He doesn't have the same sort of aura about him at the moment, I don't think, but he's had such a disrupted time over the last few years. So he misses the year with the ban, comes back and has that incredible Ashes series, 300s in the series. Start of a new over, Shaheen bowling to Smith, who's just guiding the ball away past slip. Well, that was a slightly dicey sort of shot. He leaned back and just steered it away between slip and a sort of floating slip/gully, and just managed to keep the ball down. I remember A.B. de Villiers playing that shot from time to time, but that was audacious from Smith.
Yeah, it was deft. It was beautifully played in the end. I think he got himself positioned so early that he had so much time when the ball just sat up off this wicket. It was a short ball from Afridi, and in the end he just placed it beautifully between first slip and what is a very fine gully. It's probably almost a fourth slip. Pierced the gap and raced down to third man for 4.
2 for 124. Smith on 23. Waits for Shaheen. Opens his stance and pulls around the corner to a leg gully. Won't get through him. So Smith, he had that Ashes in 2019 and came back and had a fairly average home summer. Very disrupted the next couple of years. Barely played Test cricket, but there's just not the same sort of sense of inevitability about him for that 5 years or so. Anytime he got near 100, he made one. Anytime he went out to bat, you just thought he's nailed on for a score here. He seems more vulnerable at times, even though he's still very good. He's not quite the same as he waits for a slower ball bouncer and pulls it down to long leg for a single, 125 for 2.
Well, if anything, it just highlights how difficult it is to maintain those standards, such high standards that he's had for so long. And that's why there hasn't been too many people that have been able to average 60 in Test cricket, because it's very, very difficult to be able to sustain those levels, knowing that if you do miss out, you're basically scoring 120 every time to make that average. Yeah. So I think it's probably just been the nature of the game too. I think, as I mentioned before, Labuschagne's emergence has probably quelled his influence a little bit, because when you're coming out, particularly that last series against Pakistan and Australia, and David Warner scoring triple hundreds and Marnus Labuschagne scoring big hundreds, there's less pressure, and you just lose a little bit of that spark when you're batting at 4 or 5 and all the damage has been done by the top order.
Shaheen comes in a bowl around the wicket to Khawaja and bumps him. Khawaja goes under it. That was a bit too leg stumpish to threaten the Australian opener.
I like this plan too from Afridi coming around, just changing the angle, so making Khawaja think about what line he's going to have to play the pull shot from here. So potentially if he has to drag it from off to leg, just that change in line will force his hands to have to be quicker to get through the ball. And that's what he's preying on. He's got the 2-man out, he's got the leg gully, he's got the catching man at square leg, hoping that he might miss time one.
The leg side trap is set. Shaheen pitches up instead, and Khawaja defends it down to a wide mid-on. Won't be a run. Khawaja wanders away to square leg to recompose. 1 ball to come.
But yeah, just going back to Smith, so there's part of that, Labuschagne's emergence, and then the other part of it is, I think in the last couple of years, some of the teams have done some really good homework on him and come up with some plans, particularly the New Zealanders in Australia, with the short ball and the heavily stacked onside field, that made it hard for him.
Shaheen bowls to Khawaja, who does pull. He steps across to pull. He'll only get a single for it because they've got fine leg down there. And Sajid Khan patrolling. Noman Ali out there in the deep, watching the rope. So that will be the end of the over. 34 of them bowled. Australia 2 for 126. Steve Smith out there on 24. Usman Khawaja on 60. Thanks to Simon Katich for his company over the last half hour. We'll see him again in the third session. I'll hear from him at least. You're on SEN Test Cricket. Tyre Power is bringing it to you, your trusted tyre experts.
As we enjoy the summer of sport, hear all the big moments on the SEN app. Cricket.
And the first century of the series belongs to Travis Head.
NBL.
The pass, Golding, the take, the shoot, the three!
Tennis.
Serves up the middle and finishes with an ace.
And Season 6 of the AFLW.
Quick snap off the right. She's got it through.
Download the SEN app from your chosen app store. Also available on Apple CarPlay. All sports, anywhere, anytime. The SEN app. It's your home of sport.
It is a hot, hot day in Karachi. It's getting deeper into the 30s. Noman Ali, he's deep into his 30s as well, age-wise. The left-arm spinner bowling over the wicket. And just defending back down the pitch is Usman Khawaja, who blocks the ball away. Khawaja settling in for a long stay. He's faced 105 balls. And he's waiting now to come in. Face Noman Ali. He's just turning the ball away to short leg. There'll be no run. Bharat Sundaresan's jumping back on.
Hello, Jeffrey. I'm just waiting for whoever's supposed to.
I think Waqar is due in next. But
yeah.
so you can.
He's finishing off his TV.
You can hop in the chair for him.
Yeah, for sure.
Here comes Noman Ali, flicked away by Khawaja. A nice twist of the wrists down to long on.
Well,
he'll get through for a single. Khawaja's got 61. Australia 2 for 127.
I could get the ball to go reverse as well with my slingy action, Jeff. So, able replacement for Waqar.
I see. Could you hit middle stump at 152 k's an hour?
It's more 122 kph, but still bowled if the ball hits the stump and the bails come off.
That's true. The bails don't always come off at that speed. So Noman Ali, he's got a couple of close catches still. A silly mid-off and a slip. And he's bowling around the wicket, the left armour to Smith, who's punching off the back foot. Won't get a single. The ball stopped out at cover by Azhar Ali. The veteran number 3. He's made so many runs. He's the 3rd highest run scorer against Australia for Pakistan. Made lots of runs against the Aussies. Noman bowls to Smith, who defends. And you can hear a bit of an oh yeah through the stump mark. Is that Mohammad Rizwan? Is he an oh yeah guy?
I think he is an oh yeah guy, yeah.
All right.
He's interestingly chatty. He's not very loud. He's not a chatterbox. But he says enough when it matters.
Noman round the wicket to Smith, who defends back to the bowler again. So the spinner just working away, looking for an opening in this Smith defence, but so far it has stood firm at 48 balls for Smith, 24 runs he's got. Khawaja 61, Australia 127 for 2 at the end of the over on SEN Test Cricket, brought to you by Henley Homes, delivering affordability.
Queensland is the place to race. On a weekly basis, there's almost 30 meetings across the Sunshine State, so whether it's racing, pacing or chasing, Queensland has it all. Giddy up and find the latest news, horse, jockey and trainer profiles, race replays, black bookers, expert tips and form analysis. Plus, you can find all the info you need to plan your fun at all the major race days and events. Visit racingqueensland.com.au, where Queensland is racing.
So another overdone for Noman Ali. We were trying to work out, Bharat, who his doppelganger was, because there was something very familiar about that action.
And it suddenly came to me. I was thinking of all the Pakistani left-arm spinners we've seen as Sajid Khan comes back into the attack. And then it came to me, I was looking at the wrong country. Mohammad Rafiq, the first real spinner of note from Bangladesh, of course, took 100 test wickets, if I'm not mistaken, exactly 100.
Sajid Khan, he's an off spinner, uses the right arm. He's coming around the wicket to Khawaja, who's defending. Bangladesh was once known as East Pakistan, and there are tests that Australia played against Pakistan that were played in Dhaka and so on.
True.
So you could gradually draw some elliptical link there. Sajid Khan bowls to Khawaja, defended back down the wicket. No run.
And like Noman Ali, Mohammad Rafiq as well, slightly round arm, the nightmare on pitches where the ball would start keeping low.
Here comes The off spinner around the wicket, driven back down to long off for a single. Bharat, thank you for pinch hitting there. Waqar will be in with us in just a second. So Sajid Khan into his work. And Waqar Younis has joined us once again. We've got dual spin in operation. Will this just be the pattern for the next couple of hours?
Yeah, I think so. That's purely because there's not much happening for the faster bowlers. Shaheen was given the ball straight after lunch and he tried his level best. Nothing much was an offer.
Sajid bowls to Smith, who flicks it off his pads nicely. They've got a deep square leg out, so he'll only get a single. 129 runs on the board, 2 wickets down. Smith 25.
Yeah, it's all about building partnerships and slowly these two are really putting in a good show for the Australians. They lost 2 quick wickets just before lunch and really given Pakistan some hope. But at the moment, watching Shaheen spell and was hoping that almost 30 overs, more than 30 overs being bowled, so there'll be a little bit of reverse swing. Normally Karachi is known for that too after tea. They say over here is sea breeze and a little bit cooler, humidity.
Sajid bowls to Khawaja, who forces off the back foot down to long off for a single. 2 for 130. Khawaja 63.
And I think that's the reason why Babar has taken Shaheen off the attack, purely because he wants to save him for later on. Because in Karachi, this middle session is always hard unless until you just pick up a wicket and put the batters under serious pressure. That's different. If there is no pressure on the batsman, things are very easy.
Smith flicks away a single through square leg, and that did look relatively comfortable for Stephen Smith. So he's got 26 runs. Khawaja 63. Australia, after 36 overs, at 2 for 131. SEN Test cricket brought to you by Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
Go into Tyre Power and say, "G'day mate, got some tyres?" And they'll say, "100% we do." The store-wide super sale is now on. You can buy 3, get 1 free on Kumo tyres. And that's why they're experts in tyres. tyrepower.com.au.
So it's the hot middle session, the second session, and Waqar Younis is walking us through how a test match usually plays out at Karachi. So this is the grind session that you've just got to get through, and then you can start to profit with reverse after the tea break.
That's what I'm hoping. I mean, that's why Babar is preserving his faster bowlers.
Noman bowls to Smith, who punches off the back foot to mid-wicket, no run.
So it's very crucial to be very disciplined in this session and make sure even if you don't pick up wickets, you don't leak too many runs, and that's for the Pakistani bowlers. And both these bowlers in operation right now, they both have the potential to do that. Mid-off is being pushed back because Smith, the odd time he'll come down the pitch and he'll try to hit him over the top, so to prevent that.
Noman bowls to Smith, who steps into that shot, defends it towards point, no run there.
It's amazing, the contrast between these two batsmen. Khawaja likes to sit on the back foot and tries to play from the back foot. On the other hand, Smith is a very open-chested batsman. Anything on the leg side, he'll rock back, but anything outside the off-stump, he'll look to come onto the front foot and try to defend from there rather than just going back.
Noman around the wicket to Smith, who stretches forward in defence. He's quite willing, Steve Smith, to play long periods of defence as well. So might that be something that plays into Pakistan's hands? Because if they can just keep him quiet for a while, happy days.
Yeah, I mean, the runs rate, that is going to be very crucial on this surface.
Noman bowls to Smith, who drives inside out through point. Will get a single for it. The point is set quite deep there, so he's able to get across and cut that off. 2 for 132.
Especially once the ball gets a little bit old and soft, it is hard to just sort of hit off the square, and the runs are hard to come by then. So that is the time when Pakistan's got to squeeze in. You know, let the batsman take the risk rather than you just going and giving an easy deliveries to put away.
Noman Ali, a couple of balls left in the over. He comes over the wicket to the left hand and nearly nails him on the pad. That was the quicker one that skidded through, and Khawaja just got an inside edge as he went on the back foot.
Yeah, that one I think landed in the rough outside the off stump. You know, the pitch close to the crease is all very dry, so all the foot marks are going to play a major role. So that last delivery was pitched inside the rough and spun sharply.
Noman bowls to Khawaja, who plays this one nicely on the front foot and driving down to long on. So he'll get a single, he'll keep the strike and face the off spinner. He's got 64. Australia 2 for 133. We'll have a change in commentary after the break with Adam Collins joining Pakistan pace legend Waqar Younis. This is SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability.
For ultimate tyre safety this season, go and see Tyre Power during their store-wide super sale now on. Your #1 destination on Google Maps for safety, Tyre Power is ready to help your family drive safe on the roads. Next road trip, make Tyre Power your first stop and find out why Tyre Power is Australia's best. During the store-wide super sale on now, buy 3, get 1 free on selected Kumo passenger and SUV tyres. Each Tyre Power is 100% independent and locally owned. Find your Aussie local at tyrepower.com.au.
Australia have added 33 runs since lunch across 40 minutes without losing a wicket. Sajid Khan, second over of his spell. Khawaja pulling hard through the onside and getting himself another boundary. Picking that up nice and early. Transferring the weight and crunching it. He's 64. Australia move along to 2 for 137. Waqar Younis, he got plenty of that.
Yeah, it was not that short though, but he's playing so well. He's well settled, so he's seeing the ball very, very nicely and pulling it beautifully. I mean, it's a little risky shot, especially against Sajid Khan, who spins the ball away from the left-hander, and straight away Mohammad Rizwan going to him and trying to tell him that you just need to be a little bit fuller. Don't be scared of getting driven rather than getting pulled.
9 force for Khawaja and a 6. Facing up to Sajid here, and he just works him around the short fine. Where there's 1, there might be 2. He's weighted it well. They do get 2. So he's rushed through the 60s and reached 70. 2 for 139 Australia. A couple of balls into the 38th over. As you were saying to Geoff before, that they've got to find a way to keep the run rate in check here.
Yeah, because the run rate, you know, is anything above 3.5. It's a risky zone for the bowlers.
Partnership's worth 48. Khawaja hit on the pad, spills out into the onside. No single this time with Rizwan doing the tidying up.
So I think they have to ball in tandem and make sure that they don't give away easy balls or easy boundaries. Or this is a big field, so there are going to be a lot of 2s and a lot of 3s also. So even the fielders on the boundary, just previously we saw that, you know, Khawaja nudging it in the gap and running too easily, so the fielder's going to come up.
Barber's at slip. Khawaja's on the back foot, carving down hard towards point. No run, not far away from sneaking through. That's the one that doesn't turn.
Yeah, he odd delivery. He will push it hard, and we saw previous game to Warner. He cleaned him up with that delivery.
Sajid to Khawaja, again playing away from his body with one leg in the air. But right off the middle of the bat, it stays at 2 for 139.
What Australians are doing good right now, they're not allowing the bowlers to settle. You know, the technique they got, it's very hard to sort of keep bowling one line, one length.
Sajid to finish, flights it up, and Khawaja sweeping down a deep backward square, gets it fine. Oh, through the legs.
Dear.
Through the legs of Imam Al-Haq. And it's a second boundary in the over to finish. That should have been an easy single. But the man who was the hero last week for Pakistan at Rawalpindi with twin tons has let one go straight through his legs. So 10 runs from the over. The partnership goes beyond 50. Australia 2 for 143, and Khawaja up to 74. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. I'll tell you what, that is just a little cue that Pakistan haven't had things go their way after lunch, not in the slightest.
God, I mean, can you find a spot on this ground that will say, you know, a bump or the ball just bouncing awkwardly or any of that. That was purely lazy effort. And such a big field. He had ample time to get to it, couldn't really get down in time and missed it. I mean, what is the bowler going to be thinking at the moment? Babar gave him a long stare after that.
Especially when his economy rate, Sajid, is taking a battering. Noman to start a new over to Stephen Smith. And that's better fielding off his own bowling. The veteran 35-year-old tweaker diving away to his left and says, you will not get a single to long off. Good cricket.
Yeah, he's very greedy when it comes to his... not only his, but he's a fantastic fielder. He likes to throw himself around. He will make sure that he will not give easy runs away.
He's only conceded 22 runs in 10.1 overs, the left-arm spinner. Bowls again to Smith, who drives, and again he's collecting in his follow-through. Good cricket.
Very good cricket. Run rate again, this is just 3.73. And that's, Australia doing really well, I would say.
It's the right side of that 3.5 and over you referred to before, Waqar. No man bowling here. Driving down the ground goes Smith to move to 28. 2 for 144 the score. As I mentioned earlier, a ground you know so well, having taken 38 wickets at 17.5 here at the National Stadium, making your Test debut here. So you know the rhythms of Test cricket here better than most, and Pakistan aren't able to keep it in check the way you say they must on day one.
Look, Adam, to be honest, I remember my debut game, but I don't remember the rest of the games.
3 out on the leg side. Noman bowls to Khawaja, who sweeps out to deep backward square, and the ball beats the fielder. Well, he's played that shot so well today, Khawaja. He moves along to 78. It's 11 fours and a 6. He's in complete control.
Yeah, the timing was beautifully done. Right on top of the ball. Normally he just sits back, and this time around he planted his front leg long way down the pitch and just thrashing it through the square region.
Forward arm didn't have that much work to do there either. He hit it so well, Khawaja.
Yeah, the timing was...
So 2 balls left in the over. Left arm over the wicket, and Khawaja takes one down the ground to long on. It's well-timed batting. He's 79. It's 2 for 149. 1 ball left in this over. So that debut, which you might talk about more in greater depth in the next over, but yes, a Test match between India and Pakistan at Karachi. I mean, that must have been some occasion, especially given it was Sachin Tendulkar making his Test debut as well at age 16. Noman to finish. This time it's Smith. He's got one slip and a catch in cover. Smith goes onto the back foot, wants one around the corner and gets it. More good running from Australia, and they bring up a milestone, that being the 150. 2 wickets down after 39 overs, with the vice-captain on 29 retaining the strike. Khawaja's on 79. SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes, build with confidence. Henley.com.au.
At Kennards Hire, we only hire people who've taken the Ken Oath. By taking it, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath, it's a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage. The Ken Oath means you'll never miss smoko or beer o'clock. So if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
Kennards make your job easy.
A change in approach from Pakistan, with Sajid Khan taken out of the attack after a 2-over spell, replaced by Hassan Ali from the university end. He bowled 7 overs before lunch, none for 26. So looking to get a little bit of reverse swing now. They're 39 overs into the innings, and who better to discuss that with than Waqar Younis, who's going through his first Test match here back in 1989. Your memories of that experience here at Karachi?
A lot of people ask me this question, that what is the biggest regret I've got in my career, and they all think that I will say, 1992 World Cup, I was not part of it, I was bowling really well, I should have been there, my back, I had a stress fracture, so that might be it, but actually that's not.
Hassan Ali starting a new spell. He's got a slipper gully and a catching mid-wicket. Smith forward in defence, and there's no run there.
Because I was over the moon when Pakistan won that World Cup back in 1992 in Australia. But my biggest regret is actually not playing much against India. I only played 4 test matches in all of my 86, 87 test matches. And that is the biggest regret. I played my first test match here in Karachi, very ground, and then I got injured. I bowled in the first inning. I couldn't really bowl in the second inning.
Hassan Ali bowling with 2 catching mid-wickets to Smith, and that's the direction in which the vice-captain defends. No run.
And then I got injured. I had a back issues, and then I went away for a couple of weeks. It was a 4 test match series. We played 1 here, 1 in Faisalabad, I think 1 in Lahore, and then the last one was in Sialkot. Then I played the last one, which we couldn't really finish. I think the reason was some death in India or something like that. I can't really remember it.
Hassan bowls to Smith, who leaves alone.
But yeah, those were the first 2 test matches I played against India, and then I didn't play for about 10 years, 11 years. I didn't play a test match against Australia, and then finally I managed to get 2 more in. One in Chennai, a very famous test match, and then the test match where Anil Kumble got 10 for. So I've got a lot to remember. So I remember those test matches very clearly, and of course out of those 4, the biggest one was here at Karachi.
Hassan bowls to Smith on middle stump defended to that straight catching mid-wicket. No run there. So yes, 4 of your 87 test matches against India.
Yes.
You played 13 against New Zealand, Sri Lanka and the West Indies, and a dozen against Australia, against whom you took 30 wickets. 7 in a match here in 1994 that's remembered for Shane Warne's magic on the final day, and Inzamam Al-Haq towards the end with Mushtaq Ahmed and getting over the line by 1 wicket.
Remember that test match, and I still remember Warney bowling from that university end, which is far end from us, the scoreboard end, and I still remember the last over he bowled, the partnership between Mushi and Inzi.
Hassan bowls, Smith defends.
Yeah, it was a wonderful partnership, because by that stage we thought we are done with the test match. We have lost it, but Inzi and Mushtaq Ahmed putting up a great partnership. I think it was a partnership of 50 odd runs, almost lost that game, and that was a final wicket partnership, and it all comes down to that last ball where Pakistan needed, I think, 2 or 3 runs, and then it went through Healy's legs, and it was just amazing scenes here.
Last ball of Hassan's over, and Smith gets at least 1 down to backwards square leg. Does he want a second? He does. He takes on the arm of Noman Ali and does it well. Smith 31, end of 40 overs, 2 for 152 the score. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes. Build with confidence, henley.com.au. Adam Collins in conversation with Waqar Younis here at Karachi, the National Stadium, about the days when he would run in and traumatise foreign batsmen when they would come here reversing all over the place.
I'll tell you something else about Karachi. Karachi is such a cricket-loving nation or city where you get, big crowds in. Is that unfortunate that, cricket is not being played here for a long period. I mean, 11 years of isolation when cricket was not played in Pakistan, I think made a big difference. And slowly now we, getting the crowd back in, and this COVID issues, this pandemic also didn't really help.
Sajid's been spun around to our southern end for a new spell, replacing Nauman. Down the ground goes Khawaja, moving into the 80s, 2 for 153.
But the good thing is now the pandemic and COVID is settling in now. People are just getting used to getting in with it, and you will see the crowd here in the coming future will get a lot bigger, and people will start coming. I still remember playing here in West Indies. I was bowling far end, and this stadium was I have never enjoyed more cricket than anywhere in Pakistan. Bowling from far end against West Indies in a one-day game. It was just, I still got that roar in my ears because I was on hat trick and I didn't get a hat trick though, but that roar never ever heard it anywhere else.
Smith, who takes one down the ground as well. He's 32, 2 for 154. We see on all the signs here it says Karachi, the cricket city. I went with Bharat to the Zainab markets on your recommendation upon our arrival.
Was it good?
It was absolutely extraordinary. 11 floors of garments, and was able to buy my baby daughter some Pakistani clothing, which I was quite happy with. But yeah, we see the signs everywhere talking up their affinity with the game. Sajid bowls, and Khawaja takes another easy single down to long off this time. He's 81, 2 for 155. Australia in cruise control right now, famous last words. But yeah, the city itself, I mean, there is such a rich history with the game here. Some extraordinary cricket played here at this particular ground, not least that test match in 1994. The biggest of the three grounds we'll be at too. It's a shame there's not more people here today, but there's a lot more in since lunch and they're making plenty of noise.
Yeah, it's a big stadium, don't forget. It's not a small stadium, but yeah, you're right. You know, expectation was more that more crowd will come. Yeah, we probably will see going into the test match when you'll see things will just sort of get better for Pakistan, I would say, because they all want to see Pakistan win.
Sajid again to Smith, who pulls out something behind the sight screen for the umpteenth time from this end today. Frustration for all involved. And of course, this was a ground where the PSL returned to, wasn't it? When there was a lot made of that in 2018. Sajid bowls this time to Smith, who defends back down the pitch. So when they come out of isolation, it's via games at this ground especially.
This and Gaddafi Stadium, Lahore, both those stadiums are major cities of the country.
Smith on 32. He'll stay on 32. No, he works it just in front of the man at short leg. Easy cricket here. He's 33, 2 for 156. One ball left in this, the 41st over.
Yeah, a lot of history. It's a city of light, city of cricket lovers, and I'm sure the loss we had for all those 10, 11 years when the cricket was not played here, I think we'll make it up soon, and you'll see the crowds will get bigger and bigger.
Sajid to finish wide of the crease, and Khawaja lunges forward, pushing out towards backward point. No single. End of the over, 2 for 156 Australia. SEN Test Cricket. The Henley Homes, build with confidence. Henley.com.au.
So this summer, what sporting events are you excited for? AFLW? Basketball? Big Bash Cricket? Racing? Soccer? To witness the biggest sporting events in Australia, Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. Ticketing, corporate suites and money can't buy experiences. Get the best access to the best sporting events with Ballpark Entertainment. Making memories. ballparkentertainment.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Adam Collins in conversation with Waqar Younis about this wonderful city, Karachi, as Hassan Ali prepares to start a new over. With Smith 33 on strike, Khawaja at the non-striker's end on 81. Hassan bowls and Smith defends out towards mid-wicket. Another test match he played here was the first that Pakistan lost ever at this ground in 2000-2001 against England in the dark with Graham Thorpe and Nasser Hussain at about 7:15 at night. Somehow you were allowed to stay on the field, and back in the day when the batsmen decided bad light rather than the umpires. One of only 2 test matches that Pakistan have ever lost here in 43 attempts. But yes, that sticks in the memory as Hassan gets to the crease and bowls to Smith, who tries to cut but doesn't go very far, just across towards point, no run. Your recollections of playing in a losing team here on that occasion?
Yes, I remember it very clearly. You could see the dressing room lights were lit up, very clear, and it was literally dark. It wasn't like a bad light. It was night, literally, and we carried on playing, and I picked a 4 I think it was in the first inning.
Yes.
And then Graham Thorpe, 64 not out. We carried on.
Hassan bowls wide of the crease. Smith down the leg side, just gets something on it down to fine leg. Maybe it's pad, maybe it's bat. We look towards umpire Raja. Raza rather. It's leg by. So Smith stays on 34, 2 for 157.
I think it was more of Steve Buckner was the umpire. I remember it very clearly. He was saying that the fielding side is just delaying the thing, and he carried on. He said, we're just going to carry on playing until this game finishes. And England was happy because they were in control of the game. They were winning the game. So they said, we're happy with that. And then eventually, they managed to win the test match. Yeah.
Set up by a brilliant 100 from our colleague on SEN Test Cricket, Michael Atherton, who made 125 from 430 balls in the first innings, and then they knock over Pakistan for 158. Darren Gough amongst the wickets, and chased down 176.
Have a look at the number of overs I bowled. I never bowled these many overs in an inning.
Yes, 4 for 88 from 36 for Waqar. Around the wicket goes Hassan Ali now to Usman Khawaja, driving, but can't beat him in his follow through.
Yeah, good to see Hassan Ali back in the attack, bowling his 9th over, going around the wicket and hoping that there will be a little bit of reverse, and also trying to create a bit of angle for Khawaja. Khawaja likes to drive the ball, likes to play from the off stump.
Catching cover now to Khawaja. Around the wicket goes Hassan, and that's where the left-hander defends. It's quite close, quite straight on the pitch, just one over from the strip they're playing on.
Yeah, they've been giving easy runs away, Pakistani bowlers. So I think what they need to do is they need to find a space where they just dry the runs away, because that's the only way the wicket might come. Because if easy runs or if easy boundaries coming to the Australians' way, they're not going to be fast. They're not going to be that much worried about what is happening or what the bowler is doing. They'll be easy, they'll be comfortable.
A few words between Shaheen Sharafaridi and Hassan Ali before setting off for the final ball of this over. He'll stay around the wicket to Khawaja. One slip in a gully behind the wicket, and he defends out to the squarer of the two catching covers. 42 overs gone. Australia 2 for 157. Smith's 33. Khawaja is 81. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes. Build with confidence. Henley.com.au. And with drinks on the field, that'll be the market for a double change in commentary. Geoff Lemon replacing me. It'll be Peter Lalor replacing Waqar Younis.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely, and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator. Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely, and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
SEN Test Cricket coming to you live from Karachi. It is the drinks break. The Pakistan team taking advantage of this to all sit down in a circle on the field. They've got the wet towels around their necks and all the rest of it. It's not a 40-something degree day. It's a 30-something degree day, but it's plenty hot out there in the middle. And Peter Lalor is alongside me, Geoff Lemon, to take us through the next half hour or so. It's been pretty enjoyable so far, particularly given how slow the previous test was. This one feels positively exciting.
It certainly does. And look, just checking in on that weather, Jeffrey, it's 35 degrees in Karachi at the drinks break in the afternoon session. I like the way the local batters and fielders get down on one or two knees when they take a drink. Stretch the hammies, rest the legs, maybe be able to drink in that subcontinental way where the bottle doesn't actually touch the lips. It's hot. It'll cool down a little bit after this. That sea breeze coming in is saving us. A bit concerned about my laptop here. It's starting to feel like it did that day in Perth in 2013 when we all had to put our laptops in the fridge. Do you remember that in the tent?
I remember that very well.
Around. But that session, an hour's play, 57 runs scored, loss of no wickets.
Run rate dropped down slightly, but not much. They're going to about 3.8 runs in the last 10 overs. And what's the overall run rate, Peter? About 4 and a bit, I'll tell you. That's a guess. But nice, crisp cricket from the Australians. Enjoying this.
Yeah, it would be slightly under 4 because we've had 42 overs and 157 on the board. So thereabouts, which is pretty good going for Test cricket. Anything above 3 is a decent clip for the batting side. They've got the time on their side, and they'll be very happy to keep Pakistan out in this hot sun for as long as they can. Clear day, blue sky, hot sun.
Well, it's like life, Geoff. You know, I think you've got to make the most of it when you're young and handsome. And while that pitch is playing well and that ball was hard, I don't think it's as hard as it was before. You cash in. The Australians have 2 for 157. Disappointed, I think, David Warner not to have left runs out there. He made 48 deliveries, but not as disappointed as Marnus Labuschagne, who took on Sajid Khan and a direct hit. He was out. It was about an inch in it. I don't know, trying to get off the mark. I don't mind the batters testing the field, but when it doesn't work, you look a bit silly, don't you?
Yeah, but it's one of those ones where maybe you don't need to be rushing the single, but equally you don't expect somebody to swoop in like one of these kites, affect the one-handed pick up and nail the stumps in one throw. I mean, that rarely happens even at the top level of cricket. Yeah, now the kites have moved more down to the northern end again where they were at the start of play. The kites being the birds of prey here. That's what we're calling them anyway. It's a large, eagly type bird. Where are you, Simon Barnes, when we need you? We need a twitcher here at the ground, Geoff. Yeah. Anyway, back into play soon. One of my childhood memories is a giant book called What Bird Is That? Very straightforward title for a book. So Fahim Ashraf is starting us off after the drinks break. He's bowling in an off stump, and Smith plays to the leg side and then wanders off to the offside, points at a few people, waves his hand around, does the sort of Steve Smith, Marcel Marceau crossover. You know, I'm trapped in a box. I'm trapped in a box and I can't get out. Covers those stumps like he's playing French cricket, doesn't he? That back leg comes around. So he's on 33, Stephen Smith. He's been out there for a long time now, since before the lunch break. And he's facing Fahim, who bowls down the leg side. Mohammad Rizwan takes it well, diving away, but nothing on it. Just saves 4 byes. Read Alex Blackwell's book recently, and her and her twin sister Kate were very keen French cricketers in their grandparents' backyard. Country New South Wales. That is a great book if you get a chance to read it. Have you read it? I haven't read it yet, but I'm planning to. Take time to read that book. It's an important book in Australian cricket. Megan Maurice was the writer who worked with Alex for that. Did a wonderful job by all accounts. Outside the off stump, defended away by Smith. He reached for that one at wider line and just wanted to get the bat on it, even though he could have left it alone. Well, 135 kilometres an hour. I think that ball's just starting to go a bit late there. Watch it a bit more closely. Well, the sea breeze coming in from the west, isn't it? The breeze has begun. Yeah. Waqar Younis, who would be the authority on all things reverse around here, told us that when the sea breeze comes around the tea break, that's when the reverse starts to happen, and that's when you get your quicks back in operation. So it might have come in a bit earlier than anticipated. Here goes Fahim Ashraf. Right arm over on the leg stump, and Smith turns it away to fine leg. Goes through for a single. Takes his score to 34. Australia 2 for 158. Well, Khawaja was unlucky to miss out on his century in the last match. He was out for 97. That would have been his 3rd century in about 4 innings or something like that, Geoff, wouldn't it? 4 or 5? It would have been 3 and 5. Yeah. Okay. So a bit early to be talking about it yet. I'll put the curse on him. But 3 and 6 would still be good going. Might be handy, wouldn't it? He's 81 from 127 balls, moving well. As I said before, in the form of his life, and he's a delight to watch. There's so many shots, works the field, tests the opposition captains. He's over his bat now, Usman Khawaja, waiting for Fahim Ashraf around the wicket, and he drives Khawaja, miscues straight to short cover. They've got pretty much a catching position in there where Babar Azam the Pakistan captain, is waiting for anything that might be miscued his way. Pete Lawler just trying to save his cup of tea from a
thank you.
Bit of an overzealous clean-up operation.
I'll explain that later.
Okay.
I could reveal what an absolute tosser I am if I do.
Okay, all right. Well, sometimes, as the saying goes, as Faheen bowls outside the off stump, it's defended away to cover. Better to keep your mouth closed and risk someone thinking you're an idiot than to open it and remove all doubt.
All doubt was removed a long time ago, Geoff. So 2 for 158 on that. The electronic scoreboard is fading in this hot sun.
And that is the end of the over. It's 43 overs bowled. A 2 for 158. You're on SEN Test Cricket. For tyre power, you can save $100 on Cooper four-wheel drive tyres with them.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sports.
Next to win, and he's done it!
That is a remarkable save. Very elegant from inside of eyes. It's going to be the crowning moment.
Listen to any SEN show from around Australia and New Zealand.
Gary White and Tim Watson. This is Trackside. Tim Gossage. Bears and Izzy for breakfast. Bensley.
Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
Hassan Ali has the ball in hand, steaming in now to Stephen Smith. The Yorker, Smith manages to squeeze it away through square leg. And it is stopped out there at square leg. We'll get through for a single. Smith to 35. 159 for 2 is the score. And Fawad Alam doing the fielding out there, tumbling away. Might have injured himself a bit. Just on the edge of the practice wickets.
Yeah. If he dived about 5 metres in, he would have really taken some skin off. He landed on the grass. That is a harsh, abrasive surface out there.
Yeah.
That centre square.
You do.
I don't know if I'm seeing what I'm looking for, but I thought I'm seeing a little bit of movement of the ball. You tell me, Geoff, you've got better eyes than me.
I've got the binoculars on it. I'm seeing what I can pick up in terms of reverse. So Khawaja facing the left-hander. The slip in a gully, point in place. Khawaja gets a wide one, drives it. And Fawad Alam is called into action again at point. As he gets across and doesn't have to tumble this time, fields the ball. 2 for 160, Khawaja 82.
Well, they've already doubled Australia's first innings score when they played their first test here all those years back, 1955. Was that Ian Johnson's side? I think they're all out racing.
That was Ian Johnson. Went on to become president of the MCC for a long time. It's a somewhat controversial appointment as captain. Many people wanted Keith Miller. Johnson was the less sexy candidate, but did a capable sort of job. He was the last specialist bowler to captain Australia before Pat Cummins. Here comes Hassan Ali to Smith, who's stepping right across his crease, crouching, almost squatting as he plays that ball in that French cricket style that Pete mentioned to mid-wicket. There's no run.
Yeah. 2 catches there, and that's on that onside on the square. The mid-wicket's quite close, isn't it? And,
yeah, two catching mid-wickets, you'd say.
Yeah, okay.
They're starting to build the sort of the Durham wall, that kind of reverse cordon that England sometimes use with the short covers in the mid-wickets. Hassan Ali to Smith, who steps across and turns it to the square up. Those 2 mid-wickets. And Bharat Sundaresan says it's starting to go.
Right.
The reverse is on. So Waqar Younis was pitch perfect. He pretty much called a wicket in the first session before it happened. Just before David Warner edged off. He says this is how we'll get out, if I can get my words out. And now he's called the arrival of the reverse swing as well. If anybody knows, it's Waqar.
Well, anyone knows it's Bharat too, and he's just making those signals to us. He's kind of wasted on radio, Bharat, because I think if you could mime cricket, he's the man for it. He has very expressive hands. Expressive hair. Now, there's a bit of consultation going on at the university.
They're bringing the helmet in. What's happening? And we've got a short leg coming in.
Yeah.
So
Hassan Ali, I think that is, coming in.
Well, he's bowling.
Oh, well.
But it's...
he's a very busy man then if he's at short leg and he's bowling.
So it'll be... Usually it's Imam al-Haq under the mid. In at the hit goes Hassan Ali, a bit too short, and it's turned away by Steve Smith. He won't get a run. Straight to square leg.
Yeah, and there you go. Well, guess who it is? None of the above. It's Abdullah Shafiq.
Abdullah Shafiq's got the gig. Yeah. He was at first slip. You're not usually a guy who played 3 or 4 tests and you get the spot at first slip.
Yeah.
Matthew Renshaw was in the slip cordon for Australia very early in his career. I think on debut he was in that at Adelaide Oval. Hassan Ali bowls full to Smith, looking for the pads, looking for that reverse. Smith is equal to it, blocks it out for that short leg position. So, the end of the 44th over. It's 2 for 160. Steve Smith 35. And Usman Khawaja has come to a halt. He's on 82 and he raced along to his 50, but he's been very slow for the last half hour or so.
Yeah, I think he had a big lunch. He didn't really... He burst out of the box in the morning, which is not what you expect from Usman Khawaja. He's not a morning person. Like the people of his home country, they don't start the day well. They sort of ease into their work. But he came out of the box fast, and he's slowed down a bit now. I think that ball's got a bit softer. The air's gone out of it. He's not getting that value for runs that he's getting. And they were a bit wayward earlier, I think.
It's about 10 degrees hotter as well, so that probably plays a part. But Khawaja, he's a wonderful timer of the ball on slow surfaces. He's got that facility that few of his teammates do. Round the wicket comes Fahim Ashraf. Bit of reverse away from the bat, I fancy. And Khawaja flings the bat at it and misses the outside edge. So Rizwan took that tumbling across in front of first slip, but that reversed away to my eye from here. Just a little something away in the air there. A bit too short to swing.
Too short to swing. There's sort of a late swing. Would have cut off the wicket, perhaps. He's quite a demonstrative wicket keeper, isn't he? He likes the tumble. Be good on the mats.
Why take it standing up when you can take it lying down? Too short again from Fahim Ashraf. And Usman Khawaja just bunts the ball away to point. So not making the most of the opportunity here, Pakistan.
No, thank you for not pulling me up on the wrong use of the word demonstrative. I mean performative.
Demonstrative makes sense.
Doesn't that mean to sort of quibble?
Well, it could. Yeah. It could do. But anyway, I think to demonstrate is to enact.
I'm distracted by the sight of your socket sticking out the back of your pack.
Here comes Fahim Ashraf, Khawaja, standing up tall, guiding the ball to point, but he won't get through the field.
Pull your pants up, Geoff. It's distracting.
It's up to you what you're distracted by, Peter.
Thank you. I'm only human. So let's have a look at the workload the bowlers had. He used a few bowlers in the first 3 hours of play here.
Yeah, well, Fahim's certainly done more work than Iftikhar did, the player who was in his spot in the first test, the spinning all-rounder. Fahim, who beats Khawaja, and it bounces through the wicket-keeper and away for extras. They get through for a bye, or was that off the outside edge? Umpire says a bye. Either that or Al-Andaz just saying hello. It's case played back. So that one went through the legs. It was over. In hockey parlance, the 5-hole score as it got through Rizwan.
That did not get up above knee height.
No.
Delivery. Fahim Ashraf in his 8th over, first change bowler. Shaheen bowled 9. He's got none for 32. Hassan Ali, who was also open, he's got none for 30 from 10. Sajid Khan sent down 7. And Norman Ali, 11 overs, none for 29. Sajid Khan expensive, none for 43. He's gone at 6 runs and over.
So it's 2 for 161 with the bye. Fahim Ashraf over the wicket to Smith, who glances a run down to fine leg. There's a good sliding stop down there on the boundary line. And Smith will move his score along to 36. Khawaja's still on 82. He's got strike back with 1 ball to come. 2 for 162, the Australian score. They won the toss this morning. Elected to bat. David Warner was caught behind for 36. Manas Lavaskakne was run out for naught, taking on the arm of Sajid for a quick single.
PCB social media account very cheeky about that run out.
Oh, yeah?
Apparently they posted an image that said in capital letters, "No run!"
Very good.
Yeah, pay that one.
Here's Fahim around the wicket to Khawaja, beaten again, and again it bounces through to Rizwan behind the stumps. And Fahim Ashraf just throws his head back and laughs and says, what else can you do? It's 2 for 162. Smith 36, Khawaja 82. You're on SEN Test Cricket. Change of commentary after this with Adam Collins coming in. And this broadcast is brought to you by Tyre Power. You can save $100 on Cooper 4-wheel drive tyres right now.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Well, as we wait for Adam Collins to come back into the commentary box, interesting that last over from Fahim Ashraf. A couple of balls kept very low, didn't get above knee height on their way through to the keeper, making it more difficult for the keeper than the batter at the moment. And Usman Khawaja's got those nice low hands, but we must see how that plays out as the game develops. Could get quite difficult for the batters.
Shaheen back into the attack, replacing Hassan Ali around the wicket to Steve Smith, who leaves alone outside the off stump. A little bit of reverse there, and we've seen a couple shoot through in that previous over that you identified, Pete. I can see Bharat Sundaresan beneath us here pumping his fist, saying this game's going to speed up. It's going to speed up. He's saying it's going to be a 4-day test match. I'm not sure whether a man who's been denied the first test match should be cheering on a 4-day test here on afternoon one, but the point is well made that this is going to be an eventful couple of days.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be quite difficult to bat with that ball reversing and keeping low. Reminds me, though, not quite the bad old days of the MCG before you were born. But this is like a sort of... it's a little bit like the MCG back in the 70s with the low stands, I think, and in that lazy angle, not piled up high like a Coliseum.
They're roaring for Afridi around the wicket to Smith, who plays late under his eyes out to cover no run. Yes, well, we mentioned earlier with Cat the fact that this went up the year that the old Olympic stand opened at the G. There are some similarities there, and the way that it's tilted backwards, also some similarities to the old Waverley VFL Park. So for those who grew up in that part of Melbourne in that time, they'll be watching on telly perhaps and catch a couple of things in the eye that look familiar.
But our commentary box is at the southern end. This is the great southern stand.
Here's Afridi to the crease. Bowls here in Smith. No footwork. Does he get through point? Not quite. Tried to force it through that gap. Azhar Ali said no. It stays at 2 for 162.
Current run rate's about 3.56, just looking on the screen there. By the sound of it, he didn't really get all of that, Smith, but he's not really throwing his hands hard at it. Just playing within himself, as both of them tend to do.
Just being held here. You can hear Smith smashing down on the crease as he does before a bowler sets off. Such a familiar setup from the Australian vice-captain. Slip of the gully. He skews this out towards extra cover of the outside part of the bat. So 4 dot balls to start again. That might be a sign that Shaheen Afridi is getting a little bit of tail away from the right-hander.
Is he bowling a bit faster than that in the first test? About 130s now.
Yeah, he was up in the 140s in that first test, and we've seen him bowl in the 150s in white ball cricket.
We have, yeah. Saving a bit of energy here, perhaps.
Smith waits. Relatively conventional 6-3 field. Shaheen delivers, and Smith goes back in his crease before defending out towards mid-on. No run. We've enjoyed a couple of days here, Pete, so far. I feel like we've learned a lot about Karachi in a relatively short space of time. We went out to a restaurant called Karachi on the first night we were here for your birthday, and
which was the original name of the town, was Karachi.
Yes, when they when it was fortified as a village a little bit later, but originally it was known as Karachi out there on the water on the Arabian Sea. Last ball of the over, Shaheen Bowles and Smith on the drive, square drive, but straight to point. Again, Azarelli in the game. End of the over, 2 for 162. Smith stays on 36, Khawaja 82. SEN Test Cricket for tyre power. Save $100 on Cooper 4-wheel drive tyres.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
My friend's gone down to help out and they've all been caught in this rip and they've been out there for a while and they jumped on either leg and I started to sort of paddle lateral to the rip because you never paddle against the rip. And then all of a sudden the shopper was flying over the top. Okay, we don't need to get in, we just need to bide our time before the skidoos arrive.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
SEN Test Cricket with Adam Collins and Pete Lawler with you. Fahim's been toiling away. 8 overs, 1 for 22. He picked up David Warner before lunch. Right arm around the wicket. He's got a slip for Khawaja and edging to that slip, albeit on the bounce. All the way along the ground at the bottom edge to Shafiq, who stops for it. Hits him, by the looks of things, in the groin. He must be wearing a box because they're all running up to rub him in the groin. I doubt they'd be doing that if he wasn't wearing a protector.
That was actually a bottom edge. I thought it was an indication again that the bounce at this end is not that reliable. Must be
that's gonna that's
different cultures.
Let me put it that way. That's going to do the rounds on Twitter. Fawad Alam furiously rubbing the groin of Shafiq. As I say, he must be wearing a protector. As he was smiling. Fahim Bowles around the wicket. Khawaja, that's better. Riding the bounce down to cover, no run. Usman Khawaja, a wonderful opportunity on 82. He reached 97 last week. Out reverse sweeping. Caught the glove. We all held our breath and saw that little spike on Snicko.
Just needs to stay switched on here. Slow down a bit. We're looking at stats from the local broadcaster. Middled 80% of the deliveries, edged 3%, beaten 9%. Nice numbers, Adam.
Yeah, he really has slowed down. His first 50 was in 70 balls and he's now faced 137 for 82. Fahim to him here and he's leaving alone well outside the off stump.
Well, that's why the way he starts is so important. He catches in on that hard ball, the truer surface before the wicket starts to dive it, and we see this ball shooting through. Came back to Test cricket with a pair of hundreds, 137 and 101 not out at the SCG. The prodigal son returns to the grounds just nearby the apartment where he grew up with his brother and his immigrant parents, not far up the road from David Warner in Matraville. It was a great event. A lot of love for him.
Facing up to Fahim here and again able to shoulder arms on about the 4th stump line. Good batting. Yeah, the Khawaja story, it felt incomplete when he was left out of that Test team in 2019. It didn't feel like we quite got to the natural end point, and we're enjoying this final stanza here, as he clearly is as well.
Yeah. He could have felt hard done by there. I think he was unlucky. David Warner wasn't scoring runs, and Usman wasn't doing much better, but they had to find a way to get Marnus Labuschagne in the team. Am I right there, Labuschagne? I think that was kind of all the moving parts of it. Yeah, so someone had to go.
That's exactly right. And when you look back at the timing of his omission as Fahim Bowles and Khawaja drives to mid-off, it was after the 3rd Test match, and that was the Test when Warner made runs at Leeds. He made 60-odd on the first day in really challenging conditions, and there was no case to leave Warner out at that point. It was about how do they fit Labuschagne in, and at that stage they'd only given Marcus Harris 1 Test. So if you're going back to the very start in 2019, you would probably say that the logical thing to have done was to have given him a chance to open the batting again, but that's where they made that tactical misstep, and none of the openers worked out by the end of that series. Fahim to finish, 47th over, and again Khawaja is able to leave it alone through to the gloves of Rizwan. 47 overs gone. Smith on 36, Khawaja 82. It's 2 for 162 on SEN Test cricket for tyre power. Save $100 on Cooper 4-wheel drive tyres.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Steph Stephanie Brands. Plus, on the SENW channel,
We cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more.
for the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
Adam Collins with you, and Bharat Sundaresan replaces Peter Lawler to join me in the summariser chair. His first day on tour, or at least his first day at the cricket, with Shaheen Sharafridi setting up to bowl his 11th over. A quieter period this for Australia. Pakistan have done well to drag it back. 62 runs in the session, but the vast majority of those coming in the first hour. Shaheen's bowling with a slip and a gully around the wicket to Smith. Can he find some reverse swing away? He does so here, but it's well outside the off stump to begin with, so he has nothing to do with it, the vice-captain's shouldering arms. What we did do, upon arriving here, was walk across the road from our hotel to the Karachi Gymkhana, which is the ground in Karachi until they built this in 1955, and enjoyed a lot of history, and is still a beautiful venue.
Oh, that's where Pakistan cricket started in many ways, Paula.
Shaheen bowling with a 6-3 field to Smith, who again leaves alone, and that's the first time we've really seen that lightsaber, which was such a part of his batting in 2017 against India when he made those 3 centuries. But yeah, the Gymkhana was where the MCC first visited, where Australia visited as early as 1935, and was the Karachi cricket ground until they built this stadium.
Yeah, I mean, when they beat the MCC team in 1951, that literally led to them qualifying as a test nation. So in many ways, that's where everything began.
Shaheen wide of the crease to Smith, who defends out to the offside. It strikes me as a fraction odd that it took beating an MCC touring team. So, okay, if you can do that, you're allowed to play test cricket. I mean, they played test matches in what we now know as Pakistan when it was just one country.
They were a strong team, and that's the one difference between Pakistan cricket teams and Indian cricket teams. They were a strong team pretty much from the beginning. If you look at India's history and Pakistan's history as cricket teams, Pakistan teams started winning a lot more often than Indian teams did.
Shaheen to Smith, using his bat this time out to mid-off, no run, full and straight. Yes, they have that success against England in 1954 in England, and they beat Australia here in Karachi in 1956, bowling them out for 80 in the first test that Australia played on this ground, on the matting, of course. Wasn't on this ground, rather, but in the... Oh, no, it was here, wasn't it? It was the first test match here, yeah.
That's where it all began for Pakistan as a host nation. Official test, of course.
It's that Gymkhana ground as Shaheen arrives and bowls. Smith leaves alone again with the lightsaber. It is where Australia toured in 1935 under Jack Ryder's captaincy, and to think that, you know, they were coming here, obviously part of a broader subcontinental tour, but it's a long and rich history between these nations in this country. It's even more striking that it's been 24 years since the last series here.
There's always been some excitement whenever the Australian team has come to Karachi and played test cricket, or cricket in general.
Just being held away from the university end, and the old scoreboard is Shaheen. Round the wicket, York Smith, who squeezes it out towards backward point. End of the 48th over. 2 for 162 is the score. Smith stays on 36, Khawajas 82. 3 maidens on the trot. Adam Collins here with Bharat Sundaresan. But I mentioned that the Karachi Gymkhana as being the home of Pakistani cricket. Well, while we were there, we were given a tour by perhaps the greatest Pakistani cricket photographer, Iqbal Munir. And we spent the morning really thumbing through photographs of his from the 1992 World Cup, which they won in Australia, and the original photographic book that was made about Imran Khan.
Absolutely, an eye on Imran. In such intimate pictures of the great cricketer, now Prime Minister. And some of those pictures we saw Colo, where he's just sprawled out in his beautiful living room in London. Those wonderful Patani chappals on and looking completely at ease and as royal as only he could back then. And even some of my favorite picture from the 92 World Cup book was Salim Malik in his hotel room at 3 a.m.
Yes.
Still looking at the lit up MCG and wondering, wow, did we just win a World Cup there?
Yes, looking out the window of what was then known as the Hilton Hotel, just at the end of the car park at the G, where the Pakistan team was staying for the World Cup final. I love some of the signs we could see when looking around the MCG for that final. Fahim starts a new over around the wicket, Khawaja defending out to cover. Of course, that was the era where putting up banners around the ground for Australian one-day games was huge. Everybody brought in a sign. We saw a bunch of signs to our left here before, but one of the signs reads, Imran, sex god. Both of them food hog. Of course, it was England playing in Pakistan in that final, the two great all-rounders of their era.
And for both their last international games.
Yes.
It's amazing when you think about it.
Imran being brought back years later to captain that team. Fahim delivers here, round the wicket, and Khawaja is able to leave alone again. Good tight passages from Pakistan.
Yeah, very important in these conditions that you bowl dry overs. It's not always easy. And also a sign that this is going to be a pitch where runs will come off the new ball or it'll be easier to score. We've seen quite a few deliveries from this end, keeping low or stopping on the batters. But that's just something very uniquely exciting about that period when the ball starts going reverse. It's like, you know, you've gone to this music concert and when the headline act comes on stage, that kind of buzz.
Fahim bowls to Khawaja, who again leaves alone. I'm some chance of going through this entire commentary stint without having a run scored, I think, the way things are travelling at the moment, where Pakistan have just had a good period outside the off stump, wanting to tempt the set Australian men. I mentioned signs before that there's one sign to our left, which is all about you. You've been welcomed to Karachi by a super fan of yours, and he's made a huge sign, which I took a photo of before, welcoming you to his city.
Yeah, well, yeah. That's the world we live in. Anybody can be a star or have a fan, a single fan.
A few more than that. Fahim, partnership 71, Khawaja clipping out in front of square. Nice shot. Should be two there. Breaks the run of dot balls. They do get a second. Out towards the Wasim Bari enclosure. 2 for 164, Khawaja 84. Love the enclosures around here as well. Due to the coloured seating that you might have caught on television, every bay has its own enclosure and thus a name associated with it. Great for Pakistan cricket. To our left is the Hanif Muhammad enclosure. To our right is the Javad Miandad enclosure. That I suppose you would say that the two greatest sons of Karachi cricket.
Very much so. The two pillars of Karachi cricket. Two different eras, of course, and also see the Muhammad brothers enclosure from where we're sitting.
Yes, I like that quirk. Around the wicket to Khawaja, Fahim bowls, and Khawaja wants one but doesn't beat mid-on. The fact that Hanif Muhammad's recognised him in two separate enclosures, one just for him and then one for him and his two brothers who also played Test cricket for Pakistan.
Hassan Ali entertaining the crowd. He is, in everybody's opinion, the biggest entertainer in this Pakistan team.
Did you catch him walking into the ground this morning?
Yeah.
He walked out from the dressing room all the way underneath us, a long way between the rooms and the group, carrying a Pakistani flag, marching like a soldier, just for laughs. Fahim to finish the over. Khawaja pushing out towards cover. It's stopped by the man in there close. The end of 49 overs. Smith 36, Khawaja 84. The score 2 for 164. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes and Tyre Power.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
Premier Racing's Peter Zabiris spoke to us about the differences between drag racing and supercars.
You're used to a race lasting 3.89 seconds. How did you go with 300 kilometres?
It was different. I kept on saying to myself, can't these guys find the finish line? They just keep driving around.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
The day is heating up. The cricket is heating up. Took Usman Khawaja 5 overs to add a single to the 82 that he had before. They've just bowled 3 scoreless overs in a row, Pakistan. Really slowed down the Australian advance. They got off to a flyer, made 100 runs in the first session. They've added 64 since, but not many of those in the last half hour.
Hello, Jeffrey. Yeah, I mean, they're both tied. And also, as the ball gets older, just telling caller, it's not coming on as willingly as it was in the first session, first hour as well.
Shaheen bowls to Steve Smith, starts the line wide, seeing if he can get the ball to come back in. So this is the hunt for reverse now, isn't it? The big guy back on, Shaheen Shah Afridi, tall, slender, quick, swings it.
Swings it, yeah. Well, couldn't have put it any better. And you could see at the end, between overs, Shaheen had stuck the ball in his pocket. They're trying their best to take care of that ball. They don't want any wet hands on the ball. They can sense it. Pakistan know he's beginning to go, and he's changed his angle coming from over the wicket now.
So the left armour over the wicket to Steve Smith, bowls across the right-hander who lets it go. Confident that he was reading the line of that ball, and he would want to be confident if it is starting to go one way or another. So Shaheen bowling with a slip. Kind of, well, you could split the difference between a gully and a fourth or fifth slip. Backward point, cover point, a fairly short cover, mid-off, mid-on, forward square leg and a long leg. So the field set for pitching it up, trying to make it swingy. Bowls on leg stump, clips straight to that forward square leg position, and there'll be no run.
And Shaheen Afridi naturally has a pretty whippy release, but you could see even in that delivery, his load up is just slightly different, kind of trying to add to that slingy action, which you hear a lot of great exponents of reverse swing talk about. It's not about the ball swinging reverse, it's about the ball doing it very late so that the batter just cannot adjust.
Shaheen takes his time, letting Steve Smith tap and tap and tap his bat. Waiting for the delivery, which comes now. Smith walks across, shovels it down to mid-on. So, extremely watchful, Smith. And he's on the move so early. Well before Shaheen's in the delivery stride, Smith is walking.
He is, and this technique seems to be working for him. And like you called him a tinkerer in our previous spell together, Geoff. He doesn't mind it. Not very rigid with his technique like some other great batters are.
Shaheen back around the wicket. In at Smith, a Yorker, good ball, but Smith digs it out. It's going to be fairly subterranean work for the Australian batting champion. 2 for 164, 5 dot balls. Smith is waving for something to do with the sight screen. There's a problem. The sheet. Here we go. So there's the normal sight screen, and there's a sight screen behind that, and there's one behind that.
And there's a security guard just trying to peep out from behind the analog scoreboard.
Okay.
He's in grey. He hasn't realized what the umpires want him to do. He's giving them a thumbs up. Oh, he's finally got it.
But at the top, there's a fourth sheet that's covering some of the scoreboard on the clock. And that's just come open a bit, like the curtains in the morning. So I'm surprised that's not what Steve Smith is worried about. He's ready now. Shaheen bowls full. Steve Smith digs it out once again. So in at the toes, in at the stumps, all through the over. Shaheen Shah Afridi is doing his best with his old ball to find something, make some danger. The score at the end of the over is 2 for 164. Smith 36, Khawaja on 84 on SEN Test cricket.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
There's one wheel that affects the performance of all the other wheels on your car, the steering wheel. And if your steering is out of alignment, it affects handling and vehicle stability. Poor steering alignment also causes rapid and uneven tyre wear. If you feel your vehicle pulling in one direction on a straight road, head to your nearest Tyre Power store and get your alignment checked and adjusted as soon as possible.
Get the power!
Live from Karachi, something we never thought we would say, I think. But here we are. It has happened. And the very warm reception we've been met with from everybody along the way has made this one of the most memorable cricket experiences I've had.
Already, right? And we're just not even halfway there in terms of this tour. But yeah, every morning I wake up, Geoff, you're right. I have to pinch myself when I to come to my senses. It takes me a while. And then I realized that, yeah, we are in Karachi. I am in Karachi. Even when I'm writing my pieces and you say something about Karachi, you're like, yeah, I never thought this would happen, but here we are and loving every moment of it. And so is the crowd, beginning to build up. As our good friend Shabar, who's not too far away, making his test debut for the Dawn newspaper.
Yes.
Informed us duly this morning.
A couple of players on debut. Swepson as well. So Noman Ali is going to have a bowl. And switch back to spin. The seam up option has not worked to Babar Azam's satisfaction. So Noman Ali, a left arm orthodox spinner, he'll be bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Khawajas. Slip and a short leg in place. Up past the umpire, and he bowls to Usman Khawaja, who stretches forward and defends. There's no run. I've been interested to hear that it's only in Pakistan that people have started getting Manas's name right. He's actually told, he's been willing to tell them how to pronounce it.
Yeah.
In Australia, he says, no, just be lazy and say Labashan. And here he says Marnas Labaskafne, as it would be in Afrikaans. His differing identities. Noman Ali to Khawaja, who turns a single away through a square leg, goes to 85, 165 on the board, 2 wickets down. But Usman as well, because he's, in Australia he's Usman Khawaja, and here he's Usman Khawaja.
Usman Khawaja, yeah. And it's interesting you bring that up. I'm not surprised that people here can get Marnus's name right. Because one thing I have realized is the more languages you speak, the easier it is to pick up sounds. People still struggle in Australia with my name, which is actually Bharat Sundaresan. It is, not everybody gets it.
Yeah, but it's not that complicated. Around the wicket comes Noman Ali. Bit of turn on that occasion as Smith stretches forward, and Noman's just saying, okay, you might think that I just darted in at the pads, but I can turn the ball, gentlemen.
And it's funny, Steve Smith was nodding his head, Noman Ali was nodding his head, the keeper was nodding his head. Everybody acknowledged that there was a ball that needed to be acknowledged.
They're like those toys you put on the dashboard of your car. All of the heads nodding. Noman Ali, a lot of flight this time. Smith drives straight to cover. Made good contact and had to reach for that ball.
I'm telling you now, Geoff, if this turns out into one of those days where the spinners start running through the batting lineup, that will be my intro. And everyone nodding. Putting it out there.
Noman Ali tosses it up. Just makes Smith wait. It just dips on him a little, and then Smith defends out towards point. But that ball dropped.
It did.
So he's using the breeze a little bit, using his wiles, his skills. Comes between the umpire and the stumps once more. Steve Smith opens the face and tries to guide away behind point, but in the end he chops the ball to cover point instead. Can't get through the field. Cannot get a run. So, the end of the 51st over. Smith on 36, Khawaja on 85, and Australia 2 for 165.
At Kennard's Hire, we only hire people who've taken the Ken Oath. By taking it, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath. It's a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage. The Ken Oath means you'll never miss smoko or beer o'clock. So if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
Kennard's make your job easy.
SEN Test cricket, live from Karachi. We'll never tire of saying that. The birds are still circling. There are a whole bunch of birds of prey. I'm not sure what they prey upon. Maybe insects, I would guess, given how many of them there are, circling over the ground. And Shaheen Shah Afridi, who is, if he were to be a bird of prey, he'd be a big one. A sort of Jim Morrison-style bird of prey. Giant wingspan.
And speaking of bird of prey, you notice in green overs, Babar Azam had brought Sajid Khan onto bowl, but Shaheen Shah Afridi stormed towards Babar Azam, said, no, give me one more over. I sense something here. I am the bird of prey. I sense a kill.
Well, here we go. Can he swoop? The left armour will be bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja. He's waiting for him now. Slip in a gully in place. A little bit of reverse there, and Khawaja reaches for it. And he plays the ball into the ground away to cover point, but that just kept going a little further away from him. So Shaheen was right. There is still something there.
And after the previous over from Shaheen Afridi, he walked across, just stood in front of the stumps, studied the pitch, replicated a left-hander's stance. He sensed something. He thinks he's either found a weakness or found a spot or found a way.
He's got the breeze. He's got the ball. He's got Usman Khawaja in his sights. Runs in now. Bowls to him, and Khawaja's inside edging the drive down to mid-on. And Shaheen's saying, sure I can get this guy. Australian supporters around the world watching on are saying, please don't. They're saying, Shaheen, 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 Shaheen. I'm begging of you, please don't take this man.
Shaheen, Shaheen. You hit the third note, Geoff.
You've got to go up a bit.
I know.
I'll leave that to Dolly. She does it better than anyone. She wrote that song in about an hour.
Really?
Yeah. Just pumped it out. The way genius works. Here's Shaheen bowling to Khawaja. He's reaching outside the off stump and steering away to cover point.
Sounds like a T20 era songwriter to me.
Yep. Under pressure.
Run rate increasing.
Knew how to hit from ball one. Or at least right hits from ball one.
Yeah. Maybe the deadline was nearing. We're all aware of that. We've been there, Geoff.
9 to 5 as well. She wrote that in about half an hour. Yep.
Australia don't have to survive for half an hour to get to tea.
No.
7 more minutes against the reverse swinging ball, and Shaheen Afridi steaming in.
He's got 3 deliveries to come in this over, Shaheen. Bowls to Khawaja, who drives off the outside edge to point. And I don't think these Australians have hit one out of the middle for about an hour. They were doing it quite nicely in the first session, but it's been very hard to time the ball. Even when they've gone after it, you haven't heard a sweep out of the middle of the bat. It's always been a clunky, kind of tinny sound rather than a woody sound. The edge of the bat, the outside portion.
I think it tells you, Geoff, why Australia played this right. They went up with the bowling, the ball was hard and new. They did the bulk of the scoring at that. Now it's a period of attrition. Get to that second new ball without too many wickets down.
Shaheen bowls to Khawaja, who takes one hand off the bat handle as he drops a rising ball away to the leg side. So a little bit of bounce from this pitch still for Shaheen. He's got 1 ball to come. I remember Aaron Finch doing this in 2016 in Sri Lanka in a white ball series when it got so hard to score as the innings went on. He just came out and went after the first 10 overs. He was making 50s off 20-odd balls. He would just smash everything for 6 or 8 overs, 10 overs, and then by the 20th over, it was impossible to score, basically. He'd just make all the runs up front and then go at about 2 and over for the rest of the innings. And it worked. And it was the right way to play in that environment. Shaheen bowls a bouncer to finish the over. Khawaja goes down underneath it comfortably, and Shaheen jumps across the pitch, almost deliberately, it seems, just to brush right past Khawaja. Doesn't really have a word, but just makes sure that their shirts touch on the way by as he goes down to talk to his captain, Babar Azam. So the end of the over, 52 of them gone, 2 for 165, Khawaja 85, Smith 36.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
Premier Racing's Peter Zabiris spoke to us about the differences between drag racing and supercars.
You're used to a race lasting 3.89 seconds. How did you go with 300 kilometres?
It was different. I kept on saying to myself, can't these guys find the finish line? They just keep driving around.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
5 minutes till the tea break. You're with Geoff Lemon and Bharat Sundaresan on SEN Test Cricket. We've got Noman Ali, the left-arm spinner, wheeling into Stephen Smith, who's stretching forward, playing across his front pad, defending. down to a very short, straight mid-off who's standing next to the non-striker. Gets rid of the helmet now, does Abdullah Shafiq, the inexperienced player. They're standing very close to the bat. They've got a slip in place as well. The ball will be turning away from the right-hander. Noman bowls full to Smith, who drives it out to cover. No run. How about that stat that we found during the previous Test match? In terms of, so partnerships that have made a century opening partnership in both innings of a Test match, right? It had only happened 11 times until last week. Abdullah Shafiq did it for the second time in his career. Noman bowls to Smith, who defends. So in 145 years, it had happened 11 times, then 12 times, and this kid had done it twice in 3 Test matches. He played 3 Tests and done it in 2 of them. It's an absolutely ridiculous thing to have done with that level of experience. He's now playing his 4th Test match, which means it's his 7th first-class game. 7 first-class games, 4 of them Tests. Pakistan is a land of wonders for cricket. Smith defends off the line of middle stump, reaching across his pad to mid-wicket. There's no run.
Just in terms of Test cricket, he's just the Scott Boland of opening batting.
Yeah, absolutely. But Scott Boland played first-class cricket for 10 years first.
That's what I mean. Only in terms of Test cricket.
Here's Noman. The Smith, who whips nicely down through long on for 4. What a shot that is. Well, we said it had been a while since they hit one out of the middle. That was as sweet as they come. Smith didn't charge. He just shuffled slightly. Got to the very pitch of it, read the drop of the ball, and played that on drive sweetly. That was Laxman style. That flick of the wrists on the on drive to send it for a very wide long on for 4.
If you ever wanted to know why Steve Smith averages so high in Asia, you just need to see that boundary on loop.
169 on the board. 2 wickets down. Noman bowls to Smith, who forces off the back foot down to a deep set mid-on. He won't get a run on that occasion. The end of the over, 53 of them gone, 2 for 169. Smith's on 40. He's faced 108 balls. Khawajas on 85. He was on 81, I think, an hour ago. He's barely scored in the last hour, but he's still there. And we've seen him bat for a long time in Asia. And as you say, Bharat, with Steve Smith, that's the shot. I remember him playing that stroke when he came back into the Test team in 2013 in India, in Mohali, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Homework gate, the Mohali 4 got suspended. Smith got his opportunity. He made 92 when he came back into the team. And that was the shot that stood out, him using his feet and playing the on-drive for the spinners, who had been tormenting the Australians to that point. They still lost the Test match. He didn't quite get that 100, but it showed his presence of mind, his clarity of mind, his confidence in using his feet to move around. And he didn't even have to advance really to that one. He just shifted his foot position to make sure it was perfect. Away it went.
All hands, yeah, and that's the pity, Geoff, that Australia haven't played enough in Asia after that 2017 tour of India.
Sajid Khan is bowling the over before the tea break. It's down the leg side, squeezed away. They'll pick up a couple of runs, maybe runs or some form of extra leg buys, says umpire Hassan Raza. And those 2 extras will be added to the score. Khawaja won't profit. He stays on 85. Australia 2 for 171.
In the last few years of COVID and everything, the fact that Australia don't play away.
Sajid Khan round the wicket to Khawaja, who defends.
It's been a pity, yes. I mean, we haven't seen baggy green overseas, but also it's robbed a lot of maybe Steve Smith's peak years, especially away from home. He just seems like another level when he bats here.
Smith bowls outside the off stump to Khawaja, who forces away to cover point. There'll be no run. Now, the amount that he played after that Ashes comeback in 2019, he played 5 tests the following summer. 4 after that, the summer after that. Sajid goes to Khawaja, who drives it down to long off, goes through for a single. 2 for 171, 2 for 172.
And the 5 Test matches this summer in the Ashes on very difficult pitches. So he was really coming of age, and he had come of age in 2017, but he looked set to really, be that the Bradman of his era.
Yeah. Well, he had 4.5 years in which he made 22 Test hundreds, I'd say, from memory. As he defends a full ball from Sajid away. There's no run. Then he missed his year banned, and he came back and made 300s in 4 tests. And you thought, well, he'll just continue the way that he's gone. Sajid Khan to Smith, who stands up tall and defends once again. Stopped by mid-on. And then since then, he's played 14 test matches in 2.5 years.
Indeed, but what he has done very successfully so far is he's seen off the Pakistani threat into the tea break.
And that is the end of the over. So, Australia 2 for 172. That is the score. They've negotiated their way through this session, Bharat Sundaresan, as the degree of difficulty has got higher with batting, but they've managed to make sure that they get through without losing a wicket.
Yeah, very much so. And you can't take it too lightly, the fact that Australia haven't lost a wicket in this session. Yes, you can look at the run rate. Pakistan might have, put the lid on them to an extent, but a very important session for the test match, a very important session for Australia. And then they've done a great job of hanging in there. Hasn't been easy. The ball hasn't been coming on. The ball has been reverse swinging. If they can see off the first half an hour, 45 minutes of the third session, I think Australia could well finish this day very much on top.
So, if you've just tuned in, Australia won the toss this morning and elected to bat. David Warner was out in the first session, caught behind by Mohammad Rizwan from the bowling of Fahim Ashraf for 36. Marnus Labuschagne was run out for naught, taking on a quick single. Sajid Khan with the direct hit throw of the stumps. Now that was before the lunch break. After lunch, Steve Smith and Usman Khawaja batted through the session. Usman on 86 and Steve Smith on 40 as they go to the break. They are 2 for 172. The only wicket to fall to Fahim Ashraf, who's got 1 for 24. You're on SEN Test Cricket. We'll be back with all of the action straight after the tea break. And during that break, let's first of all hear from Australian women's captain Meg Lanning, who spoke to the media today ahead of tomorrow's big one-day World Cup clash against the host.
And obviously you guys haven't lost a one-day to Kiwis since 2017, but they did get that big warm-up win. Do you think that might give them a bit more confidence or momentum coming into this game?
I'm not sure. You'd have to ask them. I think World Cup, real games are a very different proposition. There's a lot more pressure around it. This is a big game. There's no doubt about that, and that's the way that we're looking at it. So realistically, whatever has happened in the past, whether it's internationals or warm-up games, I don't think that counts for a lot tomorrow. It's whoever plays the best on the day and is able to handle the big moments. And we feel like we've done that well so far in this World Cup. But again, we're going to have to bring that tomorrow against a really, firing Kiwi lineup who's playing with confidence. So we're looking forward to a great challenge.
So thank you, Meg. Now, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, Matt, what is, given obviously done a fair bit of research around the World Cup, what does history tell you about the possibility of playing 2 leggies in your drugs, particularly with the morning start?
Yeah, that's certainly something that we're looking at. Again, it sort of comes down to the conditions. The breeze can play a big factor with spin as well, and then sort of our matchups with their batters. So, we feel like we've got some good information on that and feel like we've got some good matchups. So it'll just, come down to what our best balance is as well. We've got to make sure that we've got some variation and options within our lineup because, we've seen that once batters can get set through this tournament, it's pretty hard to stop them from scoring big. So that variation is going to play a big role for us as well, which we feel like we'll need to cover. But, we played 2 leg spinners last game against Pakistan and, that showed that we're willing to do that depending on the conditions and matchups.
And even though you lost the practice match in various comments, New Zealand only lost 1 wicket, so you feel like you get a couple of early wickets, but all those didn't get ahead against you or feel under more pressure?
I think early wickets and constant wicket-taking ability is very important in this World Cup. Once the good batters get set, they can be very hard to remove, and that's what allows the really big totals when there's a really good platform there. So, there's no doubt that every team would be going out there to try and take some early wickets and sort of get the best batters out, because that gives you the best chance. So that's certainly something we'll be looking to do, be really aggressive up front, make sure we're bowling in attacking areas and trying to take wickets.
Thank you.
Julie, do you want to come here?
Hi, good afternoon, mate. If I'm using StatsGuru properly, I don't think there's been a one-day international between you guys at the Basin since 1999. So there's obviously been a lot of data for you guys on the pitch in terms of you guys playing there. Do you put a lot of stock in sort of T20 fixtures that have been played on the same day, men's fixtures, or do you just have to make your assessment based on the day's honours?
No, we have looked at some previous stats with men's cricket. Obviously, there's not a lot of women's internationals here that we've played in. It generally looks like it's got some good carry in the wicket, reasonable pace, and can be quite high scoring at times. So that's sort of the general feel that we've got from the ground. The other factor is the wind, which we've already spoken about, which needs to be taken into account as well. So the wicket looks pretty green. It's got some even coverage of grass, which is great. I think there'll be a bit in it for everybody. But we feel like we've got a general feel on what the wicket will do, but again, it's just about really looking at what we get tomorrow and making sure we adapt really quickly.
Join Caroline Wilson and Corey Perkin for their weekly podcast, Don't Shoot the Messenger, filled with their insights into the latest news and a little sport, good local tips, and plenty of recommendations on what they're reading, watching, and whipping up in the kitchen.
Did you see the gathering of women on the streets who were making their own Molotov cocktails with the YouTube on their phone, teaching them how to do it? That's just raw and real.
It's almost like the trauma for some people of COVID is very, very quickly been completely translated into a much more terrifying trauma, really, of the possibility of nuclear war.
The power of real-time reporting, there is nothing like it.
It was one of the more scary departures from anywhere that I have ever experienced. The drive to Ballina was in the most torrential rain I think I've ever driven in.
You'll find the Don't Shoot the Messenger podcast on the SEN app or subscribe wherever you listen to podcasts. Thanks to Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas.
Tyre Power's store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of big brands like Kumho tyres. Right now at Tyre Power, you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Plus many more super savings store-wide at Tyre Power. Cairnstar Blues Customer Satisfaction Award winner again. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
So this summer, what sporting events are you excited for? AFLW? Basketball? Big Bash cricket? Racing? Soccer? To witness the biggest sporting events in Australia, Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. Ticketing, corporate suites and money can't buy experiences. Get the best access to the best sporting events with Ballpark Entertainment. Making memories. ballparkentertainment.com.au.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brands. Plus, on the SENW channel,
We cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more.
For the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
At Kennards Hire, we only hire people who've taken the Ken Oath. By taking it, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath. It's a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage. The Ken Oath means you'll never miss smoko or beer o'clock. So if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
Ken Oaths make your job easy.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
Premier Racing's Peter Zabiris spoke to us about the differences between drag racing and supercars.
You're used to a race lasting 3.89 seconds. How did you go with 300 kilometres?
It was different. I kept on saying to myself, can't these guys find the finish line? They just keep driving around.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
For Henley, build with confidence. Henley.com.au. And Tyre Power, store-wide super sale now on. Save on Kumo. Live from Karachi, Pakistan versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket live from Karachi with Adam Collins and Waqar Younis to take up the commentary for the third and final session of this first day's second Test match. For Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts, Australia, to resume at 2 for 172. Usman Khawaja is there on 86 and Stephen Smith on 40. They've put on 81 from 199 deliveries, just 72 runs in the middle session, Waqar, as the game just settled down a little bit after a frenetic first stanza.
I think the Australians played really well. They're just being a little bit more conservative in that last session. They were not really coming at the bowlers. They were just sitting back. They just wanted to drag the game a little bit further. Only 72 runs. When you look at the first session, I understand the newish ball comes onto the bat better and the run scoring is a little bit easier. But the balls were there. They were deliveries. They could have put it away, but they were just being very watchful and very careful. They never wanted to give Pakistan any wicket in the last session.
Interesting to see just a little bit of reverse as well before we headed towards the tea interval, especially from Shaheen Sharafrini bowling from the university end, just tailing away from Stephen Smith around the wicket. He's very much a threat.
Not that much, unless until you've got to get a length right. I understand when it's reversing, people get excited. The faster bowler gets excited and they just try too hard. Nowadays, the batsmen, they're very smart. They know what is coming at them and they just sort of sit back. They don't really plant their front foot way too early, which used to happen in the 90s. They all like to play from the back foot, and unless or until the length is spot on, this pitch is very dry. It's not going to really skip through at the moment. It's not going to really be that difficult to bat on if you just want to survive.
As for Usman Khawaja, he was 50 from 70 balls. He's now 86 from 159. He only moved from 52 to 86 in that session. So he was a big part of that consolidation. Very, very happy to leave the ball alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, when it's reversing, and if you can just, leave that outside the off stump deliveries, especially to the pacers, because the weather here, it's hot. It's pretty warm. So, grind them in. Just don't give them any wickets. And then, of course, they're going to start going down.
Noman Ali to start the final session of this first day. It's full and defended by Khawaja out into the offside, no run. He's bowled 13 overs, 1 maiden, none for 34 before this is 14th. Been the best of the two spinners on show. Sajid Khan going for some tap either side of lunch.
Yeah, Sajid Khan didn't get much of a help, although he was given the opportunity before Noman. Noman, on the other hand, using all his experience and trying to hit the length right.
Noman bowling with a slip and a short leg. This pops up into the offside. Woo. And what did that come off? It ballooned in the air. Was there an inside edge onto pad? Maybe. Either way, they get down to rotate for a single. Yes, it's 87 for Khawaja.
I think it just came off the bat and off Rizwan's knee. I have a feeling it was definite edge there. Went back again on a full length delivery.
Oh, yes.
Hit the knee and just ballooned up onto that third man. It's lucky that it didn't go in the hands of a slip cordon.
Well, you could be critical and say that ordinarily the wicketkeeper would be lower than that when the ball passes their plane, but it was well below his gloves. So 2 for 173. Smith on strike. No man around the wicket. And Smith carves away. Short and wide and 4. Yeah. That's a good way to start his session. First ball clouted out to the cover boundary. That's Smith's fifth four, I should say. He's 44, 2 for 177.
That was a tight delivery. There was nothing delivery outside the off stump, way too short. Set up quite nicely for Smith to just thrash it anywhere he wanted. And he picked up the gap very, very nicely, hit it in front of the square. The fielder there tried, but he had no chance.
Steve Smith made 3 centuries in India as captain 5 years ago. Need him today, bat all the way through. Rahman bowls and Smith forces this into the onside. No single to mid-wicket.
He's so comfortable in the crease, Smith, you know, with such a technique, you think, oh, he'll have issues, he'll have trouble once the ball sort of reversing or spinning away, but no issues at all.
He's facing up here to Noman. He's forward before defending. Good technique.
I love the way once he faced the ball and the way he moves his arms and the reaction that what the ball did and what he could have done differently. I mean, it's amazing.
It's only got more elaborate the deeper he's been into his career as well. And he pulls out of this delivery. I'm not sure why. Is he signalling something behind the bowler's arm again, or whatever it is? Noman will have to go again. Smith just pointing towards the sight screen. So I reckon that's about the 7th time something's happened down this end. I promise it's not us. We're up too high.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're sitting far away and far higher than anyone else here.
Yeah, quite different to how it was last week when we were pretty much sitting on the sight screen. Noman to finish, and Smith goes back and plays towards short leg where there isn't a man. So 1 run from the first over after the interval. Australia 2 for 177, make that 5. 1 from Khawaja and 4 from Smith. So Khawaja's 13 away from his century and Smith's 6 away from his half-century. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. That is one of the vagaries of being in commentary, that 1 week you can be right on the sight screen and the next you can be 120 metres away. It reminds me of being at Abu Dhabi when commentating.
That's far.
A long way away.
Yeah.
And the contrast being places like Rawalpindi and Port Elizabeth and Brisbane, where you're right on top of the action. But no complaints, we've got a stunning view up at the same level as the roof. I was quite impressed looking down at the field at tee. The way that the grass has been mowed in those concentric circles, they've done it in the same pattern as the roof, with the dimples on top.
That's beautiful.
It's quite impressive. I don't know how they would have pulled that off. It would have taken a lot of preparation, but it does add to the presentation here at the National Stadium. Sajid Khan, University end, around the wicket to Khawaja, in and out of the hands of the man at short leg on the bounce. No single though.
National Cricket Stadium here. This is a very old ground, don't forget. So, the modern ground, the newish ground.
Sajid bowls, Khawaja defends on the front foot.
You will see the dressing rooms and, of course, the media houses or the television commentators. They're a lot closer to the action than these old cricket grounds. They have traditions, no doubt about that, and we respect all of that, like Karachi have.
Sajid bowls and Khawaja looking to drive through cover. Doesn't get it through the gap. There's 2 fielders in that region.
Where we're sitting here right now, Adam, when I first played, this was not here. This pavilion was not here. The dressing room used to be on the cover point region, and it was in the basement.
Sajid bowls and Khawaja pushes down towards long off. There's a single there. He'll move to 88. 2 for 178 the score.
Yeah, and a couple of rooms there in the basement, and just imagine in that heat, in summer, it was very hard. No air conditioning, a few fans here and there, but it was tough those days. I played my first sort of few first-class games here in Karachi, but National Stadium, one of my best performance came, first-class performance came before I got picked for Pakistan, came on this very ground where I picked up 6 for 36. Against PNSC.
Sajid bowls to Smith, a new man in at catching mid-wicket. He pushes it instead around to backward square, no run.
And those days, the square was a lot greener. The pitch used to be very green. The soil was fresh. And the soil here is just a little tired. You can see the square is hardly a grass anywhere.
Last ball of Sajid's over. Smith finding a gap at cover. There should be 2, at least 2. doesn't quite make it to the rope. Shaheen Sharafridi does the fielding. They're happy with a couple. So we'll take a break and return to a conversation with Waqar Younis about the old days at Karachi. The vice-captain's 46, Khawajas 88. 2 for 180 on SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Build with confidence, henley.com.au.
Lining up for the Drinkwise at-home stakes. It's a wide-open field. Corn chips and salsa is popular with the punters. A six-pack before the quaddie was an early scratching. There's no love for passed out on the back lawn today. And drifting further as red wine spills on the couch. But the market mover and clear favourite is Have a Water Between Drinks. The fans are embracing this horse from the Drinkwise stable.
Be a winner at home watching the races. Remember, you won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Our coverage for Tyre Power. Get your free 5-minute safety check. It's Noman Ali about to start his 15th over away from us at the southern end, and Khawajas sweeping out towards mid-wicket, but there are 3 fielders stationed in that direction, so there's only 1 on offer. He moves to 89, 2 for 181. So the dressing room being side on, that's quite unusual at an international venue where you started. I'm thinking Adelaide, Manchester before they spun the square around. There aren't many grounds that...
No, not anymore.
To put the players over on that side. Canberra as well, Noman bowls and driving again is Smith, but only to the man at extra cover, no single. So you can kind of pick up the pace of the ball, but not the lateral movement. That would have been a problem for batsmen coming in to face you, not knowing if you were moving it in or away.
You know, when you're sitting on cover point or sideways, you know, the bowlers look a lot quicker.
Noman Ali to Smith around the wicket, back and defending towards mid-wicket, no single there.
The faster bowler looks a lot quicker. When ball beats a bat, it feels that it's going very quickly and it's going far from the sideways. So it was good for me. I used to enjoy it because there was some terror on the other team from the sideways.
Noman to the crease. Just got to slip as the catching man to Smith. It's full and dug out towards long on. Another single.
Yeah, there's easy
Smith,
single.
Yeah, doing it easy at the moment. It's 2 for 182 as a bird nearly lands in our head. Goodness gracious me. How do we describe that? We've got an umbrella right on our heads here.
There's another one coming.
Just
what have you done? You've done something. You upset him.
Pete Lawler's documenting the whole episode here. We'll have that on social media soon. Let's regroup. Khawajas on 89, 2 for 182. And he goes back and defends. Of course, we're an outdoor commentary position on the balcony.
Just run.
Well, we've heard about the birds of prey that sleep up in the light towers here. I hope it's not one of those.
Oh, it's coming again.
Oh, gosh, here it comes. No, you just stay there on the roof, buddy.
Yeah.
Stay away from our umbrella. Last ball of the 57th over. Noman bowls to Khawaja, who lunges forward and gets 1. Moves into the 90s and retains the strike out to deep backward point. So 57 overs completed in the first innings of Australia after winning a toss and batting. They're 2 for 183. Smith 47, Khawaja 90. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Build with confidence, henley.com.au.
Queensland is the place to race. On a weekly basis, there's almost 30 meetings across the Sunshine State, so whether it's racing, pacing or chasing, Queensland has it all. Giddy up and find the latest news, horse, jockey and trainer profiles, race replays, black bookers, expert tips and form analysis. Plus, you can find all the info you need to plan your fun at all the major race days and events. Visit racingqueensland.com.au, where Queensland is racing.
Sajid Khan starts a new over. Usman Khawaja turning him into the onside, no run. I realise now, Waqar, we've actually got a snoop cam here in the, as it's called in the trade, in our commentary box. So
yeah, I can see that.
We can look back and see just how close that was to running straight into us on the balcony. Sajid Khan bowls and Khawaja drives, but it's straight and collected in the spinners follow through. I remember Ian Chappell talking about watching square on at Adelaide Oval.
Yeah.
Sajid delivers and Khawaja struck on the leading edge and out towards extra cover. A false stroke, but gets away with it. No silly point. And he said that it actually worked pretty well as a batter. You'd prepare for the pace, but often being behind the bowler's arm could be more intimidating because you'd see the swing and could get in your head. So I suppose there are pros and cons of both, but we're very much behind the bowler now. We're watching Sajid run towards us. Bouncing to the crease to Khawaja, bowls and defends out to cover, no run.
I badly want to see Khawaja going back to the dressing room, but not right now. He's been dismissed before 97. You don't want to see him getting out in the 90s again.
He's done it many times. Khawaja moves at least to 91. Might want a second there. He'll run hard and get it. Really good running, assertive running. Taking on the spinner, Noman Ali. So Khawaja up to 92. The score 2 for 185. Yes, he's been out 3 times in Test cricket for 97, Khawaja.
Yeah.
One of those, of course, being last week when he was caught at short leg by Imam Al-Haq, reverse sweeping from the bowling of Noman. He's not far away now. Just 8 runs short of what would be a very special 100. Sajid Khan operating around the wicket to him, wide of the crease, and Khawaja getting down low to greet it in defence.
He's just been unlucky. I mean, normally when you see someone in the 90s, you think, okay, he's nervous. It's the over, I think.
That indeed is the over. Well picked up. 2 for 185 on SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google app stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sports.
And that is the ball game. Takes the Panthers towards the premiership. First ball.
Catch up on SEN-created podcasts, recreation, lifestyle, racing, and all of our SEN shows.
The sounding board.
Real adventures. Trailblazers. Great Australian lives.
Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
Australia were going at 4.5 and over after the first hour of play this morning. Pakistan have dragged that run rate back to 3.2. So the spinners have been effective, especially Noman Ali, at just drying up the runs and building that dot ball pressure as the pitch starts to show a bit for the tweakers. Left arm spinner, new over. That skips straight through, and Smith shoulders arms into the gloves of Rizwan.
Yeah, not seen Khawaja getting any nervousness. He plays the way he plays, and he's been getting out in the 90s. This is amazing. Normally you see people get nervous and then they start sort of getting jittery and running between the wicket is different. He stays the same.
Noman bowls to Smith, who clips through the onside. Does he beat mid-on? He does not, but they still have time to get through for a single. Shaheen Sharafridi cutting off at least one there. Smith to 48. Australia 2 for 186, a couple of balls into the 59th.
Mid-off and mid-on, both these fielders are so deep, so the single is available all the time. The idea is, will he take a risk coming down the pitch and hitting over the top?
Yeah, they did spread the field pretty early today, didn't they, Pakistan? They've got 3 out on the leg side for Khawaja. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, about 20 metres inside the rope. So there's an incentive there if he wants to pull hard and along on a deep backward point, the 4th on the rope. Noman to Khawaja, who drives, but doesn't beat extra cover. No single there, Azhar Ali doing the fielding.
Yeah, it was there, wasn't it? It was there. He could have thrashed it through cover because that backward point fielder is very fine. There's massive gap there in the cover. He missed out on that.
Yeah, that had 4 written all over it, didn't it? Especially in the 90s. You want to convert there. Noman bowls to Khawaja, who sweeps in the direction of mid-wicket and gets himself a boundary. Oh, he's played that so well today, the conventional sweep shot. 12 fours and a 6, and at least half a dozen have been on the sweep.
Well, he's happy to go with the spin rather than going against the spin. Earlier, he had the opportunity to go through the cover against the left-arm spinner and played it softly. This time around, this was fetched from outside the off-spin. There was 2 men there in the deep. They both lost it. But this was hit so hard and no chance to stop that.
Noman to Khawaja on 96, and that's where he'll stay, pushing towards short leg. All eyes on Khawaja. He fell for 97 last week. And this would be a tremendously special moment for the experienced Australian hand. 1 ball left, and Noman's over. To Khawaja, 4 runs short of a ton. You'll go back and defend again. Watchful, eyes right over the ball. End of the over, 2 for 190. Smith's 48, Khawaja 96. SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely, and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Waqar Younis is with us in the experts chair. SEN Test Cricket for tyre power. Get your free 5-minute safety check. They're going to stay with spin. It's going to be Sajid Khan. The partnership worth 99 from 229 balls. For this, the third wicket. Smith goes through his routine, touching every part of his kit before facing up. 2 out on the onside. Long on a deep mid-wicket. Smith goes back and looks for one towards that mid-wicket gap, but can't beat forward alarm. Stays on 48.
As we all know that Usman Khawajas can speak Urdu also.
Yes.
We grew up here. What is he probably talking to the boys around his back?
Sajid Khan bowls and Smith does beat mid-on. They do walk through for a single. He moves to 49. 2 for 191. Back to Khawajas on 96, and that 100 partnership is raised between Smith and Khawajas. Smith contributed 49 of them and Khawajas 46.
Yeah, here we are.
They bring the field up with Khawajas on 96. They keep the long off back, and the deep backward square is on 96. Sajid Khan to Khawajas. Defends back to the bowler.
Yeah, he's got to be very careful, especially there are less fielders on the onside, so the temptation is there that should I go through that mid-wicket region or square leg region. Earlier we saw a leading edge came into play.
Will he look to sweep? He won't from there. That's on the back foot, pushing towards extra cover. No single.
It'll be a little
offer.
bit risky, isn't it, Adam? Going, especially playing sweep to an off spinner. That's playing against the spin.
Sajid Khan bowls to Khawajas on 96, and again he's forced to go back in defence.
He's happy to wait. He doesn't want to miss out the opportunity this time. He's being very watchful, very careful.
So last ball
focused
of the over. Sajid bowls to Khawajas, who turns him into the onside. He'll get 1. He'll keep the strike. He'll move to 97, the score that he departed on last week at Rawalpindi. The end of 60 overs, Australia 2 for 192. Usman Khawajas 3 away from a ton. Stephen Smith on 49. And unfortunately, I've got to leave the commentary chair. Geoff Lemon to replace me after the break.
Lining up for the Drinkwise at-home stakes. It's a wide open field. Corn chips and salsa is popular with the punters. A 6-pack before the quaddie was an early scratching. There's no love for passed out on the back lawn today. And drifting further as red wine spills on the couch. But the market mover and clear favourite is Have a Water Between Drinks. The fans are embracing this horse from the Drinkwise stable.
Be a winner at home watching the races. Remember, you won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Edging closer and closer. He's teasing us now, Usman Khawajas. The score that he was on at Rawalpindi. First ball of a new over to Khawajas, and he just turns it away to short leg. So he's still there on 97.
Naman's got 3 fielders on the onside which are patrolling the boundaries, mid-on, mid-wicket, square on the boundary. He's played a couple of really good sweeps. Is he going to do it again? Is he going to play that shot again?
Naman over the wicket to Khawajas, who comes forward and defends back to the bowler. And Khawajas sometimes can't decide whether he wants to play the conventional sweep or the reverse sweep.
They got a man for reverse sweep also, right on the boundary. There's only one slip and a short leg, and then he's got a mid-wicket and cover fielder. The rest of the fielders, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they're on the boundary.
Naman bowling to Khawajas, who steps across and defends. Well, he won't be playing the reverse sweep again, I'll bet you that.
I'm sure he's not. He's not going to do that.
He does play it well.
But he might just run down the pitch and try to hit it through the cover.
Yes.
That's a big option he's got.
Lots of space through cover. He could go straight down the ground. Khawajas waits for Noman Ali, drives to short cover, won't beat the man there.
Yeah, he's not going to take that risk. I know the cover fielder and mid-off in the circle, and he probably getting that temptation to hit through there, but it's a risky shot. He's staying in his crease. He can wait.
He's got patience, Khawajas. He waits and he leaves outside the off stump. So being booed by Waqar Younis up here in the commentary position. But he's a patient player. He's got 10 Test hundreds. He's not in a rush. If there's a single there, he'll take it. If he has to wait another 5 overs, 10 overs, he'll do it.
I think the Aussies are not going to like it if he's going to wait 5 overs.
They may not. The broadcasters won't. They just want to get it done. Skidding through from Noman Ali, and Khawajas defends well. Keeps that ball out of his pads. So He finishes off the over. He doesn't add a run. He's got 97. Steve Smith on 49. A couple of milestones looming. It's 2 for 192 on SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
My friend's gone down to help out and they've all been caught in this rip and they've been out there for a while and they jumped on either leg and I started to sort of paddle lateral to the rip because you never paddle against the rip. And then all of a sudden the chopper was flying over the top. Okay, we don't need to get in. We just need to bide our time before the skidoos arrive.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
First ball of a new over, turned away to square leg by Steve Smith. No run. Sajid Khan, the bowler, off spinner. A round arm sort of action at times when he comes around the wicket. He's bowling over the wicket now to Smith, who hits it straight to mid-wicket. Won't score there either.
The Aussies have just slowed the game down. I don't understand why. Only lost 2 wickets.
Sajid bowls to Smith, who defends. No run.
That's what Pakistan did in Pindi. You know, first inning, first session was outstanding. They played positively. They were just on top of the bowlers and then they just killed the game.
Sajid to Smith, who plays a little Virat Kohli sort of hockey shot. Whips across the line to mid-on. Can't beat the field.
And it's a very good pitch to bat on. And that's what I'm thinking.
Sajid to Smith, who defends. So you think these two could take the initiative more?
Why not? I mean, there are singles available. There are people on the boundary. Just push the ball in the gap. The ball is not spitting or it's not really turning big. So there's a risk of ball going in the air. It's just a little bit of risk required.
Sajid on the leg stump to Smith, who gets a run. There's a cheer, except that means that Smith will keep the strike. So the crowd for a minute thought that Usman Khawajas would get onto strike, but he won't. He'll be stuck at the other end. They are cheering Steve Smith's test match 50 as well. So his test average is still above 60. He'll need to get another 10 runs or 11 runs to keep that going north. But that's his 35th half century in test match cricket, Stephen Smith. He's been a prodigious player in this format.
How about the average? 60 plus with 2700s. Wow. That is an amazing record. And player of 4 seasons. You know, you take him on any sort of surface, spinning, pace, bounce, seam, whatever you name it. He's almost got 8,000 runs. He's an amazing player, amazing find.
Yeah, hasn't played enough Test cricket in the last few years, but he's been an extraordinary performer. So the spinners motoring through the overs here. Noman Ali will start a new one. Smith will have to strike. He's on exactly 50 now. He's faced over 100 deliveries in scoring those runs. Noman Ali moving the field around. He's still got a slip. That's the only catcher. Now he's got a sort of short fine leg, a square leg, mid-wicket. Those are the ones close to the bat. Then he's got 3 boundary riders on the leg side. Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. And then the 3 on the offside of the slip, the cover and the mid-off. So plenty of gaps if Smith can force it away on the offside. Square of the wicket, through cover. Noman bowls outside the leg stump, and that's why he's got that field, because he's going to use this tactic he used to Smith in Pindi when the pitch was dead and bowl about 3 feet outside the leg stump.
I spoke to him this morning and I said the tactic going around the wicket did work for you. And he was very happy with that. He said, I'll probably use it more often now.
Well, he's using it here right outside leg stump, and Smith kicks the ball away.
He's making life difficult. It's not easy sort of kicking the ball away. You don't know which one is going to spin, which one is not, because the surface around the bat or around the crease is very dry. So there are a lot of foot marks. So there is a lot of debris there. So the ball might just bounce or keep low at times from there.
Noman into those foot marks, and Smith kicks it away again. This is 90s style cricket now.
Yeah, Test match cricket is all about bringing in different tactics and trying to unsettle the batsman as a bowler and make sure that they don't get easy runs. So tactics are always welcome.
Left arm over, Noman Ali outside the leg stump, and Smith lets it hit him. Just stands in his stance.
He was looking to go for a paddle shot, but then decided, no, I'm not going to do that. There is a man there at short, fine legs, ready to catch.
ready for anything off the gloves. If he can get a ball through the offside from here, it would be a miracle of physics, or geometry really, to make those angles work. Noman bowls to Smith, who steps across and drives inside out and will get a run down to mid-off, and will leave Usman Khawaja one delivery to face the over.
No.
He's not helping his partners.
No, he's not. Then he's putting extra pressure on him. So you got one ball. If you want to get 3 runs, go and hit out.
Yep.
And Khawaja, knowing Khawaja, unless the ball is there to be hit, he will just wait and wait and wait. He will not miss this opportunity this time around.
Well, Adam thought that he'd missed out on calling the 100, but I reckon he might get a chance. He'll be on in another 11 minutes, and he might be calling the century then. Here comes Noman to Khawaja, who punches off the back foot. Out to the covers, he'll only get one, but that at least means he'll keep the strike. So Usman Khawaja moves on to 98. Steve Smith to 51. Thanks to Waqar Younis for his company for the last half hour. 2 for 195 on SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
2 for 195 at the National Stadium in Karachi. Australia playing Pakistan. Australia won the toss this morning, chose to bat. David Warner and Marnus Lavaskrafne, the 2 players dismissed. Steve Smith 51 and Usman Khawaja on strike. He's got 98 to his name. He's waiting for Sajid Khan. He's cutting the ball to point and he won't get through the field. So the off spinner bowling around the wicket. He's got a slip in place. He's got a point, a cover point, a cover, a short cover, and a mid-off. Protecting that offside, and he bowls on the leg stump. Khawaja clips it away for 1. He goes to 99 at the non-striker's end. Smith 51 on strike. 2 for 196. Peter Lawler's hopped in to keep me company for a minute. Hello.
Hello. I'm just a segue until Simon Katich gets here.
Sajid bowls over the wicket to Smith, who turns the ball down the leg side. Runs here. Might have been leg buys. He'll settle for one of them, whatever they are. Umpire Ahsan Raza walks across and does the global signal of the stork.
Wow, this is a thrilling moment. Khawaja, 99 of 191 balls. On the verge of his 11th Test century. Didn't get there in the first Test. Can he get there and do it here?
2 for 197 is the score. Sajid Khan around the wicket, bowls to Khawaja, who defends, and the crowd
don't go anywhere.
No.
192 deliveries. Khawaja's in no rush. He never is. Raced out of the blocks for his first 50.
Played the same way on 99 as you do on 9. Here's Sajid to Khawaja, who'll take a single to square leg and raise a century. Usman Khawaja, born in Islamabad, lived in Karachi, flourished in New South Wales, debuted in Sydney, showed the world what he could do in Wellington, Adelaide and Dubai, and now he circles all the way back to the country of his birth to raise a century in Pakistan for Australia at the National Stadium in Karachi. This is one of the most remarkable moments you would ever see in Test match cricket.
Well, outstanding. Said coming down here that Karachi is the home of the Khawajas. He's made that 100 and he hasn't got any energy left to celebrate. It's almost a subdued celebration, but I guarantee you this is just as emotional as that 200s on return to Test cricket and to Sydney, his other home. Usman Khawaja, well done. A brilliant batting effort.
Sajid doesn't bowl to Smith because Smith pulls away. So 100 from 193 balls for Khawaja, 2 for 198 the Australian score, and he has been titanic since he came back into the side. 3 centuries in the space of 4 Test matches. And he has vindicated his selection on this tour. Smith defends to bring the over to an end, to signal for more gloves. It's 2 for 198 after 64 overs. A magical moment for Australian cricket and for Usman Khawaja. He's got 100. Smith has 51. What a moment.
What a privilege to be here, and I hope you're enjoying listening to this. Outstanding batsman. I've said it a few times today. He's in the prime of his life, 35 years old. Sort of had his comeback nipped in the bud. Probably unlucky to get out of the team in England in 2019. Couldn't get back in until the last half of the Ashes this summer. It's been an innings of 2 halves, Jeffrey. That first half, he cashed in when the ball was hard and the wicket was true. He raced the 50 of 60, 70 deliveries. He's taken about 110, 120 deliveries to get that second 50 with the ball flat, the wicket keeping low. And he's a happy lad. And gee, he's going to get home tonight and feel really good about himself and what he's achieved here. Embrace Steve Smith, the pair from New South Wales. They've been through a lot together. Outstanding cricket.
Yes, he calls himself a Queenslander now. I noticed that in the cap presentation to Mitchell Swepson. He said, you know, we're from Queensland and people in Queensland love their sport, but he grew up in New South Wales and represented them before he went up north with the Bulls. He captains Queensland now. He's a man of various states and various seasons. He belongs to all kinds of people around the world, and there's a lot of home crowd about it, the way this Pakistan crowd have received him today. He adds a single as he pushes Noman Ali out to cover. Goes through for 1. He's got 101, Australia 2 for 199.
Well, I wonder if that's his family. He said that he asked for a lot of tickets for this game because he's got a lot of family in this city. It's quite a few people who are satisfied now and have got up from their seats and they're leaving. They've seen Usman Khawaja get their 100 and that's enough for them. And that's enough for me too, because here's Simon Katich and he'll tell you all about it.
Thank you, Peter Lawler, for being with us in that very special moment. And Simon Katich jumping back in, another New South Wales batsman, as Usman was at one point, now a Queenslander. But you think ahead of this tour that wouldn't it be magical if this did happen, if Usman could make 100 in the country of his birth, but without really expecting that it will. The fact that it comes off, the fact that it comes true, it's a beautiful thing that we've just seen. Noman Ali bowling to Smith on the leg stump, who pushes away no run.
Yeah, very, very special moment. It was nearly his 4th Test 100 in his last 6 innings, which is just remarkable given that he only came back into this Australian team at the SCG for the 4th Test in the Ashes because of Travis Head getting COVID after the Boxing Day Test.
Noman Ali comes in to bowl to Smith, who pads away outside the leg stump.
And it's been a knock of class too. There was a little half chance after the tea break, outside edge that ricocheted into Rizwan's left knee. Didn't go into the glove, but otherwise he's hardly put a foot wrong.
Here comes Noman bowling outside leg again. Smith just watches it pass by his pads. The patience, the concentration, Pete was just talking before you arrived about the first 50 coming off about 60 balls. The bowling was a bit wayward. The ball was hard. That was the easy time to score, so he cashed in. And then the way he's been able to knuckle down after that and just grind out the rest of this innings as Smith kicks the ball away, it shows remarkable facility. Like, he's adept at his craft and changing what he needs to do.
Yeah, it's the experience of knowing the tempo of the innings and what the team needs here. Australia know that this wicket's going to get harder to bat on, so they know this partnership's huge for a big first innings total.
Noman Ali bowls to Steve Smith, who comes forward and defends back down the crease. There will be no run. 65 overs bowled, 2 for 199. Khawaja on 101. Smith on 51. You are listening to SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes. You can build with confidence at henley.com.au.
The AFL Record Season Guide is the Footy Lovers Stats Bible, and the 2022 edition is on sale now. It's packed with all key stats, facts and figures. Plus there's profiles on every AFL player, from rookies to superstars, and a history of all finals, award winners, and a comprehensive look at the 2021 draft. Thanks to 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. Grab the AFL Record Season Guide, a must for every footy fan. Just $39.95. Available now at Coles, Woolworths, newsagents and bookstores.
Usman Khawaja enjoying one of the days of his life. He's had a few, Simon. He's had a few. I mentioned Wellington, that great 100 he made against the Kiwis there. The one against South Africa at Adelaide in the day-night match. The epic, of course, in Dubai. The great escape that he engineered there in a match Australia should never have been able to draw. The Twin Tons at Sydney. He's had his share of magic moments now, but maybe this tops the lot.
Well, it's a hard one because Sydney was very, very special for him, given that's where he grew up and the way he played as well.
Sajid Khan coming into bowl to Khawaja, who's kicking the ball away outside leg stump. There's no run.
Given that he thought his time was up in the baggy green, I think that one in Adelaide against South Africa, in terms of difficulty against a pink ball under lights against Rabada and these guys, that was all class as well. So it's a tough one to choose between, but I think this one will be extra special because the first time here in 24 years to Pakistan, and this is where he was born.
Sajid bowls to Khawaja outside leg stump, and again Khawaja kicks it away. It's his versatility that's amazing. Coming in Sydney to bat at number 5, which he'd never done in first-class cricket, I don't think he'd ever batted at 5, and making Twin Tons in that position, then back up the top of the order, and he makes 97 followed by 101 not out. The Sajid bowls way down the leg side, and this time he's wided. That was off the pitch. That was pub cricket bowling from Sajid Khan. Another one to the score. That raises Australia's 200 in ignominious style.
Yeah, he's questioning it, but with this field, it has to be called for negative bowling.
Well, he bowls outside leg stump and Khawaja kicks it again. But yeah, that ability for Khawaja to change, to adapt to whatever they need is exceptional.
It is, and it just goes to show that regardless of where you bat in the order, you've still got to go out there and get runs.
Sajid Khan to Khawaja off the pad again, outside leg.
And he is very versatile. I think he's always been a natural opener from way back when he first opened in club cricket for Ranwy Petersham. He looked settled at the top of the order, but he's been versatile for Australia.
Sajid to Khawaja, comes forward to defend. There's no run.
And I think it would have been very easy for the Australian selectors to have left Marcus Harris in that position. But Khawaja made an irresistible case.
As Sajid bowls into the pads again, and it just bounces off. And there will be no run. So that'll be the end of the over. 66 overs bowled, 2 for 200. We'll leave Simon Katich to pick up his train of thought after a brief moment. Adam Collins will be in to join him here on SEN Test Match Cricket for Tyre Power. Don't forget to get your free 5-minute safety check.
Tyre Power's store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of big brands like Kumho tyres. Right now at Tyre Power, you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Plus many more super savings store-wide at Tyre Power. Canstar Blues Customer Satisfaction Award winner again. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Adam Collins and Simon Katich picking up the call. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. And Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. The home of the Khawajas, as Usman said on social media, of Karachi before this test match after falling 3 runs short at Rawalpindi. Of course, where he was born and living here, and so many of his family living in Karachi. An extraordinary moment for him and indeed Australian cricket. Back to his very best. Nauman delivering here to Smith, who kicks away outside the leg stump. It ends up with slip. I'm not sure what Rizwan was excited about. He's on 51. It stays at 2 for 200. 11th test century, 3 of them coming in his last 4 test matches. Second against Pakistan. The last was widely considered to be a watershed moment in his career, batting all day at Dubai to save the unsavable. And today putting Australia into a fantastic position in challenging conditions. Noman bowls to Smith, who's able to again kick away. I say challenging conditions, Simon. It isn't doing anything wondrous yet, but we know it will. So these first innings runs are absolutely vital.
Yeah, they certainly are. I think the challenge here is the fact that it is a lot hotter here. There's been a little bit more on offer for the bowlers, just a little bit of reverse swing, a little bit of turn on day one compared to Rawalpindi. And these two know that it was a crucial partnership when Labuschagne ran himself out before lunch.
Noman bowls again into what he hopes to be the footmarks, but Smith just gets forward and pats it out to extra cover, no run.
Yeah, we're in a holding pattern now. Pakistan just trying to see if there's a mistake from boredom. Smith's being disciplined here. He doesn't want to take the sweep shot on like he did last week in the first test.
There's a man around the corner for just that on the 45. Noman bowls to Smith, who goes back and again plays conservatively out into the offside. And on that Khawaja century, just how well balanced it was. He got off to a flyer, 50 from 70 balls, wound it back about 3 gears when they lost 2 quick wickets with Warner and Labuschagne not long before lunch. A steady middle session where he never really looked to put pressure back onto the Pakistan bowlers, just tried to exhaust them. Noman bowls to Smith, who leaves this alone outside the leg stump, and that's signalled a wide, which is the first time we've seen him be called for that effectively defensive bowling. Given how far outside the leg stump he's trying to pitch it, no real movement, so an easy decision for umpire Aleem Dar. But yes, then coming back after tea and a couple of boundaries, and now with 3 figures next to his name. It's Smith on strike though. Noman is driven down the ground for a single. Smith moves to 52, 2 for 202 the score, 1 ball left in this over.
Yeah, it just highlights how the tempo of Test match batting in the subcontinent is. The new ball generally is the best time to score. Skips onto the bat off the wicket. And he got a few that were probably a little bit astray early on, particularly from Hassan Ali. And then when the ball gets softer, you have to work hard for your runs. The field spreads a little bit. It's a bit more of an in-out field. The spinners can tie things up a little bit. But I think he's identified the threats and nullified them beautifully.
Noman to finish his over. 3 out on the leg side to Khawaja. He's faced 200 balls. Make that 201. That's bounced on him. Taken it high on the splice. First time we've seen that from Noman bowling at our southern end. So end of 67 overs. 2 for 202. Khawaja 101. Smith 52. Our coverage for Henley Homes. Build with confidence. Henley.com.au.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brance. Plus, on the SENW channel,
We cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more.
For the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
Yeah, real purchase from the last ball of the previous over from Noman Ali. Hitting Khawaja's bat high up on the splice, so something to work from there. It's a conversation between the Pakistani captain Babar Azam and umpire Raza between overs. Hard to detect what they're discussing at this stage. They're a long way from the second new ball, still 13 overs away. We've got a helmet, so there'll be a close catcher for Sajid Khan, who's operating at this stage around the wicket. Maybe it was a question around the defensive bowling interpretation that we saw in the previous over.
Yeah, potentially. It looks like Sajid Khan coming around the wicket now to Steve Smith. Heavily stacked onside field. 6-3 field with the slip, cover and a mid-off.
So a good opportunity for Smith here to take 1 through the onside, and he does. 3 men out. There should be singles galore for him. He's 53, 2 for 203. No need for Smith to do anything silly here. He's watched the Khawaja model, building from 50 to 100. He needs to do the same and put Australia into a commanding position.
Yeah, I think Australia recognise that a big score here will be able to dictate the course of this test match, put scoreboard pressure on the Pakistan batsmen, keep them out there in the heat. It's going to be taxing conditions here over the next few days. And Australia have got the opportunity to really wear down this Pakistan team now in this situation.
Huge gap at cover for Khawajas, who kicks this away right arm over the wicket, Sajid now. So he's parted ways with his approach of angling it in from around the wicket. So we've got a long off, a deep backward point, and that's it in terms of outfielders on the offside. A slip the only catcher. So looking to bowl on the stumps. Khawajas kicking away from outside the leg stump. Indeed, letting that. He looked to kick away and it just didn't hit his pad. It ended up with Rizwan, the wicket keeper. The run rate down to 3 and over. But it's a hot day. This won't be easy for Pakistan. Khawajas again able to kick this out of what rough there is. No concerns. No short leg. If you're going to bowl this line, at least have one catcher in front of the wicket.
No, exactly right. Potentially opens up a scoring opportunity and might play a shot for them.
Khawajas facing up, happy to defend, knocking it on the head towards square leg. I don't know how they're trying to get Khawajas out without... Well, really, it's just about them trying to preserve runs here, maybe.
Yeah.
I appreciate they're both set, but getting early for that. Khawajas gets the chance to drive down towards that long off and takes it. To 102 he goes. 2 for 204 the score at the end of the 68th over. The vice-captain's there as well on 53. This partnership continues to build. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. Your trusted tyre experts, Australia, 2 for 204.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
My friend's gone down to help out and they've all been caught in this rip and they've been out there for a while and they jumped on either leg and I started to sort of paddle lateral to the rip because you never paddle against the rip. And then all of a sudden the chopper was flying over the top. Okay, we don't need to get in, we just need to bide our time before the skidoos arrive.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
A wonderful shot on television between overs of the Karachi metropolis, home to 16 million people. Noman starts a fresh over in at Khawajas. It's full and he takes him down to long on with a minimum of fuss. 103 he is. It's 2 for 205. He was stuck on 97 for a long time, Kat, and I know you and Usman share that in common, having a bit of an issue with them in the 90s over the journey, and exchanged messages last week to that effect.
Yeah, more than an issue, mate. It's become an issue when Usman said he had 3 97s. What's interesting today is he hasn't played one reverse sweep shot. So he's obviously put that away after last week and getting out to it on 97. Probably because he feels like it potentially cost him a very big 100, if not a double 100, the way he was going. The hard thing is it actually brought him a lot of runs last week. So it'd be interesting to see whether he pulls it out again at some point today or into tomorrow if he gets that far, because it is a productive shot for him. But today he's had the discipline to put it to bed and just play the conventional sweep, which he's done very well on a number of occasions, particularly against Nouman Ali.
So it's Smith facing Nouman here. Over the wicket. One slip and a man on the 45. Smith just kicking once more. He's done that every time it's been full outside the leg stump so far. Not going to give in to temptation the way that he did last week when he was caught around the corner by the wicketkeeper Rizwan. Little bottom edge. Ugly dismissal on 78. Yes, that Usman Khawajas reverse sweep's been a point of hot debate back home. Nouman bowls and Smith lunges forward on the middle stump and defends. Of course, that was a shot that he played with great effect at Dubai with that 141 we mentioned before, and indeed at Sydney with those twin centuries, a series of reverse swept boundaries. Indeed, he was reverse sweeping from the get-go there. So it's not as though it's a shot that requires a huge amount of risk for him. It's just that he happened to get out to it last week. Yeah, that's a reasonable assessment.
Yeah, correct. Realistically, it was just the execution of the shot.
It's also a man at deep backward square for Smith. Nouman bowls to him here and he squares up before kicking with his right pad on this occasion. Fraction awkwardly, but that's fine.
There's nothing ever wrong with the intent. It's when the execution's not there, people will say, oh, why'd you do that, why'd you do that? But if he executes the shot and gets the timing of it right, there wouldn't be in question.
2 balls left in the over. Nice late breeze going across right to left from our position. Kicked away again from Smith. We heard about this sea breeze. Not too dissimilar, we're told, to what you grew up with at the Waqar. Late in the day at Karachi, you can get a bit of a gust coming through in the final session. Just detecting a bit of that now on my right cheek. As Noman finishes his over. It's full and Smith defends out to point. We'll pick up that conversation after the break. 69 overs gone. SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Get your free 5-minute safety check. Khawajas 103, Smith 53. It's 2 for 205.
Sports fans know there's nothing like the thrill of live sport. This summer, to get the best access to the best sporting events in Australia, talk to Ballpark Entertainment. Courtside seats at an NBL game.
Throws it underneath.
Entertain clients at the A-League, AFLW, or a hospitality package at the Big Bash Cricket. Even money can't buy experiences like the Super Bowl.
Oh, yes.
Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. Making memories. ballparkentertainment.com.au.
Yes, the flags are flapping behind us here at the pavilion end. One Pakistan, one Australia. So the breeze has set in, which will provide a little bit of relief for the Pakistani bowlers. Sajid Khan, one of those, about to start his 16th over. Always such a big part of red ball cricket at the WACA, wasn't it, when the Fremantle doctor arrived?
Yeah, it certainly made a big difference to proceedings there after a hot, scorching Perth day. Much like here at the WACA, you'd see lots of seagulls, but here at Karachi, the amount of kites that are flying on the distance in the horizon.
Sajid bowls and Khawaja defends to mid-wicket, no run.
They're everywhere.
And also the birds, one of which, I'm not sure if you heard about this, but just before tea, Waqar and I were commentating, and one of them was flying straight at us before perching on our umbrella.
No way.
We both nearly hit the deck.
Because they are big.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for saying that. It reinforces our point. Wasn't messing around. Khawaja kicking away from outside the leg stump. Has that been signalled wide?
Yep.
I think it has. So Khawaja missed it with his pad, but the umpires are taking some ownership over this defensive line that Pakistan are looking to bowl with their two-finger spinners. Don't often see this on day one of a test match. Bowling again is Sajid. It's on leg stump, and Khawaja can't quite beat mid-on. There's a good diving stop in there. So Fahim doing the work around from mid-wicket. Sajid bowls and Khawaja finds another single, bisecting the two fielders on the leg side out towards deep mid-wicket, where there's the Majid Khan enclosure. He's 53. It's 2 for 207. Of course, we've got Majid Khan's son floating around in the press box. You're working with Bazard upstairs, the TV broadcaster and former Pakistani international. So many Pakistani greats recognised around the ground here at Karachi.
Yeah, he's over at deep point at the moment to where Steve Smith's batting.
Round the wicket, Sajid goes to Smith, who is able to just get inside the line, shape his body nicely for a single to deep mid-wicket. 54. This is white ball batting at the moment, 2 for 208.
And the other one that's over at deep mid-wicket, the Wasambari enclosure, former Pakistan keeper. I believe he's now in charge of the academy setup here. When we drove into the ground this morning, there's a fantastic couple of grounds on the outskirts of the main national stadium here. It looks like a great setup. And we heard from the locals that Wasambari's the coach, and obviously those roles go to ex-keepers, given that Rod Marsh did such a great job with the Australian Cricket Academy for so many years. Wasambari in charge here.
So many. We've seen a number of gorgeous grounds in Karachi. Bharat and I were talking earlier around the Karachi Gymkhana, which is across the road from the hotel we're staying at, which is where all the first-class cricket was played before they built this stadium in the mid-50s. And we took some photos of the square. Sajid bowls over the wicket. Khawaja kicks away, nonplussed. Just nothing to do with it, bat nowhere near it. And that, we thought last week was a road at Rawalpindi. This week, you could have seen your reflection in it. All part of the fun here in Pakistan. Sajid finishes, and Khawaja wants to play at this one, but can't get any bat on it. It spills out the short fine leg. The end of 70 overs here at the National Stadium. It's 2 for 208. Khawaja's 104. Smith's 54. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Queensland is the place to race. On a weekly basis, there's almost 30 meetings across the Sunshine State, so whether it's racing, pacing or chasing, Queensland has it all. Giddy up and find the latest news, horse, jockey and trainer profiles, race replays, black bookers, expert tips and form analysis. Plus, you can find all the info you need to plan your fun at all the major race days and events. Visit racingqueensland.com.au, where Queensland is racing.
Between overs, getting a look at some of those signs in the crowd. There was one there that read, "All I want in life is $1 million, a Hassan Ali Pfeiffer, a better view and more series in Pakistan," which I think sums up the attitude of many people here. Here's one saying, my wife wanted me to attend my parent-teacher meeting, but I'm at the cricket instead. We saw David Warner being encouraged to be a brand ambassador for TikTok. I suspect Davies thought about that himself.
No doubt.
Given the volume of videos he's posted in recent times. He was walking off the ground at tee with the vest on and all the rest of it and dancing for the crowd. Of course he was. Noman Ali bowling to Smith, who's able to again kick away. It sounds repetitive, but that's what's happening here. They're trying to bore the Australians out. And another sign, we talked before tee around the fan club Bharat Sundaresan's got in the stands to our left. It's expanded. All of our names are on there as well. Must be an SEN fan. Noman gets to the crease and bowls, and Smith sweeps to the man on the 45. That's the standing sweep you sometimes see rather from the vice captain, where he doesn't get on his knee, but he's still able to get it in that direction. High degree of difficulty.
It's almost the straight drive sweep right behind the wicket. But they've made the change you wanted, Colo. The square legs come out and he's gone into short leg. So there's now a gap there, square leg for Steve Smith.
Will he take it on? Short leg. Got to be in play here. No man bowls and Smith won't be having any of that. Just thrusting the front pad forward. It's almost as though they're running the clock down to the second new ball.
Yeah, very much so.
Ooh, some noise above. Looks like a military plane. Got the binoculars in that general direction, making plenty of noise. And a lot of the military helicopters overhead this morning as well. Noman bowls to Smith, kicking away. There's a shout for leg before, only from the bowler. It's turned down. That was closer to the leg stump, and that did go on with the arm. So I can see where he's coming from, but I'd be surprised if he convinced Barbara Azam to go upstairs. Indeed, Mohammed Rizwan, he's got his arm around Steve Smith. They're all mates, of course. And they're all having a laugh now. I think they realise that there's nothing doing, but at least he's on the dance floor, shall we say. Getting closer. Barbara Azam able to have a laugh at his veteran spinner as well. That was, yes, well outside the leg stump, even if it was potentially hitting the woodwork. 2 balls left in the over. Noman bowls and Smith kicks this away a fraction more easily. A big welcome to our audience in New Zealand, by the way, Kat. Now joining us on SENZ. Hello to you all. I'm not sure what time of the night it would be in New Zealand, but it would be pretty late by now, I'm tipping. So listen to us through the night. At least another, say, hour and 20 minutes of game time before stumps will be called. A maximum of 90 minutes. That's the compulsory closure here at Karachi, 5:30 local time. So can Noman make Smith play? That's the question. Last ball of the over. Delivers here just outside leg stump, and the pattern is continued. Kicking away into the offside. End of the over. Geoff Lemon to take up commentary after I make way. The score is 2 for 208 with drinks coming onto the field. That'll mean Simon Katich leaves the commentary position as well. 71 overs gone in Australia's first innings after winning the toss and batting. Usman Khawajas is still there, not out on 104. Stephen Smith is not out on 54. The partnership is now worth 117 from 300 deliveries. The second and final wicket so far to fall today was Marnus Labuschagne, run out 20 minutes before lunch for a duck by Sajid Khan at mid-off. At that stage, it was 2 for 91, but now 2 for 208 as we take a break on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. A double-changing commentary after the break.
Hear the major moments in sport crystal clear, anytime, anywhere on the SEN app.
Bouncing! Oh, don't tell me! Goal!
Djokovic a mile back, and he's
smashes into the net.
On air, podcasts, live sport, news, video content, your city, your town.
Oh my God!
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App Stores. It's also available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
Lining up for the Drinkwise at-home stakes. It's a wide-open field. Corn chips and salsa is popular with the punters. A six-pack before the quaddie was an early scratching. There's no love for passed out on the back lawn today. And drifting further as red wine spills on the couch. But the market mover and clear favourite is Have a Water Between Drinks. The fans are embracing this horse from the Drinkwise stable.
Be a winner at home watching the races. Remember, you won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
It is 2 for 208 at the National Stadium in Karachi. Australia won the toss, elected to bat, and they've been going along strongly. Steve Smith on 54, Usman Khawaja on 104. This is SEN Test Match Cricket. It is brought to you by Henley Homes, built with confidence at henley.com.au if you want to check them out. Geoff Lemon with you, Bharat Sundaresan alongside me, and everybody's taken a seat out there. The Australian batters, the entire Pakistan team, are all sitting around in circles on the field, getting drinks dropped off to them. It is extremely hot out there. It peaked around 35 degrees. It's probably still about 34, it feels. It's just started to cool a little bit with the sea breeze, but not much. And you wouldn't necessarily want to be running in bowling a long spell out there, Bharat.
Or even be out there, Geoff. Like you said, literally at one point, there was one man standing. All the Pakistani fielders were on their haunches. Steve Smith and Usman Khawaja haven't gotten up since they broke for drinks, and even Aleem Dar was sitting. It's been that kind of day. Action-packed in a few patches, but overall it's been Australia all the way.
Yes. Well, it's been a grind through that sort of middle session. After a fast first session, they got off to a flyer, attacked the new ball. Some wayward stuff from Hassan Ali, that helped. Shaheen Shah Afridi bowled a great new ball spell. Did his best with the older ball to find some reverse. Did find a little bit of reverse, but not a huge amount. Not that kind of devastating amount that swings in late, attacks the stumps from a wider line. So work ahead for Pakistan, and Australia won't mind this at all. Pakistan made them work. It was, 728 runs for 4 wickets, I think, across the first test match. It was hard old work out there at Rawalpindi on a flatty. This one, well, it seemed a little difficult to score quickly. So the Australians haven't been able to do much with the older ball, but they've hung in there. And they've still got 8 wickets in hand, so that's the absolute key. 71 overs gone, and maybe if a new ball is taken, it might benefit Australia more than it benefits Pakistan. Maybe they'll keep going with the older ball.
I think, Australia, in a strange way, they're waiting for the second new ball, because a hard ball on this pitch, as we've seen, is easier to score off. And you would expect if they do take the second new ball, they'll bowl more attacking lines, attacking lengths, provide more scoring opportunities. Because what Pakistan have tried to do is just close the tap. They have bowled in, I wouldn't say a negative fashion, but in an overly defensive fashion, the spinners in particular.
Well, it's Sajid Khan to take up the cudgels after the drinks break, and he's bowling outside the leg stump of Usman Khawaja, persisting with this very negative line, and eventually he gets wided by umpire Hassan Raza. So that line hasn't been called wide earlier, but Hassan Raza is now saying this is negative bowling and I will start widing you down the leg side. So he bowls on the leg stump for the next ball. Khawaja defends, and Sajid Khan, this very entertaining figure. He's got a completely shaved, bald, shiny head, and then he's got this sort of ringmaster moustache, all waxed up with the pointy tips, devious looking, like some sort of villain in a 1940s movie. Comes in and bowls to Khawaja, who's defending to mid-wicket. And Sajid Khan burns through his overs very quickly. He's got a slip waiting for any error, but he bowls outside leg stump, and Khawaja kicks it away. Or doesn't even kick it, just stands still and lets the ball hit his pad. So this is real stalemate stuff at the moment.
Rarely that you see this happening on the fifth hour of a test match. It is kind of mind-boggling. Not sure what Babar Azam is going at here.
Sajid Khan continues, and Khawaja tries to shovel away. He gets bat on it, but straight to square leg. There's no run there, so he's got mid-on and mid-off set very deep. It's really a long-on more than a mid-on. Sajid Khan bowls outside leg stump, and Khawaja jumps outside leg stump and punches through the covers for 2. Well, that's one way to combat the line, with decisive footwork. He does find a couple of runs, moves his score on to 106. Australia 2 for 211. But that's the kind of thing that Sajid Khan wants Khawaja to do. Take that kind of risk with the footwork, and maybe he makes a mistake.
Yeah, it's going to take a mistake from one of these Aussie batters, and a big mistake for him to get out.
A lot of flight from Sajid Khan, and it bounces away off the pad as Khawaja just stands still. So it is 2 for 211 after 72 overs. Sajid Khan finishes another tidy one, but not a threatening one. This is SEN Test cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. And Bharat Sundaresan, a somewhat tired expert, watching some slow hours of Test cricket. As look, it's not the first Test, which was a grind, even though it was a momentous occasion. This one's had more action in it, but not so much in this part of the day. They're trying to bore the Australians out here, and I suspect we'll see Norman Ali do the same to Steve Smith, as he has been doing before the drinks break. So Smith, at least there's a short leg in for him, plus a slip set quite wide, or a second slip really for the spinner. Norman flights the ball, and Smith comes forward and defends. Aside from that, there's a very straight, short, fine leg in case Smith tries the stand-up paddle sweep. There's a point. There's a mid-off, a deep mid-on, a mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket. So lots of space on the offside, but Smith can't access it as he steps forward and defends. And it's just a matter of who gets bored or tired first.
Are you talking about us in the commentary box? Or? No, I mean, you would understand this ploy if they were trying to rush towards the second new ball. But you saw with this first new ball as well, it didn't do enough. And the Aussies look pretty comfortable.
Norman bowls left arm over, and Smith kicks it away. He steps back to make sure he's reading the line of the ball and make sure that it's not going to turn and hit his stumps. So if he can do as Khawaja did and step to the offside, he could hit the ball that way. But there's a change in the field now. They're getting rid of the short, straight, fine leg. They're putting a backward point in. Is he going to come around the wicket now?
Thankfully he's decided to do away with this over the wicket angle, and he is coming around the wicket, so the field completely changes.
Okay, so cover comes in. The short leg becomes a short-ish mid-off, level with the non-striker on the offside of the pitch. Cover drops back a bit. Norman comes around the wicket and bowls an orthodox line to Steve Smith, who defends into the gap at cover, thinks about a single. Khawaja says no. So now it's just 3 on the leg side and 6 on the offside.
Yeah, and they push long off back as well.
Norman around the wicket to Smith, who again thinks of a single as he pushes towards cover, but some quick movement in from point. Shaheen Shah Afridi moving nicely there.
Yeah, Shaheen Shah Afridi asking Usman Khawaja to return to his crease. There's been a bit of argy-bargy between those two throughout the day.
Quite a little bit. Shaheen doesn't mind getting up in the grill. Norman Ali floats the ball up, kick outside edge, and it goes to Shaheen along the ground. And there will be no run from that delivery. So another scoreless over comes to an end. 2 for 211. Smith remains on 54. Khawaja 106. You're on SEN Test Match Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts.
For Henley, build with confidence. Henley.com.au. And Tyre Power, store-wide super sale now on. Save on Kumo. Live from Karachi, Pakistan versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
2 for 211. Australia's score, won the toss, chose to bat. And I don't know if you could say they're making every post a winner, but maybe they are, just very slowly. It's a very slow race. And in that race, every post is still a winner. Sajid rolls around the wicket, the off spinner, to Khawaja, who backs away and defends. And that was the first delivery in a while from Sajid that wasn't outside the leg stump. Bowls to Khawaja now. It's sort of at the leg stump, but with that angle coming in, Khawaja's able to clip it away through mid-wicket and take a run. An actual run off the bat. The lesser spotted run has been sighted out there. Khawaja 107, Australia 2 for 212.
What a day it has been for Usman Khawaja. His first tweet when he landed here was Karachi, the land of the Khawajas.
Well, Smith goes back, forces away through the covers, through extra cover, and long off gets across and puts in a sliding stop. Shaheen again thwarting Smith on that occasion, so Smith will just get a run. 55 he's got, 213 for 2.
And also making sure that the throw went to the Khawaja end. It's always at him. Like two siblings who have a squabble.
Sajid bowls on the leg stump and Khawaja gets another run. Just taps it away to the left of mid-wicket where Azhar Ali does the work. The old stager rumbling across to pick up. Khawaja 108, 2 for 214. So picking up singles relatively comfortably now. Here's Sajid to Smith, who blocks down to mid-on.
Yeah, and Usman has owned the National Stadium today. Winners day, dominated from ball one.
Sajid flights the ball to Smith, who defends it back to the bowler. No run.
And he's dominated Test cricket since his return.
He has, in a brief time. That is 74 overs gone. 2 for 214 on SEN Test match cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. And Steve Smith has really fought hard out there. He's faced 168 balls. He hasn't looked fluent and dominant in that way that he so often have been accustomed to seeing him play. But patience has always been one of his great strengths with the bat, and that's been on display. Khawaja 2. Smith 55, Khawaja 108. More spin to come in the form of Noman Ali. The hairline heading backwards as the bowler heads forwards. Left arm over to the left-hander, who sweeps and hits it into his pad hard. And he's lucky that doesn't roll back towards the stumps. So finally playing a big shot, Khawaja. He's got 3 out on the leg side. Still happy to take them on. Thought that he could pick that gap between deep backward square and deep mid-wicket. He's got a long on as well. And he's got a deep backward point. So 4 out. Noman flights it and Khawaja opens the face and gets a run out towards deep point. 2 for 215.
We have been discussing pronunciation of Noman Ali for a while. We've asked a lot of people, including our cab drivers, and I think last night it was decided that the best way to get it right is go to Jamaica and say, how would you say Noman?
Yeah, yep. Well, here he comes, Noman. Round the wicket, bowling to Smith, who defends, and there's no run. I was fortunate in that the first day I landed in Karachi, I saw a truck driving around with a company name on it that was Salman and Noman, but it was spelt the other way, N-O-M-A-N. And I thought, okay, that's the same name. So that makes it relatively straightforward. As he comes into bowl, down to long on, and get a single, and he can't get through. So no matter what the pronunciation, this is not Noman's land today at the National Stadium. He's bowled 23.4 overs, none for 55.
He was bowling in no man's land for a while. A brief spell where they kept sticking to over the wicket. Weren't successful in frustrating the Australians.
Well, he picked up a bag of wickets in Pindi, but he had to do a lot of work for them. It was a long shift of bowling. Big score that Australia made. Khawaja looking for another one. Big sweep. And this time he does hit the ball all the way along the ground out to deep square leg. Only gets a single thanks to the boundary rider. 2 for 217. Khawaja 110.
I was listening to you earlier, Geoff, and about how Steve Smith's batting has, struggled because of Marnus's appearance on the stage. He's been walking out to bat where the tempo has already been set for him, and often he's had to catch up with the tempo rather than be in charge of the tempo like he has been today.
Noman flights the ball on the leg stump when Steve Smith comes forward and defends. 2 for 217 at the end of the 75th over. Steve Smith on 56. Usman Khawaja on 110. SEN Test match cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. And I think it's an interesting observation. When Steve Smith comes in at 2 for 350, it's almost like he's a bit bored by that situation. He's not needed. It could be anyone coming into that at that point, and it doesn't matter. And he's not really the kind of player who likes to come in and attack from ball one. So he doesn't. It's like he doesn't feel that he's needed. When he comes in at 2 for 60, he's needed. The team needs him at that point to do something special. And his great innings have come when he's been carrying the team on his shoulders. Sajid Khan round the wicket to Khawaja, who drives quite nicely, but straight to cover, no run.
Another test batter of renown who was similar to that as Cheteshwar Pujara. Of course, he's been left out now, but...
Round the wicket, Sajid. Khawaja defends.
With Pujara as well, if India lost an early wicket, then he could take his time. When he played his best knocks when India were backs to the wall. Very similar to Steve Smith.
Wide from Sajid Khan, and Khawaja plays this really nicely. Late cut all the way down towards the rope. A diving slide taps it back in. And they'll end up profiting by 3 runs. And look, running 3 is taxing in this sort of weather. But Khawaja goes on to 113. It's 2 for 220. And that was a long old chase out to the boundary there as well. For Hassan Ali, has done some work with the ball today. Sajid comes over the wicket to Smith, defends it back down the pitch, no run.
Yeah, and that's the advantage of being Usman Khawaja. He always looks relaxed, regardless of if he's just run out of 3 in humid conditions or not.
Sajid to Smith, who steps out of his crease and drives down to long on for a single. They're just starting to get the board moving a bit more regularly. 2 for 221 is the score. 1 ball to come in the over from Sajid Khan. 4 runs from it thus far. Open stance for Khawaja. He waits for Sajid, gets an outside edge, quick single. Smith says yes as the ball squirts towards point. And they will end the over on the classic Richie Benaud score. It is 2 for 222. No. Let's not try to do it. Let's just acknowledge that it's happened. Smith 57, Khawaja 114. You're on SEN Test Match Cricket.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
My friend's gone down to help out, and they've all been caught in this rip, and they'd been out there for a while, and they jumped on either leg, and I started to sort of paddle lateral to the rip, because you never paddle against the rip. And then all of a sudden the chopper was flying over the top. Okay, we don't need to get in, we just need to bide our time before the skidoos arrive.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
2 for 222 at the National Stadium. I did one of those little quizzes, Bharat, online, where they say, can you identify these cricket grounds around the world from photos? And I thought, of course I can. But when the National Stadium in Karachi came up, the photo was of the front building that has National Stadium written on it in large letters. So that kind of helped. Oh, here's a turn up for the books. Babar Azam is going to have a bowl. The skipper is going to bowl his right arm, generously described as off breaks, less generously described as tempters. He's sending a few fielders out. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 on the ropes.
No, actually,
Oh, his warm-up delivery missed the target.
He basically yorked the guy who's bowling his warm-up delivery to and sent him scurrying to the boundary.
Okay, well, that's a great sign for the start of your spell when you can't hit the bloke for the warm-up. Outside the off-stump to Khawaja, who cuts away to deep cover for a single. So it was Sajid Khan, the other spinner, who was trying to receive the warm-up delivery, and Babar missed him. That is a great omen for the over to come. He's conceded 1 run already. 2 for 2, 2-3. He's got a slip in place for himself, setting his own field, obviously. Backward point, cover, mid-off, long on, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, backward square leg. And he's still not happy, Baba. Now he's moving the backward square further around, closer to a 45. Floats the ball up, York Steve Smith, who pats the ball back to him.
Got a much better action than you would expect of him for some reason. Haven't seen much of Babar Azam bowl.
He bowls now, a couple of little trots to the crease, and Steve Smith goes back, pushes down to mid-on, no run. He's tidy enough action, but the approach is unconvincing. He sort of skips in like a unicorn impression. Steve Smith's defending the ball down the mid-on once again.
He also a statement, a message being sent to his spinners.
Baba flights the ball and Smith clips it down to that long on position. They've effectively got a long on and a mid-on and a mid-wicket. So confident is Baba about being hit on the onside. Smith goes up by 1 to 58, 2 for 2, 2-4.
He wasn't happy with conceding that single either. Stern word to Imamul Haq. He wanted him to move across faster.
Baba round the wicket to the left-hander who drives to cover. There'll be no run. So, a relatively uneventful over for Babar Azam. Goes for a couple of runs. You're on SEN Test Match Cricket. I'll leave you with Bharat Sundaresan, and Adam Collins will be in just a second.
For Henley, build with confidence. Henley.com.au. And Tyre Power. Store-wide super sale now on. Save on Kumo. Live from Karachi, Pakistan versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
It's an ad, it's okay. SEN Test Cricket. Adam Collins joining Bharat Sundaresan. A moment of confusion as I enter the commentary position, but that's okay. 2 for 2, 2-4. Australia are in very good nick. Usman Khawaja playing superbly. He's 115. Stephen Smith on 58. A partnership of 133. It's been slow going in recent times, but that won't bother the Australians as they work their way towards a new challenge. 3 overs from the second new ball. Pakistan just trying to zip through these overs as quickly as they can. Looks like there's going to be another bowling change. Azhar Ali, as I live and breathe, Bharat.
No, exactly.
The man who started his career as a leg spinner. Seldom do you see him bowl his leg breaks in the wild these days, but here we are. He's got 8 test wickets at an average of 77, and I suppose most of those would have been a decade or so ago.
Yeah, when you have Babar Azam and Azhar Ali bowling within the first 80 overs of the day's play on day 1, kind of tells you which way this test match has gone so far.
Yes, it's been unusual to see such defensive tactics on the first day. It feels as though they're waiting for something to happen rather than trying to take the initiative and make the game move on their terms. So Azhar Ali with his leg spin from the university end towards Stephen Smith on 58, full toss. Takes him out to deep mid-wicket. One of 3 men on the rope in that direction. Gets to 59, 2 for 225 the score. So they'll get 1 burst with the new ball before the close. They'll get all their overs in today. The crowd is still engaged. Azhar bowls and Khawaja lunges forward to defend.
He's enjoying himself, Azhar Ali. Had some similarities, Azhar Ali to Steve Smith.
Yes, they made their test debut together all those years ago at Lord's.
Both part-time off with leg spinners these days, but could bowl a lot in the early days. Azhar
bowls to Khawaja, who drives through the offside expansively. Times it out towards the deep extra cover rope, just cut off. Fahim Ashraf doing the work out there. They are happy with 2. Khawaja up to 117, 2 for 227 the score. Yes, when Azza and Smith started their careers, they were doing an identical role, really. They were being picked as a spinner, but in both cases they were likely to end up having their batting take over. Another full toss from Azza, this time to Khawaja, but there are no risks at this stage of the innings. He bunts this down to long off for 118 for the left-hander, 2 for 228 the score. 2 balls left in this over.
Yeah, I didn't expect Pakistan to kind of play the waiting game so early in the game, but, well, maybe they are waiting for that second new ball.
Azhar delivers, and Smith's able to take another easy single. He's 60, 2 for 229 out the deep backward square.
And going back to our earlier conversation about enclosures, Paulo, I don't think I've told you yet. He's speaking about the Mohammed brothers enclosure. Here you go. You and I, with Geoff, are going to interview Shoaib Mohammed about the Mohammed brothers. You didn't know that, did you?
Very good. Things you learn. Azhar Ali bowls and Khawaja gets down low to keep one out that actually was on target. The end of the 78th over, 2 for 229 the score. Smith 60, Khawaja 118. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. Tyre and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. We're 2 overs away from the second new ball.
Tyre Power's store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of big brands like Kumho tyres. Right now at Tyre Power, you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Plus many more super savings store-wide at Tyre Power. CanStar Blues Customer Satisfaction Award winner again. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Babar Azam prepares to bowl his second over. The captain rushing through a few before he gets the chance to unleash Shaheen Sharafridi again as the shadows lengthen here at the National Stadium at Karachi. Bowling with a slip to Smith, who's on 60. Make that 61, pushing just around to where the square leg umpire would be if he were on that side of the ground. Umpire Raza is at point with the sun at this time of day. 2 for 230 to score. Yes, the enclosures are a big part of the ground here. Babar bowls and Khawaja defends. Not all Karachi players, though. I kind of thought that maybe they would. We've got a bit of double up from last week at Rawalpindi. There's an Imran Khan enclosure here, for example. Ajaba Miandad 1-2 as there was last week. Khawaja down the leg side, can't catch up with it. Nor can Rizwan. He takes some pace off it, so there's no bye though.
Yeah, some other greats, Intikhab Alam, the great Majid Khan.
Yeah. Babar delivers and Khawaja defends. Yes, this was the city where the pre-partition pentangular tournaments were played, much like where you grew up in Mumbai, sort of around World War I till when Pakistan became Pakistan in 47. Babar bowls, it's kicked away into the onside. They would have the Europeans, the Parsis, the Muslims, the Hindus and the rest duke it out in this part of pre-partition Pakistan, which was a big part of the cricket that was played here before first-class status and test status subsequently. Khawaja pushing with hard hands to backward point to end the over. The 79th is complete. 2 for 230. We'll pick up that conversation. Smith's on 61. Khawaja 118. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
The ball is due in 6 deliveries from now. So Azhar Ali will finish off this little phony war that we're observing. Pete Lawler joining me in the summariser chair. You picked up just when Bharat and I were about to talk about the pentangular tournaments that were played in Karachi, the different religious groups and the Europeans and the rest back in the sort of pre-Pakistan era, including the Parsis, who we don't hear a lot about Parsis in modern cricket. There aren't many left playing the game, but they're sort of significant in that sort of either side of the wall, but not so much now.
No, significant community in Mumbai, Parsi community there. But that's Bharat's specialty, and I don't want to steal his thunder.
No, we might do that tomorrow.
6 deliveries until the new ball. This is why you never want to be born a fast bowler in the subcontinent. It's going to be very... Shaheen Shah Afridi and Hassan Ali, they've been out there all day. Got up to about 35, 36 degrees. You reckon it's hot up here? It's now down to a mild 34 degrees. I don't know if you get that sea breeze that we're getting on top of the stand down there on the ground. But they're going to have to dig deep when they do get that shiny cherry and make sure they don't waste it.
So I don't expect the Shaheen Shah Afridi will need much incentivising to go really hard at it for maybe 3 or 4 overs before they go to spin just before the close. We're catching a replay of the ball in the previous over. Azhar Ali bowling the 80th over, driven down to long off by Smith. He's 62, 2 for 2-3-1 in Barber's over. One that looked to go down the leg side from Khawaja and spilt away. You know what? I think he got a bit of bat on it. It looked like a missed opportunity in hindsight. So there have been a couple of half chances that Rizwan hasn't been able to glove today. Both off Khawaja, who's still there on 118. Full toss.
Goodness.
Oh, dear me. That's around head high. So it's a no ball. Gets the single. He moves to 119. That's real part-time leg spin stuff. 2 for 233. That'll be once they account for the no ball.
Oh, that's the sort of ball your grandfather bowls on Christmas Day, isn't it? It's a shocker.
Yeah, and even that's being generous. That's he could have popped that anywhere, but conservatism won out. Took the single. Smith's turn. He'll take one as well to long on. He's 63, 2 for 234.
He did well. Not to actually pop it up or something, because sometimes those balls can really surprise you. You're not expecting one at eye level at that time.
No.
So Khawaja, 50 from 69 balls, 100 from 93 balls.
193 balls.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
Didn't I? Anyway.
Azhar bowls, and Khawaja doesn't get a single around the corner here.
So basically the second half was sort of at half the speed of the first half.
Yep.
Australia similarly, 100 from 160 balls and 200 from 394 deliveries. So it got going a lot tougher after lunch.
Yeah, the run rate's under 3 now. It's 2.95 runs per over. Azhar Ali bowls to Khawaja, who adds a single to the tally. Full delivery, clipped out to deep square leg in front of the Majid Khan enclosure that we were discussing before. 2 for 235. Khawaja 120, and Smith still there on 63. Gets another chance here before they go to the new ball.
Well, there were no David Warner leaps in the air, and Usman did get that 100, even though it's a special one. It's a modest celebration, I thought.
It was an interesting celebration. I watched it back before. Azhar bowls and Smith comes forward to defend. There was one big leap when he passed the umpire, and the big punch that he tends to do when reaching 3 figures. But you're right, he really backed off after that.
Right, he's not a basketballer. He didn't get far off the ground.
He did reasonably well, I must say. Yeah, then he went to had a quiet moment to himself. Azhar delivers last ball with the first ball, if you like, and it's let through to the gloves of Rizwan. 80 overs gone. We'll take a break with the score 2 for 235. Smith 63, Khawaja 120. SEN Test Cricket for tyre power. Your trusted tyre experts with the second new ball due. The visitors are 2 for 235.
So this summer, what sporting events are you excited for? AFLW, basketball, Big Bash cricket, racing, soccer. To witness the biggest sporting events in Australia, Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. Ticketing, corporate suites and money can't buy experiences. Get the best access to the best sporting events with Ballpark Entertainment. Making memories. ballparkentertainment.com.au.
Yes, it will be Shaheen Shah Afridi just taking their time in preparing for it. So 10 overs left on day one. They've got 54 minutes to make it 53 minutes to get the overs in. So no concerns there. And they'll probably take most of that block of time. They won't be rushing given the heat that you mentioned before. Shaheen Afridi bowled 13 overs with the first ball, 5 maidens, none for 32. Yeah. And he's bowled from both ends. He'll be starting on this occasion from our end, the southern end, the broadcast end here at the National Stadium.
Well, that's probably an ideal amount of overs with the new ball. You can just exploit it,
not do too much work, get off tomorrow, and it's still fresh in the morning. You've still got a freshish cherry, put it in the fridge overnight and come back for it and start again after a massage. See even Steve Smith down doing the yoga on his flat on his belly between overs there.
Yeah, it's been a taxing day for all involved in the middle. But one where Australia really did well, I think, in the middle session, actually. But yes, they get off to a flyer and lose wickets with the score on 82 and 91, just to peg it back a little bit. But if they lose wickets in that middle session, it's a very different session, mini session we're about to have here with the second new ball. But instead, with Khawaja having faced 242 deliveries and Smith 184, they are perfectly set to nullify the challenge here. As considerable as it will be with Afridi, but still, they're not exposing new players at this stage on a hot day. They've played it well. So Shaheen Afridi away from us, passes umpired, bowls here to Khawaja, 2 slips and shapes away into the gloves of Rizwan after Khawaja shoulders arms.
Some good effort there from Shaheen. Certainly don't bowl a warm-up ball in these conditions.
Bit of a thing of the past, the loosener.
The loosener.
Don't get away with that now.
Gets his fingers behind the ball, gives it a bit of flick. But that proud seam back, so let's see what that can do on this pitch. It's worn down a little bit through the day.
Shaheen Afridi tosses his hair from side to side, starts his run, gets to the crease, bowls here to Khawaja, and it flies over the top of the off stump, leaves it alone on length.
Well, if Australia can get through this last session without losing a wicket, that's the last 2 sessions of the day. It's a lovely way to start the second test, Adam. Everything they hoped for. Saw George Bailey in the morning and he had his fingers crossed. We've got to win this toss. We've got to win this toss.
Yes.
And they won it. But it's not just winning the toss. You've got to take advantage of it.
Not wrong, and they absolutely have done that. 2 slips in the gully. Second new ball. Shaheen Afridi bowls here to Khawaja, who plays and misses past the inside edge and so close to the off stump as well. That is lovely stuff. Shaheen just wants to consult the cordon. Was there a feather on it? He thinks there might be. Now, they have got 3 reviews. Will they take the punt? There wasn't much of an appeal. The DRS timer runs down to 0. No, it does not. They get the tee in just in time. Barber has backed in Shaheen. It must be for a feather. I didn't detect it clipping Khawaja's pad on the way through. So, I mean, it was a lovely delivery, hitting the seam and coming back towards the left-hander from over the wicket. But that is a punt.
Well, it was quite the chat, wasn't it? And then there's a bit of a debrief afterwards. Freddie seems to think that there was a noise, but nobody's agreeing with him behind the stumps. I don't think they could hear, and I don't know what they're carrying on about.
Oh, dear. I mean, unless I'm misreading this entirely, that might be one of those reviews we see back in sort of in YouTube compilations of worst reviews ever. That's missed the inside edge by a long way.
Yeah.
I mean, the teammates haven't even gone over to him. The cordon is staying put. They're watching the replays. I mean, again, unless we're watching a different game, that seemed like he just said to Barber, I want it and I get it. Very odd. They lose the review and Shaheen goes back to his mark.
I don't like that. Sitting around for a talk, all having a look up at the big screen, and only now walking back to the top of his mark. Come on, mate, we've got to get out to dinner later. Bowl these overs.
Strange cricket from the young superstar, but that doesn't diminish the enthusiasm with which he's supported by the locals here at Karachi. Full and straight, Khawaja pushes down towards mid-on. Not quite off the middle of the bat. Unusual today. Khawaja has been superb when defending the seamers.
Just a little bit of extra pace in that delivery. Cranky. He has got a little bit of what my mother would call SH1T in him, hasn't he? Which you like to see in a fast bowler.
Yeah, the chat early on with Khawaja was excellent between balls charging up to him, and they were both having their say. Nothing wrong with that. Shaheen to the crease. Bowls here to Khawaja. He gets inside the line of it, tries to flick, but doesn't catch up with it. So the gloves of Rizwan moving to his right. We haven't seen a leg slip or a leg gully used too often today. When you consider Steve Smith has had a considerable problem with that since 2019 as a mode of dismissal, which started with Chris Wakes at the Oval in 2019 and expanded into a an ongoing feud with Neil Wagner and last home summer against India. It's a fraction strange that they haven't tried that on, but I'm sure we will at some stage. Shaheen to finish. The 81st over, delivers here to Khawaja on leg stump defended in front of square. So Khawaja stays on 120. Smith's on 63. There'll be a change in commentary with Geoff Lemon replacing me. Australia 2 for 335. Our coverage for Henley Holmes and Tyre Power. After a few further words from Peter Lawler, Geoff will be taking my seat.
Well, it's now Hassan Ali's turn to dig deep late in the day after a long, hot time in the field. He's come back from injury. We're not really clear what sort of injury it was, are we, Geoff? But he's bowled well today. He's actually been faster than Shaheen, and I've liked the look of him. So let's see what he can do late in the day, because this is what really tests fast bowlers, isn't it? What they can do in this last session when your feet are hurting, you're hot, you're tired, you're sore, you've got blisters.
And this is when the real champions find a way through. Because you've also got players with the bat who are tired. They've been out there for hours. They desperately want to get to stumps. Fahim Ashraf runs up to bowl to Smith, yorks him. Smith drives it down the ground, and he picks up 4 runs. Just short of that Yorker length. That was the attempt. That was the plan. It didn't quite work out for Fahim Ashraf. Steve Smith so good at, that was almost the perfect length, and yet he still absolutely creamed the straight drive and picked up 4 runs.
Yeah, the on drive there. It really is a test of the concentration of the batters, isn't it?
236 on the board for Australia. Smith has 67 now. Fahim bowls to him very wide of the off stump, and Smith had stepped across but elects not to chase it.
I'd have to ask Simon Katich, but I imagine that when that new ball coming on, in a way assists the batters, because you kind of almost gets reptilian, the instinct batting against that old chewed up ball that's not doing much, and you're not scoring, and you're kind of going through the motions. But you see the red cherry, and you've really got to get on guard again, haven't you? You've got to start again to a degree.
And you can use your timing to profit more. You know, you don't need to lay into the ball in order to hit boundaries like that drive down the ground. Fahim bowls to Smith, who steps across and watches that ball, not just past the stumps, but turns around and watches it all the way into the wicketkeeper's gloves, as he sometimes likes to do.
Well,
no run.
It's almost wasted effort trying to hit that old chewed up thing to the boundary with the ball when it's keeping low. As we saw with the first new ball, that was when the time to score, that was the prime time to score, Geoff.
Well, it may be the same here, especially with Hassan Ali off the field. It was an adductor injury. I don't actually know what an adductor is, but whatever it was injured. Fahim bowls to Smith, who walks across and defends. That was a better line from Fahim Ashraf. He's a seam bowling all-rounder. He's having to do the new ball job to partner Shaheen Shah Afridi.
Yeah. Well, I was expecting Hassan Ali to bowl. I called him on. My bad.
Well, I just wonder whether that injury has been aggravated, because
an abductor.
Yeah, he looked a little stiff running around in the field before.
He's being held for ransom by his abductor.
Yes. Exactly right. He sent a letter made of cut-out bits of magazines.
Okay.
Here's Fahim Ashraf. He's bowling to Smith, who's punching off the back foot to cover. Won't get a run. Boundary off the first ball of the over.
Well, Smith's had, what, 1 century since 2019. I think he'd like to put another notch on the bedhead. Any batter would.
Absolutely. Sydney against India, it's the only time he's reached 3 figures. He's also become very mortal in terms of getting close to hundreds and not making them, which he never ever used to do. Fahim Ashraf to Smith, who drives a full ball down towards mid-off. So The over comes to an end, 2 for 239. And, so these were some numbers I was looking at the other day, Pete.
Yeah.
There's a period of almost 5 years there from 2014 to 2013 to 18 when Smith started making hundreds. If he got past 71, he got past 71 24 times, put it this way. And 22 of those times he made 100. So any time he got into the 70s, sort of into the middle of the 70s, almost every single time he made 100. Since Boxing Day in the Ashes Test of 2017, he's got past 71 15 times, and he's been out 9 times. Sorry, 14. He's got there 14 times, and he's been out short of 109 times. He's made 105 times.
I've got a theory. It's a wild one. We'll get to it.
All right. Shaheen, left arm over, coming into Khawaja, who defends, stays on 120.
I'll put it out there without any confidence. But since the arrival of Usman Khawaja, Marnus Labuschagne, Smith's kind of fallen away a little bit. Maybe, doesn't have to shoulder all the responsibility. The kid's coming in at number 3 ahead of him, making the runs.
Yep. Although the tail off did start. It did start pre-Marnus.
It did. It was a hint of it there.
Yeah. Well, just that even in that Ashes series, he made an 80 odd at Melbourne and didn't make 100. He had another similar innings in Sydney as Khawaja defends down towards mid-on. And I remember thinking at the time that's uncharacteristic, but he's probably just tired because it's the back end of a series where he's done so much work and scored so many runs. He seems to be, those big series he had, India in 2017, Ashes 17-18, he would be mentally exhausted by the end of them by the amount of concentration and work, and he only had so much juice in the tank. Shaheen with the ball in hand, runs up now. Khawaja's defending once again, just making sure to get through this.
Gee, you're bowling all day, you're in your 15th over, you're running, you're wanging at about 137 kilometres an hour, and Khawaja just lays a lazy bat down on it and says, is that all you got?
Yep.
Yep.
Just a gentle little forward movement. Unhurried, like rolling out of bed.
This sea breeze is picking up, Geoff.
Sure is. You can hear it in the microphones, I'm sure. Here's Shaheen in at the toes. He's going up in an appeal. Inside edge, says the umpire. I reckon he thinks there was a little bit of bat on that. There's umpire Alim Dar. Shaheen walking back. That was a textbook Yorker. Full pitch, a little bit of swing. Khawaja maybe just squeezed the toe of the bat down on it. Maybe it was going down the leg side.
Well, when Shaheen raises one hand and only runs 3/4 of the way down the pitch, you know his heart's not really in it. And you know why his heart wasn't really in it?
Middle of the bat.
Middle of the bat onto the pad.
So Khawaja got the bat down just by his ankle, and then it twisted the bat in his hands. Hard to pick up from where we are. There was plenty of wood on that one. As Khawaja drives the next one, and Shaheen picks up in his follow-through. So rather comical in the end that Shaheen decided to appeal for that at all.
Yeah. Well, he's an enthusiastic appealer, and at times I think he maybe goes a little bit too far. But he's young and hot-headed.
Yep.
And you would be hot-headed under that much hair. That is a significant thatch of hair that he's got there.
It's a helmet.
It reminds me a little bit of Robert Harvey. And the Harvey that played cricket for Australia.
Yes. Yes.
A lot of hair there too, didn't he?
I'd just say if they make a Lego figurine of Shaheen Shah Afridi, they won't need to change the hair very much. Here he goes. In at the toes, trying to get Khawaja again, and Khawaja clips him for 4. Take that. Well, that was another searing delivery. It was quick. It swung in, and Khawaja just waited for it and elegantly clipped it away behind square leg for a boundary. What an outstanding shot to play against this bowling. Khawaja has 124, and he looks like he wants to come back tomorrow and carry on.
Well, I said it must be a bit galling when you bend your back and you wang it in, and Khawaja just lazily drops it at his own feet. But it's got to be even worse when he clips it like that. Minimum of effort, perfect timing.
124 runs. So that's a 152-run partnership between these two from 378 deliveries. Really set this game up for Australia.
They have wrung Pakistan out bit by bit. 2 for 243. Start of a new over. Fahim Ashraf doing the bowling. And Stephen Smith clipping away to mid-wicket. There'll be no run on that occasion. So we've got the slips in. 2 slips in a gully plus a point. Just praying for an edge late in the day. Something from this new ball. A bit of movement off the seam. A bit of swing away. Cover is there. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Long leg down on the boundary. Genuflecting and having a drink. There's Fahim. Bowls to Smith, who defends comfortably. Out to cover. There'll be no run.
Well, both these batsmen very, very experienced. They'll know what they need to do here. They know they have to concentrate. A momentary lapse here and going to bed at night, you won't be feeling as good as you could be, because they're not out. Continue this partnership through tomorrow morning will really take Australia to places they'd like to be.
Fahim Ashraf bowls to Smith, who defends out to cover. He's not going to give an inch, Stephen Smith. And I mean, they could really hurt Pakistan here. If they can get through to stumps and then produce a similar kind of performance tomorrow, use the rest of the order, bat through, at least 5 sessions, really make them toil. Maybe come on with an hour to go. Suddenly Australia will be controlling this match. Something they desperately want. Here goes Fahim. Up to Smith, who steps across and drives down to mid-off. Won't beat the field. And this is something that, watching Pakistan play Australia away from home, Pete, the UAE tours in 2014 and 2018, the first test year, across all of those matches, every match Pakistan won the toss and batted. And every time they put on a huge score. They just did it again and again and again. They've hurt generations of Australian cricket. Michael Clarke was leading that 2014 team. Mitchell Johnson was playing. This is the first time the Australians have been able to bat first against Pakistan since England in 2010, when they played Pakistan in England. Fahim bowls to Smith, who defends.
It's like recording the blues, Geoff. You just got to get it right the first time, never worry about, and then you don't have to worry about doing it a second time. This breeze is Shamianas above us, billowing. It's great to see these old structures. I thought they'd gone out of cricket. They're a decorative shade cloth held up, usually by bamboo poles they are, but they've covered the bamboo poles with some material as well.
Some bunting, colourful place there. Steve Smith reaches, slashes on the bounce into the slip cordon at Fahim Ashraf. Well, that was a strange old shot to play late in the day. He was trying to lay that through point, that sort of angled bat cut that he likes to play, where he just leans onto his back foot. Instead, he cut it hard into the ground, and the ball was taken cleanly on the bounce in the cordon. So Smith survives, 2 for 243. He's on 67. Usman Khawaja 124.
And I'm looking up at the analogue scoreboard. We've got 6 overs left. The carbon neutral scoreboard. Don't have enough of them in cricket anymore either. I like the old-fashioned scoreboard.
So we'll do. The schedule would close at 5, but we can go to 5:30 with those 6 overs to go. It's 4 minutes to 5 now. Shaheen into Usman Khawaja. Steps into the defensive shot down to mid-off. Once again, looks very comfortable. Shaheen's doing a lot of hard work. He might be playing the blues at the end of the day.
Just absorbing the bowler's effort.
Have you been around the Mississippi Delta, that kind of area?
I've been down New Orleans and that sort of thing, yes. Drove up.
Blues Trail in that part of the world. You can go town to town. And
drove up the Natchez Trail to Jackson, to Natchez, where Jerry Lee Lewis played his first gig.
Shaheen bowls outside off. Khawaja punches. He'll go for a single. as the ball goes out towards point, and able to scamper through as it gets fielded out there by Sajid Khan. I'll take the score on to 244. Just the 2 wickets down.
Oh, we're just being swooped by another of those kites. It gets a little Alfred Hitchcock here at times, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, the one that came and landed on top of the umbrella atop the commentary position before. You realise just how big these things are.
I know.
They could.
Felt a little bit like Donald Trump then, you would.
Might be 2 birds to 1 Tom Decent in terms of clout. They're very hefty. Here goes Shaheen, bowling to Smith, left arm over. Smith defends back down the pitch. He's got no interest in going after anything at this point. I think he'll put his shots away after that last little impulsive cut shot.
Little minimum of effort again.
So 5 overs to come after this one, is that right?
Yes, I think so. My eyes are gone by this time of the evening.
Maybe that says 4.
It says 6.
Okay.
So somewhere between 4 and 6.
Shaheen. 2 slips in a gully outside the off stump. Decent line, but over pitch. Smith drives a single. Mid-off gets across the field. Babar Azam doing the work. The skipper. 2 for 245. Smith on to 68. Couple of balls to come in this Shaheen over. He's into his 16th. None for 38, so he hasn't gone for many, but he hasn't taken any.
There's 32 deliveries left in the day.
There we go.
Good.
Thank you. Shaheen. The left-hander in his sights now. Bowls to Khawaja, who's driving, and there's not quite an appeal because he's missed the ball. Shaheen's appealing. He's got one arm up, but he's looking at his cordon, not his umpire, as if willing space and time to change and make sure that Usman Khawaja had actually edged that ball instead of seeing it whisper past.
I'm looking around. There was a guy here yesterday called Sohail Khan. Most extraordinary stats man I have ever met. Born blind, but has incredible recall. Just you ask him about almost any match in the world, he can tell you who made the runs, when, where.
Incredible.
I must try and get him on air at some point and have a little chat to him. So he has his own recording system. He sort of uses these voice-activated apps on the phone.
Right. Shaheen. In the bowl to Khawaja, full toss, but he can't take toll. He's got the defensive mindset first, and he just steers it to cover, and he will not get a run. So, 85 overs gone. The score is 2 for 245. Steve Smith has 68 of them. Usman Khawaja has 125. You're on SEN Test Cricket. I'm Geoff Lemon, and I'm about to make way for Adam Collins. I'll leave you with Peter Lawler in the meantime.
Yes, well, Adam, you're going to come back in and we're going to put this match to bed. There are 30 deliveries left. Australia are going at about 2.9 runs and over. They got out of the blocks at well over 4. So they scored when the opportunity was there. They battened down the hatches when the going got difficult. And this was what Pat Cummins talked about before the first test, that the batters had to adjust to the tempo of the game. They had to take the opportunities when they were at hand, then they had to be prepared to dig in, and that's exactly what this pair have done.
Fahim bowls here to Smith, who takes him out towards mid-wicket, but there's no run there. He stays on 68, 2 for 245. So we're into the 86th over. Yes, I think that's well summed up, Pete, that Pat Cummins knew, and he said this before the series as well, there'd be periods of play when you have to score quickly, and periods of play where you need to bat patiently. And they've pulled the right rein at the right time today, which puts them in this very strong position. If they're 2 down at the close of play, that'll be effectively where Pakistan got to at stumps day 1 at Rawalpindi. As Fahim delivers and Smith leaves alone outside the off stump, that is the probability of the fielding team winning from there is so remote that you can control the tempo of the game through days 2 and 3 and make sure that you've got loads of runs to play with. I'm not saying for a moment that the game is out of Pakistan's reach, but that's where you start pushing it when you can bat as well as this on day 1.
Well, look, the real issue for Pakistan is Hassan Ali.
Yes.
He's only bowled 10 overs. Opening bowlers off the field. You bowled all day, you've got 2 wickets. This can make life very difficult for the home team.
Yeah, it's going to increase the workload for Fahim, who's on the way from the university and towards Smith, who's in defending. He's faced 200 deliveries for his 68. 2 for 245's the score, which is the number of runs that Pakistan tallied on day one at Rawalpindi. But even though the scoreline might look comparable at stumps today, Pete, we've seen enough. There have been enough moments, enough signs that this game will speed up at some stage, as it does so often in the subcontinent. It doesn't feel like it did a week ago when we were covering the first test, which is good. We want this game to flow a different way. We don't want the pitch to get better. We want it to get worse, in effect. Fahim delivers to Smith, who's able to drive through cover and do it nicely, threading the needle there. 2 men in that direction, out towards the electronic scoreboard. Beautifully played, Stephen Smith. He moves into the 70s with that, his 7th boundary. 2 for 249 Australia, just leaning on a half volley there.
Yes, he did. And the ball raced off across the centre square. Lovely stroke. 250 about to come up for Australia. I'm trying to see who that fielder was that missed that. He keeps turning around every time I get my glasses on him.
I reckon it might be Azhar Ali.
Wants to remain anonymous.
Culprit there. Fahim bowls and Smith again into the offside, but this time off the back foot in defence. Yes, it was Azhar Ali.
Right.
Didn't quite get there to that previous delivery. The 37-year-old.
Fair enough at that age. You don't really want to be diving on that hard surface.
Yes, and that will be part of why the game speeds up. The surface here has been worn down and used through the PSL. So unlike Rawalpindi last week, where we could still be playing now on that surface, in all probability, there will be a great opportunity for the spinners to get right into the game, and they'll need to for Pakistan with Hassan Ali off the field. Fahim bowls and Smith goes back, pushing out towards mid-on. End of the over. Pete, I'll say goodbye to you for today. Thanks for your contributions. We'll have Bharat Sundaresan joining me, taking us through to the end of play. 2 for 249 the score. Smith 72, Khawaja 125, his 11th test ton, second against Pakistan, and of course the first in the country of his birth. Brought up about half an hour into this final session, Bharat. A signature moment in his career, one that will be written about and talked about for an extremely long time, given the backstory. Born in Islamabad, but spending some of his early years here. His family still calling this their home. A very special moment.
I mean, it's been a season of homecomings for Usman Khawaja, hasn't it? Kolo, the emotional centuries he scored at the Sydney Cricket Ground, of course his original home ground, and now for him to come all the way here, like you said, to the country of his birth. I said earlier his first tweet was Karachi, the land of the Khawajas, and he's really owned it. And like we saw even during the summer as Hassan Ali is running in.
Yeah, so Hassan Ali is back on the field, bowling around the wicket, left alone by Khawaja through to the gloves of Rizwan.
He just seems in such a happy space. And I said this a lot after the Sydney Hundreds, that there was no anger in his celebration. There was no sense of, look, I proved a point. I should have been there. He's just in such a happy space in his life, and you couldn't be happier for him.
And you see some players who, I mean, it takes them until this age to become the very best of themselves. It's not without precedent. Take someone like Graham Gooch, who scored so prolifically after his 35th birthday, or even in a smaller sample size, Adam Voges, that all the test cricket he played, Chris Rogers, another that jumps out. Can Khawaja have a career like that? I suppose he might, leaving alone outside the off stump, again through to the gloves of Rizwan. And it feels as though it's taken a really long time to find the right opening combination, and they've landed upon it here. And Warner out early today, but just laying that foundation. It looks, and there were some questions asked about, can you justify having two openers at 35 years of age? Well, I mean, at the moment, in challenging conditions away from home, why not?
Absolutely, why not indeed, especially when they're on top of their game like Usman Khawaja is right now.
Hassan Ali to the crease here, passes umpire Alim Dar, and that's way, way wide of the off stump. That's exactly what Khawaja wants with 3.5 overs to go. Balls to leave through to the keeper.
And just like people, even batters mature at different ages. And like you correctly said, there have been some who take longer. There are some, of course, like Chris Rogers, who have had to wait their turn.
Yes.
In Usman Khawaja's case, his opportunities came earlier and then intermittently. Now, and it's all about perspective, right? It's all about where your head's at, and his head's at a great place.
Hassan Ali bowls. Khawaja has to use his bat this time in defence out to cover off the front foot.
And that enables you to put everything into perspective, successes, failures. And it takes me back to that famous bat-off between Usman Khawaja and Travis Head at the Karen Rolton Oval, where he just happily enforced the follow-on because he was so focused on winning games for Queensland at that point. He realized there's no point worrying about something that is not in his control, which is selection. A lot of cricketers say it, but he actually believed in it.
Hassan Ali delivers and Khawaja defends. Yeah, that's right. I mean, on that particular afternoon, he could almost have been forgiven for going the other way with that decision-making process. He gave Travis Head a prized opportunity, which he took by making a brisk 100. In the end, Khawaja made an even quicker half-century to finish the game, but he wasn't to know that when enforcing the follow-on. It just looks like he gifted Travis Head the chance to leapfrog him if he wasn't already ahead in the queue.
Not at all. And I remember, covering that game, commentating on that game, and him walking off after scoring that fast half-century. He was just joyous.
Hassan Ali to finish first over of the spell. Past the edge of Khawaja. We haven't said that many times today. That hit the seam and moved away. The end of a maiden over, 125 for Khawaja, 72 for Smith. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. They're 2 for 249.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
My friend's gone down to help out and they've all been caught in this rip and they'd been out there for a while and they jumped on either leg and I started to sort of paddle lateral to the rip because you never paddle against the rip. And then all of a sudden the shopper was flying over the top. Okay, we don't need to get in, we just need to bide our time before the skidoos arrive.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
Wickets falling on 82 and 91, but this pair have powered through thereafter. An outstanding partnership defining this first day, worth 158 from 398 deliveries. Along the way, Usman Khawaja posting 3 figures. He fell 3 runs short last week, but made no mistake today. A little clip around the corner and a modest celebration, despite the historic moment that it was, and it'll be seen that way and recorded that way. But he's got more work to do. He knew that simply reaching 3 figures on a surface like this, in conditions like this, isn't enough. He's got to bat the whole way through and come back tomorrow with Stephen Smith to truly finish the job.
Yeah, and Steve Smith's batted beautifully. The cover drive he just played a few overs ago, it's just,
Yes, there wasn't much room to work with there. He's got the chance to leap onto the front foot. That might have been the catalyst for this change of bowling from the university end. Noman Ali in for his 25th over. The first of spin with the second new ball. 3 overs to go today, and Smith the bends to mid-on, no run.
Just going back to that cover drive colo in Mumbai, and it's pretty similar in Karachi. When someone plays a shot like that, you don't have to use words to describe them. All you say is, shot, yaar. Yes. That's what it was. It was just a shot, yaar. It was a beautiful shot. And yeah, he's looked in complete control. In Australia, like Pete said, well, they've timed this perfectly today. Scored runs off the new ball, soaked in all the defensive tactics. Now they are in a very strong position.
Smith facing Noman Ali, leaving through to the keeper's gloves. Too wide of the off stump. Needs to make him play late in the day. Could do with a second catcher as well, couldn't they? They've just got the slip. I mean, I understand why they had the defense. Well, I understand the thinking behind the defensive strategy they went with earlier, but this is an opportunity here when Australia will be looking to shut up shop and thinking about tomorrow. Just a slip, no silly point, no short leg. Noman bowls and forward is Smith, pushing out to where silly point might be, but instead it goes to extra cover where Azhar Ali does the tidying up.
They are listening to you, Colo. Imam Ul Haq has just put his shin pads on, is sprinting in with a helmet in his hand. I guess he's going to go to short leg, or yeah, he will go to a forward short leg.
Good. Glad you've got the earpiece in, Barbara, as well.
We are sitting in an open commentary box. Maybe you can hear us. We are loud enough, you and I.
What a great spot it's been today. Noman bowls and Smith gets forward before defending. Not a huge crowd in attendance, but they've made so much noise, especially when Shaheen Sharafridi's been bowling. And they gave Usman Khawajas a wonderful ovation too, both the fans and his adversaries on the field. Noman bowls and Smith comes forward to blunt the spin. I noticed looking back through my photographs that they were all cheering, or they were all clapping, and not just in that kind of tokenistic way. They really were genuinely showing their respect to Usman Khawajas. Round the wicket, last ball of the 88th over. Noman bowls to Smith, who's able to get forward and defend again. End of the 88th, 2 for 249 the score. Smith 72, Khawajas 125. We have 2 overs left on the first day.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
The friend's gone down to help out, and they've all been caught in this rip, and they've been out there for a while, and they jumped on either leg, and I started to sort of paddle lateral to the rip, because you never paddle against the rip. And then all of a sudden the chopper was flying over the top. Okay, we don't need to get in, we just need to bide our time before the skidoos arrive.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
Pakistan have used 7 bowlers on this first day. It has not worked out for them, turning our attention to the home side. They weren't able to get a wicket with the new ball to start the day. They let Khawajas and Warner score briskly. They were up at 5 and over for the first hour or so. And they did peg it back through the course of the day after getting those 2 wickets before lunch, but they've looked fairly flat for the most part. Hassan Ali has only bowled 11 overs. Away from us here, 2 slips in a gully to Khawajas, who gets forward and defends. Oh, quick single. That is good cricket late in the day. Direct hit, but it's a moot point. Stephen Smith was all over that. Well weighted by Khawajas. And he realised there was an opportunity to get through, and so he did. Another milestone, 2 for 250 for Australia. Khawajas 126, and Smith to face the music with 11 balls left on this first evening.
Also tells you that Steve Smith wants to be on strike facing the seam bowler. Coming in with this new ball, it hasn't done much in the air or off the pitch, but it's his best opportunity to score runs. And you know, it's as amazing as it has been to see Khawajas get the 100. Steve Smith's been waiting to get one for quite a while now.
Yeah, it's lost a bit in the conversation around Smith, how prolific he was at converting 50s to 100 through that extraordinary stretch, mostly when he was captain. Hassan Ali bowls here and Smith leaves alone well wide of the off stump. Between that breakthrough century in 2013 at the Oval and the end of the Ashes in 2019, so a 6-year stretch, he scored 26 test tons, and there weren't many 50s in there. He really did go at an amazing conversion rate, and since then it's been the other way. Yes, 3 figures against India at Sydney and a player of the match performance a couple of summers ago, but yes, has often fallen around this score. He's on 72 facing Hassan and playing late under his eyes, pushing out to cover. No single there, including of course last week at Rawalpindi when we were on commentary saying, well, how good would this be for Stephen Smith on a road, converting to 3 figures, getting his tour going. Instead, frustration, getting out, not quite strangled down the leg side, but just an injudicious shot out of the rough over the wicket, and that was that. So if he can get through to the close, that's on the table for him tomorrow. Halfway through the penultimate over, Hassan Ali to Stephen Smith, full left alone, doesn't come close to carrying, and it's hit Rizwan on the bottom of the right hand. Now, but last week at Rawalpindi, 4 or 5 times he took the gloves off and was very upset about where the ball had hit him. And there was never any real talk about whether he might have injured his finger, but yes, that didn't sting. It never does for a wicketkeeper.
No, you can see he's still wringing his hand. He's
index finger around that.
Yeah. Just missed that webbing, so direct impact.
Hassan away from us, right arm over to the crease, edging to second slip, and it's taken. Oh, that is a screamer. Right before the close of play, Fahim going low into his left. The catchers have not carried to the court today. They've been up nice and close to try and create something, and so they have. Stephen Smith falls for 72. Hassan Ali gets a late wicket. We see that celebration of his out to the crowd at the pavilion end. It was back of a length. Steve Smith went back as well. Too close to cut, and a fine piece of slip fielding. Oh, he's taken it one-handed as well. That is a brilliant piece of fielding. Australia lose their third wicket with the score on 250. Stephen Smith, the frustration of not converting from 50 to 100, reinforced once more.
Yeah, Steve Smith head down, leaving the National Stadium, but it's taken an absolute blinder from Fahim Ashraf at second slip. He's known to take some great catches in that position. This probably is right up there. And Paulo, I don't know whether you noticed Hassan Ali, while he ran in to deliver that ball, he did something funky with his hands before he delivered that ball. I don't know whether that's the thing that got Steve Smith to play a shot which maybe he didn't want to. The umpires are still checking on this. Steve Smith.
Well, they're going through it. I mean, he's taken it cleanly, and then the question will be, has he placed the ball on the turf after he's taken it? Now, they can't overturn this, can they?
Yeah, I would be really surprised. But the fourth umpire, actually, Steve Smith was ready to leave the field. The fourth umpire has asked him to stop. But
yeah, right. So just going through it. So the ball's lodged in his left hand about 10 centimetres above the turf, and he's turned his hand. I mean, in order to give that not out, they've got to say that he's placed the ball down, I think, and that's not the case. It's the first test match for the third umpire, the TV umpire, Rashid Riaz. So a tough call for him in theory, but I think that his sense should win out here. I just can't imagine that gets given not out and overturned. Waiting for the... Oh, yes, it is given.
Yeah.
Just for a moment, I thought the graphic was coming out not out. It is confirmed as out. So Smith is gone for 72. He'll continue his walk up the race. And Nathan Lyon will be walking out to face the music as night watchman with 7 balls left on this first evening. So a bit of a late twist. A magnificent partnership of 159 comes to an end. As you say, Bharat, for a blinding catch. Fahim Ashraf back into the team, picks up David Warner and gets rid of Stephen Smith at second slip.
Yeah, and just coming back to that decision, eventually his fingers were pointing in the right direction. They were pointing up, even when it looked like his fingers had just landed on the ground. So it was a very clean catch and an extraordinary catch. Late in the day, it's been a tiring day. He's bowled a lot of overs as well. Hassan Ali has been on and off the field.
Yep.
And then for Fahim Ashraf to pull that off is just something remarkable. And I really do hope they show a replay of Hassan Ali's delivery action there.
Well, as he was running in, I could see you kind of gesticulate. Oh, what's going on here?
Yeah, exactly.
So Hassan Ali will have one more ball to bowl today at Nathan Lyon, the night watchman. The crowd are involved. Away from us, Lyon faces up. It's full, it's straight, it's dug out. Good bowling. The end of a successful over for Pakistan. We've only said that 3 times today. 1 left on this opening day. It's 3 for 250. Lyon yet to score. Khawaja to face the final over. He's on 126.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brands. Plus, on the SENW channel,
we cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more.
For the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
Shaheen Sharafredi has said, I'll take the ball for the last over, thanks very much. A change from the university end, the northern end here at the National Stadium. It'll be Khawaja on strike. There's a deep point, a long leg, couple of slips of gully. They'll be happy for Khawaja to take the single. They're giving one to square leg as well. Shaheen Afridi has bowled 16 overs today, none for 38. This is the last of the day. Bowls here to Khawaja, who drives out towards cover and takes the single. So, Khawaja down to the non-strikers end. He's 127, 3 for 251. That'll be a situation where all parties will be happy. Pakistan get a pop here at Lyon. We're getting a look back at that build-up that we observed before, with Hassan Ali's wicket-taking delivery. Arms all over the place. might have just broken the concentration of Smith, which is why he was looking to force a ball off the back foot that wasn't quite there after hitting the seam and moving back towards the right-hander. And that was his downfall. Thick outside edge. And Fahim, sensational work there in the cordon. But now, this does change a little bit, doesn't it? So Nathan Lyon, the night watchman, he's done this many times over his long and distinguished career, but his job will be just to absorb these 5 balls. And if Pakistan can get another one here, well, they'll feel as though maybe not quite honours even, but not for nothing, especially after breaking the big partnership. There's 4 catches in the cordon, 2 slips. Let's call it a 5th slip in a gully. A short leg as well. Shaheen Shah Afridi over the wicket to Nathan Lyon. Down the leg side, wasted delivery. And it's hit Rizwan on the gloves again. Ouch. He's doing it tough for the Pakistani wicketkeeper. He's got his head buried in his elbow. Wants nothing to do with anybody.
Yeah,
so describe that Hassan Ali build-up. We saw it on the screen.
Yeah, I mean, it almost felt like, I called it Hassan Ali's version of the flamingo delivery that Jason Gillespie used to bowl, but that was a lot more extravagant. It almost felt like he started mixing and matching his hands, just flailing them about before delivering that ball.
Well, correlation or causation, it doesn't matter to Pakistan. They've got a 3rd wicket. 4 balls left on the day. Shaheen Afridi around the wicket now to Lyon on leg stump. Turned around the corner, the deep fine leg. They do not take the single on offer. So Lyon's going to play this out, or attempt to at least.
Yeah,
3 for 251. So that'll mean no matter what happens, Khawaja will be there tomorrow.
Yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off there, caller. One of the few times in Nathan Lyon's illustrious career where he gets to deny a single, or at least hit the ball towards the boundary and not run.
Well, we did see him explode at Hobart a couple of months ago, but didn't bowl in that Test match, but hit 3 huge sixes over the Alex Doolan stand, as we were calling it on commentary.
Oh, yes.
Shaheen Afridi halfway through the final over of the day. Around the wicket to the night watchman Lyon, who's in behind it. Nicely played. Nice high front elbow pushing down to mid-on. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, Nathan Lyon doesn't have a bad defensive technique, to be honest. Yeah, he did play in an uncharacteristic knock against England in that Test. Mark Wood, of all people,
yes,
felt the brunt. 3 sixes.
That's right. It's the 2 shots he loves playing, the hook shot and the sweep. Won't be seeing any of that here. 2 balls left on the day. Shaheen has 4 men in the cordon. Bowls here and Lyon leaves alone outside the off stump. Good batting. So no hurry here for Pakistan. They can really build the tension and make a few tweaks to the field. Get in Lyon's head. Khawaja walks down the pitch and has a word to his veteran teammate. They've played so much cricket together over such a long stretch of time. So the final ball of this first day. It's in the hands of Shaheen Shah Afridi. Taking his time, making Lyon wait. And now he's off. The crowd all behind him. To the crease here. Delivers to Lyon. Off the hip. Dropped it short leg. Straight in, straight out. Off the face of the bat. That will be stumps. Shaheen Afridi, hands on head. That's Shafiq in there under the lid. Imam, sorry, under the lid. And that'll be stumps, but a reflex opportunity. Watching it back, Bharat. Off the face. Hit him on the right knee. Oh, gosh, that should have, I say should have, could have been 4 down from the final ball of the evening. They stick or they don't. Did he get a hand to it? I think he did.
Took his eyes off.
Yep.
Took his eyes off the ball. You don't do that at short leg, especially when someone's just trying to play a flick shot. But yeah, Shaheen Afridi's expression there just sums up Pakistan's day in many ways.
So it flicked his right wrist on the way down to his knee. Not to be. Nathan Lyon will be there tomorrow on 0. Usman Khawaja will resume on 127, 266 deliveries, 13 boundaries, 1 6 before lunch. His 11th Test ton, but this means an awful lot to him. He's been very open about what returning to Pakistan meant to him as a cricketer and as a human being, and to fall so close to reaching 3 figures in the city of his birth last week. To go one better in Karachi, where he lived as a young boy today, he'll never forget that.
Oh, no chance. Like, I'm sure all his memories from, growing up here would have flashed before his eyes. He was a very, very young man when he left these shores. He's come here as an Australian superstar. He said many times since coming here that
so much of God, the man of
still
the moment
wants.
with us. Slight dent with
We might
at the
just
end,
take this interview with Usman Khawajas. Why not? Down pitch
the
side with the TV broadcast.
Yeah, look, would have been nice to have Smith there at the end too, but we had a good partnership. We still got plenty of batting to come. The wicket's pretty nice today. It's going to get worse, but I think first 2 or 3 days will be pretty nice. But it's feeling like it'll pretty break up back end of the wicket.
About your own innings, good start around 3+ in terms of run rate in the first session, but you guys slowed down a bit in the second. Any conscious effort, or is it just the way it was?
No, I started reverse there a little bit in the second session. Made it really hard to score against pace bowlers. And then the last session, they bowled pretty leg side. They did some negative plans to see if we would play some shots, and we just decided not to. We weren't going to give them any free wickets. That's just how the game panned out.
Pindi, Karachi, you seem to be having supporters all over Pakistan.
Yeah, well, look, my family's actually from Karachi. This is where the Khawajas are from. Everyone in my family's born in Karachi except me. So this is my home. I've been here a lot. I think my family grew up in Nazmabad, and I still have a lot of family there. So it's nice to get 100. It would have been nice to get 100 both there and here, but I'll take this one.
Yeah, brilliant 100 and more to come. Well played.
Thank you.
Usman Khawajas there with Pakistan Television. 127 the score he'll be on when they resume tomorrow. Australia 3 for 251. Thank you, Bharat Sundaresan, for your contributions throughout the day. Nathan Lyon will be there with Khawajas tomorrow morning when our broadcast resumes 5 minutes before play. For Henley Homes and Tyre Power, this is SEN Test Cricket. And to close out the first day here in Karachi, let's relive the defining moment of this first day. Usman Khawajas bringing up his 11th Test century and the first in the nation of his birth. And here is that magical moment as called by Geoff Lemon and Peter Lawler.
This is a thrilling moment. Khawajas, 99 of 191 balls. On the verge of his 11th Test century. Didn't get there in the first Test. Can he get there and do it here?
2 for 197 is the score. Sajid Khan around the wicket, bowls to Khawajas, who defends, and the crowd
don't go anywhere.
No.
192 deliveries. Khawajas in no rush. He never is. Raced out of the blocks for his first 50.
Played the same way on 99 as you do on 9. Here's Sajid to Khawajas, who'll take a single to square leg and raise a century. Usman Khawajas, born in Islamabad, lived in Karachi, flourished in New South Wales, debuted in Sydney, showed the world what he could do in Wellington, Adelaide and Dubai, and now he circles all the way back to the country of his birth to raise a century in Pakistan for Australia at the National Stadium in Karachi. This is one of the most remarkable moments you would ever see in Test match cricket.
Well, outstanding. Said coming down here that Karachi is the home of the Khawajas. He's made that 100 and he hasn't got any energy left to celebrate. It's almost a subdued celebration, but I guarantee you this is just as emotional as that 200s on return to Test cricket and to Sydney, his other home. Usman Khawajas, well done. A brilliant batting effort.